Welcome to A Love Forged in Faith by Sarah Miller. In the quiet rhythms of Amish life, where faith guides each step and love grows in the most unexpected places, one woman will discover that even the hardest trials can lead to the greatest blessings, if she's willing to trust in God's plan. Copyright Sarah Miller. A Love Forged in Faith by Sarah Miller. Chapter 1. A Stubborn Heart. The wind rattled the panes of the windows. The noise jarred Emma Bender to her very bones. It was an accusation, an acknowledgement that she was failing. Emma pressed her lips together, inhaling deeply through her nose as she glared down at the open ledger in front of her. Despair wanted to pull her under, to keep her down. She closed her eyes, took a breath, and asked God to give her strength. It balanced her for a moment, but as she opened her eyes, the numbers refused to change no matter how many times she went over them. No matter how tightly she gripped the pencil, no matter how desperately she wished things were different. She rubbed her tired eyes, the edges of the pages blurred with fatigue. It didn't matter how hard she worked. The farm wasn't making enough. The summer had been dry, the crops unyielding, and the animals required more feed than she could comfortably afford. The hens were laying fewer eggs, and the tomatoes, which she'd been counting on to bring in extra money at the market, had suffered from a blight that ruined half the crop. The thought of asking for help made her stomach twist. She'd promised herself she wouldn't. She'd survived this long on her own. She would keep surviving. Apart from this, she couldn't afford to pay for help. God, please send me the strength I need. A knock on the door startled her. Emma straightened, rolling her shoulders before smoothing her apron. She had a suspicion of who it might be, perhaps one of the women from the quilting circle coming to check on her, or worse, offering unwanted advice. Or maybe Ruth Esch, who'd been meddling in her affairs for years now, always with that knowing twinkle in her eye. Always wanting to find her another husband. The thought was unwanted. She pulled the door open and stilled. Samuel Zook stood on the other side, his hat tucked beneath his arm, his broad frame filling the doorway. His sandy brown hair was slightly wind-tossed, and though his expression was neutral, there was something unreadable in his dark eyes as he studied her. Emma, he greeted with a small nod. Samuel, she replied, wary. I heard you might need some help out here, he said, glancing past her toward the barn. I'm looking for work. Her jaw tightened. So this was how it was. Someone had sent him. Amos Beeler, most likely, or Ruth. She could practically hear Ruth's voice, coaxing him into coming out here, as if Emma were some sort of project to be fixed. Some woman to be married off because she couldn't cope. It stung. I managed just fine on my own. The words were out before she could stop them, sharp and accusing. She knew he didn't deserve that. Things had been hard for him, too, but all she could think about was her failure. It made her angry. Samuel lifted an eyebrow, his gaze flicking toward the half-mended fence, the sagging barn door, and the few chickens pecking at the nearly empty feed trough. I don't doubt your strength, he said, his voice calm but firm. But stubbornness won't keep a farm running. Emma's hands curled into fists at her sides. How dare he? She stepped forward, squaring her shoulders. I don't recall asking for your opinion. Samuel let out a slow breath, rubbing the back of his neck. He hesitated, then nodded. All right, he said. I won't waste your time. Without another word, he turned and walked away, his step steady and unhurried as he moved toward his buggy. Emma watched him go, her pulse thrumming against her throat, heat rising to her cheeks. She hadn't meant to be rude. But something about the way he'd looked at her, like he already knew she was drowning, had sent her defenses up like a wall of stone. She slammed the door harder than necessary. But as she leaned against it, a small voice asked her if this was the help that God had sent. Nay, It wasn't. This was meddling, and she couldn't afford to pay. Couldn't afford the chance that he'd take the farm from her. Some of the men in the district thought she must marry or give up the land. She wouldn't bow to their demands. She could do this. But as she walked back to the table, tears formed in her eyes. "Oh, Jonas, my love. How I wish you were still here with me." At the thought of her husband, of the way he was taken by a fall, the tears fell onto the table. That night, the wind howled against the house, rattling the old shutters. Emma sat up in bed, her heart pounding as she listened to the deep, rolling rumble of thunder in the distance. She'd known a storm was coming, the air had been thick with it all day, the sky a sullen gray, but she hadn't expected it to hit so suddenly. She pulled on her shawl and hurried down the stairs, lighting the oil lamp on the table before stepping out onto the porch. It would soon be dawn. The sky was starting to lighten. The air smelled of rain, damp and earthy, and the first drops pattered against the worn wooden planks beneath her feet. Her gaze swept toward the eastern pasture, where the fence stretched along the property line. She'd meant to reinforce it earlier, but there were always too many jobs. She'd also been too distracted, too wrapped up in her thoughts about Samuel and the farm's dwindling resources. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the landscape for a brief moment, and her stomach dropped. The fence was swaying, the wind pushing against it like a relentless force. She had reinforced it a few weeks ago, but it hadn't been enough. The old wood was weak, and the storm was stronger. Then, with a deafening crack, part of it collapsed. Panic surged through her veins. She barely registered the cold rain as she ran toward the pasture, her bare feet slipping against the wet grass. The cows were already stirring, moving toward the opening, their large bodies shifting uneasily. "Nay," she breathed, her pulse hammering. "Nay, nay, stop." She scrambled toward the fence, trying to block the opening with her own body, but the animals were too spooked. One of the younger cows bolted forward, slipping past her into the darkened field beyond. Her breath came fast and shallow. If they wandered too far, if they got onto the road, they could be lost, or worse. She needed help. Her fingers clenched around the broken wood as rain poured down her face, mixing with the taste of desperation on her tongue. Only, the one person who'd offered to help she'd pushed away. Chapter 2, Uninvited Help. The smell of damp earth hung heavy in the morning air, the scent of churned mud and rain-soaked grass wrapping around Samuel as he urged his horse forward along the quiet country road. The storm had been fierce the night before, rattling the walls of the boarding house where he was staying, keeping him awake long after the thunder passed. The ground was still slick beneath his horse's hooves as he guided the buggy through the early morning mist, his mind wandering as he rode past the familiar farmlands of Faith's Creek. He'd known the storm would cause damage and hoped he could pick up some work because of it. As he passed by Emma Bender's property, he spotted something that made him pull hard on the reins. Her fence was down, broken slats strewn across the field like matchsticks. And worse, her cows were missing. He clicked his tongue, turning his horse toward the property and scanning the pastures for movement. The gate was hanging open, barely holding on by a single hinge. A cold knot twisted in his stomach. If the cows had wandered too far, they could be scattered across the countryside by now, or worse, they could have gotten onto the road. Emma was nowhere in sight. He exhaled through his nose, already knowing what he had to do. Samuel got down from his buggy, grabbing a rope and already surveying the land as his boots sank into the damp ground. He'd spent his whole life working farms, his own, his dates before it was lost, and now, other people's. He knew how much one bad season, one broken fence, or one storm could mean the difference between surviving and losing everything. And Emma, prideful and stubborn as she was already hanging on by a thread. He started moving, whistling sharply as he scanned the pastures. It didn't take long to spot one of the cows, not too far from the fence line, nosing at the wet grass. He approached slowly, keeping his movements deliberate and steady. The animal huffed, flicking its tail as if debating whether to bolt. "Easy now," he murmured, reaching for the rope at his belt. The cow twitched but didn't move away. Samuel took his chance, looping the rope over its thick neck and giving a gentle tug. "That's it, girl," he said softly, guiding her back toward the barn. He had 4 of them rounded up when he heard the sharp crack of a voice behind him. "Samuel Zook." The sound of Emma's furious voice shot through the morning air like a whip. He turned, pulling the brim of his hat lower against the sun. She stood in the gateway of the farm, hands clenched into fists at her sides, eyes blazing with anger. She looked to be soaked and covered in mud. Her damp, brown hair was escaping from beneath her cap in wild strands. She wore a simple dress and apron, the fabric wrinkled, and her bare feet were planted firmly on the soft ground as if she'd stormed out without thinking. It looked like she found the majority of the cattle and had them back in the paddock before she'd seen him. Samuel could practically see the fire in her veins. "What do you think you're doing?" He exhaled slowly, gripping the rope tighter in his hands. "Helping round up your cattle. On my land. Without my permission. Your land was wide open for the taking last I saw," he shot back, nodding toward the broken fence and now closed gate. "Figured I'd do what needed doing." Emma stormed toward him, mud splashing up the hem of her skirt. "I don't need you coming here and making me look helpless, Samuel." He arched an eyebrow. "I'm sorry, your cows were wandering toward the road. I just wanted to help, anyone would do the same." Now he was getting angry. What was wrong with her? Why wouldn't she accept his help? Then he wondered if she thought him worthless. He'd lost his own farm. Unable to pay the debts, his date had run up. Maybe she thought he was poison. Her hands balled tighter at her sides. "I had a plan." He snorted. "Oh, yeah. And what was it?" "Wait for someone else to come save you." Her face flushed deep red. Samuel sighed, glancing toward the last cow still grazing near the fence. "Look, I don't care if you think you don't need help or if you don't like me. But you can't do this alone, Emma. You need to hire someone." Her eyes darkened. "I'll find another way." His jaw tightened. "And what happens when another storm comes? When more damage happens? You can't fix everything on your own." "I can, and I will." Her voice was fierce, but beneath the anger, he saw something else. Fear. Exhaustion. Desperation. She was fighting so hard to keep standing, to prove she could do this without anyone else. But she was one bad season away from losing everything. He knew that feeling well, and he hated to see her go through the same. Samuel ran a hand down his face, frustration pressing against his ribs. "I'm not here to take anything from you, Emma," he said, voice lower now. "I know what it's like to lose a farm. To work so hard just to watch it slip away. I don't want that for you." She hesitated, just for a second. The wind blew between them, carrying the smell of damp hay and fresh earth. Samuel held her gaze, waiting, hoping. But then, her expression hardened again. "I don't need saving," she said. Samuel exhaled sharply, gripping the rope in his hands. "Then you're a fool." He turned and led the cow past her to the barn, jaw clenched so tight it ached. Emma didn't follow him. She just stood there, watching. And for the first time, he saw it. Beneath the fire, beneath the stubborn pride, she was afraid. And maybe she was too proud to say it. But he saw it anyway. Chapter 3, A Gentle Nudge. Ruth Esch's buggy wheels crunched against the gravel path leading to Bishop Amos Ballar's homestead. Her determined grip on the reins matched the set of her jaw as she guided her horse past the well-tended garden, where flowers nodded in the breeze alongside the vegetables. She had something on her mind. Something she felt a need to help with, and yet there was a curl of guilt in her stomach. Was she interfering? That was something her gross doctor would ask. Only she felt called to do something. Emma Bender's situation weighed heavy on her heart, and Ruth knew just the person who might help set things right. The old matchmaker smoothed her dark dress as she climbed down from the buggy, her knees protesting the movement. The familiar scent of Sarah Ballar's fresh baking wafted from the kitchen window, and Ruth couldn't help but smile. Trust Sarah to have something delicious ready for visitors. Bishop Amos opened the door before she could knock, his faded blue eyes crinkling at the corners. "Ruth, what brings you out on such a fine morning? Can't an old friend stop by to share some coffee?" Ruth's eyes twinkled with mischief. "Since when do you make social calls without a purpose?" Amos stroked his long gray beard, amusement clear in his expression. Sarah appeared behind her husband, wiping her hands on her apron. Come in, come in. I've just pulled a fresh batch of cookies from the oven." The Ballars' kitchen welcomed Ruth with its familiar warmth, sunlight streaming through spotless windows onto the well-worn table. Sarah bustled about, setting out cups and plates while Amos settled into his usual chair next to the stove. But now, Ruth felt nervous. She was meddling, and she knew it, but her intentions were good, and that was all that mattered. She'd prayed on this for hours, and each time she did, she saw Samuel's face. That meant this was right. "Now then," Amos said once they were all seated with steaming cups before them, "what troubles you?" Ruth took a careful sip of her coffee. "It's about Emma Bender." Sarah's hand stilled on her cup. "The young widow. How is she managing?" "That's just it." Ruth set her cup down with a gentle clink. "She's struggling, though she'd never admit it. That farm's too much for one person, especially with winter coming. The storm did so much damage, and I just feel we're letting her down." Amos's expression grew thoughtful. "She's a proud one, that Emma. I've offered help before, and she won't accept it. Maybe it's time to push a little harder, my love." Sarah stroked his arm. "To use your skills to help her accept." He sighed a little. "As always, you are right." "I think so," Ruth agreed, "but perhaps what she needs isn't help exactly." She paused, selecting her next words carefully. "What I was thinking is that there's a man who also needs help. He needs work, purpose, and a future. There are those who do. Did you have someone in mind?" Amos took a bite of the coconut and raspberry cookie and closed his eyes as the taste hit his tongue. I was thinking about Samuel." Sarah and Amos exchanged a look that spoke volumes. Ruth had known them long enough to read their silent communication. "Samuel Zook." Sarah's voice held a note of surprise. "He's been so withdrawn lately." Amos nodded. "I was letting him come to terms with what happened, but you are right. It's time that he was offered a little help." "Exactly." Ruth broke off a piece of cookie, savoring its warmth. "A hard-working young man who knows farming and a capable young woman with a farm that needs tending. It seems God's hand could be at work here." Amos leaned back in his chair, his weathered hands folded over his stomach. "That could be a gut match. And one that could lead to marriage," Ruth said. Sarah coughed, and Amos's eyes widened. "Marriage isn't just about practical matters, Ruth. Their hearts must be ready." Of course, of course." Ruth waved her hand dismissively. "But sometimes hearts need a gentle nudge in the right direction. Emma's been alone too long, hiding behind her grief. And Samuel," she left the thought unfinished. I've been studying them. I feel they are right for each other. It's just an instinct or maybe a calling from God. Sarah's eyes softened with understanding. Ruth, we must be careful. However, they're both good people who deserve happiness. We could speak with Samuel, Amish said slowly, but only to gauge his interest. These matters must be handled with care. And I'm talking about a job helping Emma here, not about arranging a marriage or even a courtship. Ruth hid her smile behind her coffee cup. This was exactly what she'd hoped for. Naturally. We wouldn't want to pressure anyone. The conversation drifted to other topics, the upcoming harvest, the weather, community matters, but Ruth could see she'd planted a seed in the Bealers' minds. When she finally took her leave, the sun was high in the sky. It shone down so merry that it matched her mood completely. Once she'd matched Emma and Samuel, she would move on to another couple. There were so many hearts that needed help, and she felt pulled to see them all happy. After a quiet supper, Amish and Sarah sat in their favorite chairs by the window. The setting sun had given them a magnificent display, painting the sky in shades of orange that gradually turned to crimson, purple, and then to darkness. "What do you think about what Ruth said?" Amish's voice was soft with contemplation. Sarah's knitting needles clicked steadily as she considered her response. "Emma's a dear girl, and she's carried her burden with grace. But is it too soon for her to accept help, never mind love? That's what concerns me." Amish rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Yet Ruth isn't entirely wrong. The farm is too much for her alone. "We could speak with Samuel," Sarah suggested. "Just to see." "I think I will. He's actually coming over tomorrow. I asked him to drop by to help me out with church matters. I thought I might be able to see how he was feeling and if I could find him some work." "You are always thinking about others." Sarah reached over and rubbed his arm. He reached down and put his hand over hers. It still gave him as much warmth and thrill as the first day he courted her. "It's my job." "Morning, Samuel." Amish waved the man in for a coffee and took him into the dining room. It was a place where they could talk in private. He could see Samuel stiffen. He knew that this room was for serious conversations and watched as he chewed on his lip for just a second. Samuel sat and put his hat on the table, his hands going from the table to his knees and back again. "Relax, son." Amish leaned back just as Sarah came in with a tray of coffee and strawberry cake. She served the refreshments and squeezed Amish's shoulder before leaving. "Eat, drink, we are good friends and can enjoy some time together." Amish took a bite of the cake and closed his eyes. "I must say, my Fra is the best cook." Samuel took a bite, and his face relaxed. "This is delicious. Has there been anyone for you?" Amish raised an eyebrow. "I've always been too busy. I think maybe I left it too late." Then his eyes widened, and he sat up a little straighter. "Don't worry. I'm not looking to arrange a marriage." Amish chuckled. "It was just conversation. How is looking for work going?" Samuel shrank a little. "Not well. I think people think I'm unlucky and will pass it on to them. Or that I failed my dad. That I let the farm go after all the years he kept it running. We could tell them the truth." Amish raised an eyebrow in question. "Nay. Let my dad rest in peace. Then I have another idea that may help. I've been watching someone who is struggling on their farm." Amish noticed Samuel sat up a little straighter. It was clear that he wanted to get back to work. Maybe even needed it. "She is a widow, and I know it is going to be difficult to get her to accept help, but help is what we do. Would you be interested in a job, maybe a profit share, as I doubt she has funds to pay?" Samuel sagged again. "Are we talking Emma Bender?" Amos nodded. I'm sorry, Amos, I already offered help and she wouldn't accept it. If she wanted help, would you be agreeable on those terms? And could you help her turn things around? Her farm has good land, Samuel acknowledged, his eyes focused on his hands. She has done really well, but her knowledge has meant that some problems have become disasters. I'm sure that within a season, the farm could be profitable. That is what I wanted to hear, Amos said gently. Samuel nodded slowly, but uncertainty clouded his features. Even if I were interested, would she be willing to consider it? Leave that to me. What I may do is put it to her that she would be helping me help you. Would that be acceptable? Samuel seemed to stiffen for a moment. His pride getting in the way, but then he smiled. It would. Then I will see what I can do. Amos felt pleased that things had gone so well. He knew that whatever happened next would be in God's hands, as it should be. Chapter 4: A Heart's Hesitation. Emma's hands trembled slightly as she wiped down her already spotless kitchen counter. Through the window, she spotted Bishop Amos's buggy approaching, his gray mare plodding steadily along the fence line. Her stomach tightened. The bishop rarely made house calls without a reason. Had Samuel reported her for her rudeness? She couldn't blame him if he had. The man helped her, and she'd bitten off his head. For long moments, she stared at the window. The buggy had stopped. Amos got down and walked to the door. Still, she was staring. She must move. The thought released her from the past, and the wooden floors creaked beneath her feet as she hurried to the door. A cool breeze rustled the hem of her dark blue dress, and she tugged her shawl closer around her shoulders as she opened it. Welcome, Bishop Amos. Emma stepped aside, gesturing toward her kitchen. Please, come in. Amos's kind eyes crinkled as he removed his black hat. Thank you, Emma. Your flowers are doing well after the storm. The zinnias liked all that rain. Luckily, the wind didn't destroy them. She busied herself with making the coffee, grateful for the familiar routine and wishing the farm had coped so well. She'd managed to fix the fence, but how long before the cattle escaped again? Please, sit. The coffee will be ready soon. The old bishop settled into one of her sturdy kitchen chairs, his presence filling the modest room. Emma could feel his thoughtful gaze following her movements as she gathered cups and plates. I made blueberry muffins this morning, she offered, placing a basket of still warm muffins on the table. Her ma'am's blue and white checkered cloth lined the basket, a touch of home that always steadied her nerves. Always so generous with your baking, Amos said, accepting a muffin. Just like your ma'am. Emma's throat tightened at the mention of her mother. She focused on pouring the coffee, the rich aroma filling the kitchen. The familiar scent of cinnamon and nutmeg from the muffins mingled with the scent, creating a comforting atmosphere despite her anxiety. They drank and ate in companionable silence for a few moments. Amos put down his muffin and brushed at his beard. Emma, his voice was gentle but firm. I've been noticing the fence along your north field needs mending. Her shoulders stiffened. I plan to fix it before winter. And the barn roof. Jonas Miller mentioned it might need attention before the snow comes. Emma's fingers twisted in her apron. I can manage, Amos. I've been learning as quickly as I can. Like Matthew Yoder learned to manage. Amos took a sip of his coffee. Do you remember how proud he was, refusing help after his accident? He refused until his corn crop nearly failed, Emma admitted quietly. But when he finally accepted the district's help, his harvest was the best in 3 years. Amos broke his muffin in half, steam rising from the center. Accepting help didn't make him weak, Emma. It made his community stronger. Our community lives on helping others. It strengthens all of us, and accepting that which is offered is a good thing. Emma shrank into the chair across from him, her coffee cup held in stiff hands. Outside, a chickadee's song drifted through the window, accompanied by the gentle lowing of cattle in the field. I understand. I just feel I should do it alone. Why? Not even the men who have been farmers for their entire lives would do such a thing. Emma felt something inside her move. He was right. She was being foolish. Did you have someone in mind? Ja, I do, and you would be doing him as much of a favor as he would be doing you. Is that not gut? I guess. Who is it? It is Samuel Zook. Emma's eyes widened. Of course, it had to be. The man she'd practically driven off her land. The one who she'd thrown his offer of help back in his face. The one that had already lost one farm. I heard, she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. About Samuel. That he lost his farm dash. Nay. Amos's voice was firm. This is not common knowledge, but Samuel didn't lose his farm. His dad made mistakes with many loans over the years. Once he died, the bank called those loans in, and Samuel couldn't pay. I wish he'd come to me before he gave up the farm. The district could have and would have pulled together to help him. Samuel did the honorable thing and let people believe it was him to save his dad's memory. But if he'd asked for help, he could have kept the farm. Don't make his mistake. Emma's fingers traced the rim of her coffee cup. She knew what was coming. If she married Samuel, then all her problems would be solved. She couldn't do it. But Amos, I'm not ready for help with your farm. His blue eyes held understanding. Or for letting someone into your life. Heat crept into her cheeks, and she looked down at her hands. Amos smiled. I'm not suggesting anything more than you help each other. There is no need to do anything more. You see, Samuel needs this too, Emma. He has knowledge to share and his own healing to do. No one will give him a job, and a man needs to work. Amos leaned forward slightly. Would you consider it? As a favor to me? Just for a trial period. The kitchen clock ticked steadily in the silence that followed. Through the window, Emma could see the north field where the fence needed mending, the barn with its troublesome roof. She thought of the tomatoes, the hens, all the jobs that exhausted her, and those that she had no idea how to tackle. The tasks kept piling up despite her best efforts. And the bishop had asked for a favor. She couldn't refuse that. It would be temporary. Her voice wavered slightly. Of course. Amos's smile was gentle. Just until you have got yourself back on your feet. Emma drew a deep breath, the scent of coffee and muffins grounding her in the moment. Her late husband's voice seemed to whisper in her memory, sometimes being strong means knowing when to accept help. All right, she said finally, squaring her shoulders. But Amos, please make sure everyone understands, this is only temporary. Naturally. Amos reached for another muffin, but Emma caught the slight twinkle in his eyes. Just temporary. A chickadee landed on the window sill, tilting its head as if curious about the conversation within. Emma watched it fly away, wondering if she'd just made a terrible mistake or taken the first step towards something she wasn't ready to name. Chapter 5, Pride and Persistence. The clip-clop of approaching hooves made Emma's hands still over her breakfast dishes. Through the kitchen window, she watched Samuel's buggy come to a stop beside her barn, right where Jonas used to park his. Her throat tightened at the memory. Samuel emerged from the buggy, his tall frame unfolding as he stepped down. He adjusted his broad-brimmed hat and surveyed the farmyard with what Emma considered an overly critical eye. She dried her hands with sharp, irritated movements. The knock, when it came, was firm and businesslike. Emma opened the door, lifting her chin slightly. "Good morning," Samuel said, his voice carrying a hint of uncertainty despite his confident stance. "Good morning." Emma gestured toward the barn. "I've made a list of what needs doing." Samuel's eyebrows rose at the paper she thrust toward him. "That's thorough. I like things done properly." Emma smoothed her apron, avoiding his gaze. "The north fence needs dash. I can see the fence from here." Samuel's direct tone made her bristle. "But the barn roof should be our first priority. More rains are coming. The fence is important for the livestock." Emma's voice grew sharp. "I've managed fine so far dash. The roof first." Samuel's tone brooked no argument. "Unless you want all the hay and feed ruined by the coming storm. Don't worry. I fixed the fence enough for a few days." He smiled before walking away. Emma pressed her lips together, watching as Samuel strode toward the barn, his steps purposeful. She had the urge to throw something at his back but knew that would be petty. And she would probably miss. The morning air carried the scent of approaching rain, and she knew he was right about the roof, but admitting it stuck in her throat. Throughout the morning, Emma found herself watching Samuel work from her kitchen window while she kneaded bread dough with more force than necessary. His efficient movements reminded her too much of Jonas, yet they were different enough to be jarring. When Samuel returned her ladder to the wrong place without asking, Emma marched out to the barn. "That ladder has always been stored by the east wall." Samuel paused in his work, wiping sweat from his brow. "It makes more sense here, closer to the tools. It's always been dash. Just because something's always been done one way doesn't make it the best way." Samuel's patience seemed to wear thin. Emma's cheeks burned. "This is my farm. For now." The words were quiet but clear. The silence that followed was broken only by the shuffling of chickens in the yard. Emma felt a wave of anger surge through her. She'd been right. He was here just to take her farm. She turned on her heel and walked back to her house, her skirts swishing angrily against her legs. By midday, dark clouds gathered overhead. Emma watched Samuel inspect the newly patched roof section, his movements sure and practiced. Despite her irritation, she had to admit he'd done a gut job. It was something she could never have done. Hauling the timber to the roof was much too much for her, and his skills showed that he'd worked on a farm all his life. A fresh wave of anxiety washed over her as she prepared lunch. Having him here made everything too real, the overwhelming tasks, her inadequacies, the emptiness Jonas left behind. The sound of boots on her porch startled her from her thoughts. "The roof repair is finished," Samuel said from the doorway. "I'll start on the fence after lunch. The nails dash. Are exactly where they should be, Emma." His voice held a note of exasperation. "I've been building fences since I could walk." Emma's hand tightened on her water pump handle. "Well, I just want to make sure that I don't ruin your farm." Samuel's direct gaze made her look away. "I know what I'm doing." The afternoon wore on, punctuated by similar exchanges. Emma found fault with the angle of the fence posts, the spacing of the rails, and even the way Samuel stacked the old wood. Yet he remained calm and stoic, stubbornly continuing his work despite her criticisms. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, Emma heard Tabby Lap's familiar buggy approaching. Her friend's visit was a welcome distraction from the unsettling day. "Emma!" Tabby's cheerful voice carried across the yard. "I brought you some of my apple kuchen." Emma ushered her friend inside, grateful for the chance to sit with someone who wouldn't challenge her every decision. They settled at the kitchen table with coffee and Tabby's cake, the familiar routine soothing Emma's frayed nerves. "How are you really doing?" Tabby asked softly after they'd covered the usual topics of weather and community news. Emma's fingers traced the pattern on her coffee cup. I'm thinking of selling, Tabby. Outside the kitchen window, Samuel was gathering his tools, his back to the house. The farm. Tabby's surprise was evident. But Emma, this is your home. It's too much. Emma's voice cracked slightly. Every corner holds memories of Jonas, and I can't. I can't keep pretending I can manage alone. Unknown to the women, Samuel had approached the back door to inform Emma he was finished for the day. His hand froze on the handle as their words reached him. Have you decided when? Tabby's voice drifted through the door. Soon, I think. Before winter sets in properly. Samuel stepped back quietly, his mind racing. The thought of Emma selling the farm stirred something unexpected in his chest, not just concern for his temporary job but a deeper disquiet he wasn't ready to examine. As he drove home through the gathering dusk, Samuel's thoughts whirled with possibilities. The farm was gut land, he knew that from just one day's work. The fields were well maintained despite Emma's struggles. The buildings were solid despite needing repair. If she was truly planning to sell. The evening stars began to appear as Samuel's buggy rolled toward home, each one seeming to mock his growing uncertainty. Could he find a way to buy the farm? Should he even try? And why did the thought of Emma losing her home stir such unexpected feelings of loss? The clip-clop of his horse's hooves marked time with his thoughts, offering no answers to his questions, only the steady rhythm of possibility and doubt. Chapter 6, Bitter Truths. Emma's fingers trembled as she gathered eggs from the henhouse, nearly dropping one when Samuel's shadow darkened the doorway. His presence filled the small space, bringing with it a mix of feelings of both despair and longing. What was happening with her? She wished Jonas was still here. That covered the despair, but she wanted Samuel to stay. To take on some of the burden, only she didn't want it to the same degree. We need to talk. Samuel's voice was low, determined. About the fence posts. Emma kept her back turned, carefully placing another egg in her basket. I told you yesterday they weren't deep enough. About you selling the farm. The egg in Emma's hand slipped, cracking against the basket's rim. Yellow yolk dripped between her fingers, but she barely noticed. Heat crept up her neck as she finally turned to face him. You were listening to my private conversation. I was coming to tell you I was done for the day. Samuel's jaw tightened. Emma, you can't sell this place. The broken egg forgotten, Emma pushed past him into the yard. The morning air felt thick with tension, matching the heaviness in her chest. I don't recall asking for your opinion on my personal decisions or those of the farm. This farm is more than just a business. Samuel followed her across the yard, his footsteps heavy behind her. Your husband. Don't. Emma whirled to face him, her voice sharp as a blade. Don't you dare speak of Jonas. But Jonas's face filled her mind anyway. His gentle smile when he'd first shown her the farm, his quiet pride in every harvest and in every cow they raised. The memory of his dreams for this place pressed against her heart like a physical weight. I have no choice, she said, softer now. I can't do this alone anymore. The admission cost her dearly. Each word felt like a betrayal, of Jonas's memory, of her own determination, even of Samuel's efforts to help. The disappointment in Samuel's eyes only twisted the knife deeper. You're not alone. Samuel stepped closer, his expression earnest. Emma, I will help you to turn this around, and if that is really not what you want, I could buy the farm. The words hit her like a slap. Emma stumbled back, nearly dropping her basket. What? Think about it. I know farming, I know this land. So you've been helping me just to get your hands on my property. To take my livelihood, my memories from me. The accusation flew from her lips before she could stop it, bitter as gall. Nay. Samuel's face flushed with anger. That's not dash. How would you even afford it? Emma's laugh held nay humor. Everyone knows about your trouble with the bank. That you're broke. Why had she said that? Amos had told her the truth, and he didn't deserve it. He deserved better, but so did she. Life wasn't fair, and at the moment, she didn't feel like being fair either. Samuel's expression hardened. The district would help. There are ways dash. The district. Emma's voice rose, startling a group of sparrows from the nearby apple tree. The district would help you, but not me. Is that what you're saying? They would help you too if you just ask dash. Ask? The word tasted like ashes in her mouth. Beg for help like some helpless widow. Is that what you think I should do? Maybe I should find a husband who wants a farm and doesn't mind if there's a frost attached. The morning breeze carried the scent of ripening apples and approaching rain. It was so familiar it hurt. This land, these smells, they were part of her now, woven into her being like threads in a quilt. And here was Samuel, suggesting she simply hand it all over to him. Emma. Samuel's voice gentled, which somehow made it worse. There's no shame in needing help. You don't understand. Emma wrapped her arms around herself, the egg basket dangling forgotten from her fingers. Jonas trusted me with this farm. He believed I could do this. Do you think he'd want you to struggle alone? To give up everything rather than accept help? Each word struck true, making Emma's defenses rise higher. Don't pretend you know what Jonas would want. He was twice the man you will ever be. I know he wouldn't want you destroying yourself out of pride. The truth, in his words, stung like winter wind. Emma turned away, blinking back hot tears. Behind her, Samuel's boots scuffed against the packed earth of the barnyard. The district helped my family once, he said quietly. When my dad was sick. We wouldn't have made it through that winter without them. That was different. But even as she spoke, Emma heard the weakness in her argument. It wasn't. Why hadn't she asked for help? Why? Because it wasn't you. Because you're too proud to admit you need the same help others accept. Emma's hands clenched into fists at her sides. Every word he spoke stripped away another layer of her carefully constructed walls, exposing the fear and uncertainty beneath. She was proud. She was afraid. And it hurt to admit that others might succeed where she had failed. Get out. The words came out barely above a whisper. Emma dash. Get out. This time, her voice carried across the yard, sharp with pain and anger. I don't need your help, and I certainly don't need your judgment. Samuel stood for a moment longer, his presence like a shadow she couldn't shake. Then, his boots crunched against the gravel as he turned toward his buggy. Emma didn't watch him go. She couldn't bear to see the disappointment in his eyes and couldn't stand to acknowledge the truth in his words. The broken egg in her basket had soaked into the other eggs, leaving them all stained with its failure. Like everything else she touched lately, it seemed. Jonas's beloved farm, Samuel's attempts to help, all of it tainted by her inability to accept what she needed most. Chapter 7, Shadows in the Night. The lamb casserole sat mostly untouched on Emma's plate, her fork pushing the vegetables back and forth like a petulant child. The kitchen clock ticked away the evening hours, each sound echoing in the empty house. Samuel's words from their argument kept repeating in her mind, mixing with memories of Jonas until she could hardly bear it. Too proud, she muttered, finally abandoning her dinner and carrying the plate to her sink. The scrape of uneaten food into the scrap bucket seemed unnecessarily loud. He doesn't understand. But he did understand, and that was the problem. Emma retrieved her quilting frame from beside the rocking chair, determined to lose herself in the rhythm of needle and thread. The half-finished pattern, one of Jonas's mam's designs, mocked her with its imperfections. After stabbing her finger for the third time, she set it aside with a frustrated sigh. The family Bible sat on its special table by the window, its familiar leather binding worn smooth by generations of hands. Emma opened it carefully, seeking comfort in its pages, but the words blurred before her eyes. Even here, she couldn't escape her thoughts. Hadn't she read something about pride coming before a fall? The evening dragged on, marked by failed attempts at distraction. Emma tried writing in her journal, but the blank pages offered no relief. She reorganized her sewing basket, swept the already clean floor, and finally admitted defeat. Upstairs, her bedroom felt too warm despite the cool autumn night. Emma tossed and turned, her mind replaying every moment of her argument with Samuel. The moonlight streaming through her window cast strange shadows on the wall, reminding her of how alone she was. "Jonas," she whispered into her pillow, "what should I do?" Sleep refused to come. After what felt like hours, Emma threw back her quilt and padded to the window in her nightgown. The familiar view of her farm, bathed in moonlight, usually brought her peace. But tonight, movement near the barn caught her eye. Emma pressed closer to the glass, her heart suddenly pounding. A shadow detached itself from the darker shadows of the barn wall, moving with deliberate stealth. Her fingers clutched the windowsill. Someone was out there, someone who had no business being on her property at this hour. For a moment, she was angry. This was Samuel. He had no right, and she would rush out and tell him. Only the man was shorter, more bent, and stockier than Samuel. What was he doing? Fear snaked a hand down her spine. She froze. She must tell him, only she wouldn't. She could be hurt. But what if he stole the cattle? The figure disappeared behind the barn, then reappeared moments later, closer to the house. "Samuel," she whispered before she could stop herself. Her cheeks burned with shame even as fear tightened her throat. She should be wishing for Jonas, praying for her husband's strong presence. Not thinking of Samuel's steady reliability, his quiet strength. "Forgive me, Jonas," she murmured, crossing herself. "Forgive me." The shadowy figure moved again, this time heading toward the road. Emma strained to make out details, height, build, anything that might identify the intruder, but the moon's light revealed nothing but a dark shape that soon melted into the night. Her first instinct was to run to the miller's farm. They were her closest neighbors, barely a quarter mile down the road. But that would mean crossing the yard, passing the barn where the stranger had been. Her legs trembled at the thought. Emma backed away from the window until she bumped into her bedroom door. The solid wood against her back offered little comfort as she slid down to sit on the floor, her nightgown pooling around her feet. Every creak of the house, every rustle of wind through the trees outside, made her jump. "Please don't come back," she whispered into the darkness. "Please." The moon continued its journey across the sky, casting shifting shadows through her window. Emma remained by the door, her arms wrapped around her knees, listening intently for any sound that might signal the intruder's return. The night stretched endlessly before her, filled with imagined footsteps and phantom noises. In these quiet, frightening moments, Emma couldn't help but think how different things would be if she hadn't sent Samuel away. His confident presence, his practical approach to problems, even his stubborn insistence on helping, all seemed far more valuable now than her pride. But such thoughts were dangerous, disloyal to Jonas's memory. Emma pressed her forehead against her knees, trying to sort through the tumult of her emotions. Fear, loneliness, guilt, and something else she wasn't ready to name swirled together until she could hardly breathe. The clock downstairs struck midnight, its chimes drifting up through the quiet house. Emma startled at the sound, then pressed a hand to her racing heart. She was safe inside, she told herself. The doors were locked, the windows secured. But as another shadow passed across her window, just a cloud this time, she couldn't quite make herself believe it. Chapter 8, Morning Reconciliation. The rhythmic sounds of Emma's butter churn did little to mask her exhaustion. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, evidence of her sleepless night, but it was the worry and the fear that stirred her stomach as much as the butter. Things had been better since Samuel came to work for her. She was starting to see a way to keep the farm. Even starting to believe that he would be fair. That the deal he made would benefit both of them equally. Then she chased him away. Drove him off with her talk of a sale and then her rude words. She should be ashamed. She should learn to accept help, as she had given it over the years. Samuel wasn't coming back, and if someone was prowling her land. A shudder ran down her spine. Why? She checked this morning, and nothing appeared to be missing or disturbed. Maybe they were just looking for somewhere to sleep. Maybe she should ask the bishop to see if help could be offered. Only the man's posture had spoken of menace. She knew that in her very core, and she was afraid. He was not there for anything good. She'd stopped churning and knew that she must continue. Usually, she loved this job, but today, her arms ached, and she felt like crying. A horse and buggy were approaching. She almost dropped the churn's handle, her heart lurching at the sound. It was Samuel. Through the window, she watched him park, climb down, and approach the house, his steps slower than usual, his shoulders tense. The morning mist still clung to the fields, wrapping the world in gray uncertainty, and he seemed to appear through it like a savior. Should she tell him about the visitor? Emma opened the door before he could knock. They stood facing each other across the threshold, the weight of yesterday's words hanging between them. I came to apologize, Samuel said, his hat in his hands. I spoke out of turn. Emma's fingers twisted in her apron. Nay, I'm the one who should be sorry. My pride, she swallowed hard. My pride has been getting in the way of what's best for the farm. For Jonas's legacy. Samuel's expression softened, but he remained silent, waiting. Would you? Emma took a deep breath, steadying herself. Would you still be willing to help me save the farm? Not to buy it, but to make it work. Of course. Relief flooded his features. I never meant to. I know. Emma managed a small smile. And if you stay on, help make it profitable again, there will always be a place for you here. And if, she hesitated, the words sticking in her throat. If I ever do decide to sell, you'll have the first chance to buy it. Samuel's eyes widened slightly. Emma, that's more than generous. It's practical. She lifted her chin. You know this land now. You've worked it. He nodded, then turned slightly as if to head toward the barn. But something in her appearance made him pause. You look tired. The concern in his voice nearly undid her. Emma's carefully maintained composure cracked, memories of the night's terror rushing back. Her hands began to shake. There was someone here last night. The words tumbled out before she could stop them. By the barn. I saw them from my window, sneaking around in the moonlight. Samuel's expression darkened. Did you see who it was? Nay, just a shadow. Emma wrapped her arms around herself, the morning air suddenly feeling colder. I was too afraid to go to the neighbors. I just sat here all night, wondering if they'd come back. Why didn't you send for help? Who would I send for? The question came out more bitter than she intended. Samuel's jaw set in a determined line. I'll sleep in the barn tonight. And the next few nights if needed. Nay, I couldn't ask that of you. You're not asking. I'm offering. His tone brooked no argument. We need to find out who's prowling around your property. Emma wanted to protest, to maintain her independence, but the memory of last night's fear was too fresh. It wouldn't be proper. I'm not staying in the house. It would be fine and right in the barn. I will let Amish know, and maybe he can get others to keep an eye out. Having someone steal from you or harm you wouldn't be proper either. Samuel's voice gentled. Let me help, Emma. Not because you're weak, but because you're wise enough to accept help when it's needed. The morning breeze cleared away a little of the fog, and somewhere in the distance, a rooster crowed. Emma found herself nodding, relief washing over her like a cool stream. Denki, she whispered. Samuel touched the brim of his hat, then turned toward the barn, his stride purposeful. Emma watched him go, noting how his presence seemed to make the farmyard feel more secure already. The guilt she expected to feel, for accepting his help, for feeling safer with him near, didn't come. Instead, a different kind of warmth settled in her chest as she watched him disappear into the barn. Perhaps this was what Bishop Amish had meant about strength coming in different forms. Sometimes, it meant standing alone, and sometimes it meant having the courage to let others stand with you. Emma returned to her butter churn, its familiar rhythm somehow more comforting now. The morning light grew stronger, burning away the mist and, with it, some of her fear. Whatever came next, she wouldn't have to face it alone. Chapter 9, Night Whispers. The evening meal Emma had prepared for Samuel, chicken and dumplings, was still steaming in the bowl. It felt warm against her palms as she carried it to the barn. This seemed both scary and comforting as she crossed the yard while twilight settled around her shoulders like a familiar shawl. The familiar sense of hay and livestock greeted her as she entered, along with the soft glow of Samuel's lantern from the loft, its light spilling down through the wooden slats. I brought you some supper, Emma called up, trying to keep her voice steady despite the flutter in her stomach. She smoothed her apron with her free hand, a nervous habit she couldn't seem to break. Samuel descended the ladder, his movements careful with respect for her presence. He gave her a smile as he reached the bottom. There was something shy and endearing about it. This was not the confident man who turned up on her doorstep a few weeks ago. You didn't have to do that. You're keeping watch over my farm. It's the least I can do. She held the bowl out, conscious of how their fingers might brush during the exchange. They did, and she felt a warmth spread through her, followed by a surge of guilt. They stood in the comfortable dimness of the barn, the lantern light casting dancing shadows on the weathered walls. Emma found herself studying the way it highlighted the strong lines of Samuel's face, the gentle curve of his mouth, then quickly looked away, her cheeks warming at her own boldness. The dumplings are my mam's recipe, she said, filling the silence that stretched between them like a delicate thread. Like the ones you brought to the harvest festival last year. Samuel's eyes crinkled at the corners, and something in his expression made her heart skip. I remember those. They sat on a bale and talked while he ate, their conversation flowing easier than Emma expected. It felt like a stream finding its natural course. She told him about the new calf in the north pasture, its wobbly legs and curious nature, and he shared stories about his Schwester's Kinner, his deep voice soft with affection. The barn's familiar sounds, horses shifting in their stalls, wind rustling through the hay, the occasional gentle lowing of cattle, created a peaceful backdrop to their shared moment. She stayed much longer than she expected, suddenly feeling embarrassed. I should get back. She stood, knowing that her cheeks were red. He stood, too. I will walk you. There's no need. Right now, she wanted space. There could be someone out there. Let me do this. He was right, of course. She nodded and felt a gentle hand on her back as he guided her from the barn. The house felt empty, and Emma took the stairs to bed. She undressed and washed, getting into her nightgown before removing her cap and brushing her hair. Once her cap was back in place, she knelt beside her bed for her nightly prayers. The guilt she'd carried all evening, for enjoying Samuel's company, for feeling safer with him near, weighed heavy on her heart. The floorboards beneath her knees were smooth from years of similar prayers. It was comfortable to step into her routine of faith. "Jonas," as she whispered, "I miss you so much." Her fingers traced the worn edges of her prayer cap, feeling each familiar crease and fold. "But I think you'd want me to be safe. To take care of the farm you loved so much. The farm where we built our dreams together." That said, she prayed. As she did, peace settled over her, like a warm quilt wrapped around her shoulders. The knowledge that Samuel was keeping watch allowed her to relax into her pillow, and soon, she drifted off to sleep, lulled by the gentle chorus of cricket songs drifting through her window. A sharp crack jolted Emma awake. She lay still, her heart pounding, listening intently. Another sound, footsteps crunching on gravel, had her sliding from her bed and moving to the window, her bare feet silent against the wooden floor. The curtains whispered as she drew them aside. The moon cast enough light to see a figure moving near the barn, a dark shape that didn't belong among the familiar shadows of her farm. Emma's hands trembled as she pulled on her robe and shoes, her fingers fumbling with the ties. She knew she should stay inside, but something drew her toward the door, the same protective instinct that made her check the animals during storms. The night air bit through her thin robe as she stepped onto her porch. It was quiet, still. There was nothing here. She was just being foolish. She was about to turn when a movement from the barn loft caught her eye. Samuel was already descending the exterior ladder, swift and silent as a barn cat's. "Go back inside," he hissed when he spotted her, his voice barely above a whisper but sharp with urgency. Emma shook her head, taking a step forward, her heart racing but her resolve firm. Samuel's jaw clenched, but seeing her determination, he moved to place himself between her and whatever threat lurked in the shadows, his broad shoulders forming a protective barrier in the moonlight. The figure emerged from behind the barn, darker than the surrounding night. Emma's fingers clutched the back of Samuel's shirt without conscious thought, the rough fabric grounding her in the moment. The cotton was still warm from his body, reminding her that she wasn't alone in this. Samuel took a step forward, his stance protective. "Hey!" The shadow bolted, racing across the moonlit yard toward the road. Samuel sprung into pursuit, his longer legs eating up the distance, boots pounding against the packed earth. Emma found herself running too, her shoe-clad feet silent on the cool grass, the dew dampening her skin. They would catch him, but what then? Who was this? Why were they here? Would Samuel be hurt? Her heart was pounding, her lungs aching, and she wished that this would all end. That she could be safe in bed. They rounded the corner. But the intruder was fast and knew the layout of the land all too well. They disappeared into the cornfield, the stalks rustling in their wake like whispers in the darkness. Samuel stopped at the field's edge, his breathing heavy, frustration evident in the set of his shoulders. "Are you all right?" He turned to Emma, his eyes scanning her face in the moonlight, searching for signs of distress. His hands twitched at his sides as if he wanted to reach for her, to offer comfort, but propriety held him back in an invisible barrier between them. Emma nodded, wrapping her arms around herself against the sudden chill. The night no longer felt peaceful, instead, it pressed in around them, full of hidden threats and unspoken dangers. "Let's get you back to the house," Samuel said softly, his voice gentle but firm. They turned back to the farmyard, but something caught Samuel's eye. He moved toward the barn door, where a piece of paper pinned to the door fluttered in the breeze like a trapped moth. Emma's breath caught as Samuel pulled it free and held it up to read by the moon's light. 5 words were scratched in an angry hand, the pen having torn the paper in places. "Sell before it's too late." The paper trembled in Samuel's fingers, or perhaps it was his hand that shook. Emma stared at the threatening message, her mind spinning with questions. Who would do this? Why? The farm had been her sanctuary since losing her husband. The thought of someone trying to drive her from it made her stomach clench with dread. The barn's shadow fell across them both, and Emma found herself stepping closer to Samuel, seeking the security of his presence while maintaining the proper distance that propriety demanded. The night seemed to close in around them, full of unseen dangers and unspoken fears. She clasped her hands tightly at her waist, her fingers working against each other as she tried to still their trembling. The familiar sense of hay and horses that usually brought her comfort now felt threatening, as if hiding secrets in their darkness. Even the usual nighttime sounds of crickets and rustling leaves seemed to carry sinister undertones. Why would someone do this? Chapter 10, Morning Council. Emma's hands shook slightly as she pulled the fresh bread from the oven. The familiar scent was doing little to calm her churning thoughts. The threatening note from the night before seemed to echo in her mind with each movement, its harsh words burning like the heat from the loaf in her hands. A knock at the door made her start, nearly dropping the loaf onto her well-worn wooden counter. "Come in." As she took a breath, she recognized Samuel's distinctive pattern of knocks, 3 quick taps followed by 2 slower ones. He stepped into her kitchen, and Emma couldn't help but notice how put together he looked despite spending the night in her barn. She knew she didn't look as gut. Her face was pale, her eyes smudged with blue from lack of sleep. Her cap wouldn't stay put, no matter how many times she adjusted it, and she felt as if she was walking through molasses, each movement requiring extra effort. However, his black shirt was crisp, his suspenders perfectly straight, and his hair, still damp from what must have been a bracing wash at the outdoor pump, was neatly combed back from his forehead. Only the slight shadows under his eyes and a certain tension in his shoulders hinted at his disturbed night. "I thought you might want some breakfast," Emma said, gesturing to the table where she'd laid out plates and was now serving eggs, sausage, fried potatoes with onions, and fresh apple butter she'd made just last week. She followed that by pouring 2 cups of coffee, their rich aroma mixing with the scent of food and the crisp morning air drifting through the slightly open window. "Thank ye." Samuel settled into the chair furthest from hers, maintaining a proper distance as custom dictated. "How are you doing this morning?" Emma's fingers twisted in her apron as she sat down, the familiar cotton offering little comfort. The morning light streaming through her windows seemed too bright, too normal for the turmoil she felt inside. "I don't understand any of this." "Who would?" she trailed off, unable to finish the thought, her voice catching slightly. Samuel's hand moved across the table slightly, as if he might reach for hers, but then withdrew, leaving a small wake in the steam rising from his coffee cup. The gesture, aborted though it was, made Emma's heart flutter unexpectedly. She busied herself with spreading apple butter on a slice of still warm bread, trying to hide her confusion and the slight flush that crept up her neck. "Emma." Samuel's voice was gentle but firm, like a steady hand guiding a frightened horse. "I think you should go see Bishop Amish today." She looked up, meeting his concerned gaze. The kitchen suddenly felt too small, too intimate, the walls seeming to press in around them. "The bishop? But he needs to know what's happening." Samuel's fingers curled around his coffee cup, his knuckles whitening slightly with tension. "This isn't just about a prowler anymore." "That note." Emma nodded, remembering the threatening words that had kept her awake most of the night. The piece of paper now sat in her Bible, a dark reminder of the danger lurking around her farm, tucked between the pages of Psalms where she'd tried to find comfort. "You're right. I'll harness your buggy while you get ready." The offer was practical and sensible, yet Emma felt an unexpected warmth at his thoughtfulness. She watched as he finished his breakfast, his movements efficient but unhurried, scraping the last bits of egg from his plate with a piece of toast. Despite everything, his presence brought a sense of stability to her usually lonely morning routine, filling the quiet kitchen with a comfort she hadn't realized she'd been missing. Outside, the sun shone brightly, but to her, the air carried a hint of danger, making her gather her shawl closer about her shoulders. A mourning dove cooed somewhere in the distance, the sound somehow mournful. Samuel had her buggy ready, the horse stamping impatiently in the early morning chill, its breath creating small clouds in the crisp air. He'd even thought to put a blanket on the seat for comfort, the familiar blue wool neatly folded. "The bishop will know what to do," Samuel said as he helped her up into the buggy, his hand steady beneath her elbow. The brief contact, though proper and necessary, sent an unexpected shiver through her that had nothing to do with the cool morning air. His fingers lingered for just a moment longer than strictly needed. Emma gathered the reins, suddenly reluctant to leave the safety of his presence. "Samuel, about last night. I'll be here when you get back." His voice carried a promise that made her throat tight, deep, and sure as the foundation stones of her farmhouse. "The farm will be safe, and so will you. I promise." She nodded, unable to find the right words to express her gratitude, her fingers tightening unconsciously around the leather reins. The horse shifted restlessly beneath her, eager to be moving, its breath creating small clouds in the crisp morning air. Samuel stepped back, his face showing concern and something else she couldn't quite name, something that made her heart flutter in a way that both thrilled and frightened her. As Emma clicked to her horse and started down the lane, she caught a glimpse of Samuel in her side vision, standing straight and tall in her yard, his broad shoulders set with determination. His presence, even as she drove away, felt like a shield against the unknown threats that seemed to be gathering around her farm, a silent guardian watching over all she held dear. The morning mist still clung to the lower fields as she drove, wreathing the fence posts in ghostly white, and the steady clip-clop of her horse's hooves provided a rhythm for her tumbling thoughts. What would Bishop Amish say when she arrived at his door? Would those kind, faded blue eyes understand her fear, her confusion? And why did Samuel's careful distance both relieve and disappoint her, stirring emotions she thought had been buried alongside her husband? The answers seemed as elusive as the shadows that had haunted her farm the night before, disappearing into the morning light but leaving their mark all the same, like footprints in freshly fallen snow that melt away before they can be properly examined. Chapter 11, Unbidden Feelings. Samuel's hands moved automatically through the morning chores, his mind elsewhere as he scattered feed for the chickens. The impatient birds pecked around his feet, their soft clucking a counterpoint to his troubled thoughts. Emma's face when she'd read that threatening note kept appearing in his memory, the fear in her eyes, the slight trembling of her lower lip that she tried so hard to control. He could still feel the phantom weight of her hand on his arm when she'd steadied herself, the warmth of her touch lingering like a brand against his skin. His fingers tightened around the feed bucket until his knuckles whitened, the rough wooden handle digging into his palm. When he'd first come to this farm, his goals had been simple: earn some money, maybe position himself to buy the property if Emma decided to sell. Now, everything had shifted, leaving him unbalanced and questioning his own heart. The very ground beneath his feet seemed less solid than before, transformed by feelings he hadn't expected and couldn't ignore. The dairy cows needed milking. Samuel settled onto the three-legged stool, pressing his forehead against the warm flank of the first Holstein. The rhythmic sound of milk hitting the metal pail usually soothed him, but today, it merely provided a backdrop for his churning thoughts. The familiar scent of hay and cattle brought memories of Emma showing him the proper technique those first few days, her patient instructions, and gentle corrections. He remembered how her delicate hands had demonstrated the proper grip, how her soft voice had guided him through each step, and how her quiet strength had commanded his respect from the very beginning. "This isn't what I planned," he muttered to the cow, who flicked her ear in response and shifted her weight with a soft snort, her tail swishing lazily against her flanks. The morning stretched before him, filled with tasks that needed doing. The hay in the upper field was ready for its first cutting, the sweet scent of timothy and clover drifting on the breeze. The tomato plants Emma had started needed staking, their tender stems already beginning to bow under the weight of tiny green fruit. The new piglets required their morning feed, their eager squeals carrying across the barnyard. Yet each job only reminded him of her careful planning, her determination to keep the farm running, her quiet strength in the face of so many challenges. He found himself looking for glimpses of her across the farmyard, hoping to catch sight of her tall, willowy figure moving between tasks, her cap catching the morning light. Of course, as she was talking to the bishop. Perhaps saying that Samuel was taking liberties. Perhaps he would be sent from her, and that felt worse than losing the family farm. Samuel moved to the vegetable garden, where morning glories still clung to their trellises, their purple-blue petals drinking in the early light. The vines twisted and curled around the weathered wooden supports, reaching skyward with delicate tendrils. Emma had planted them, she told him, because they were Jonas's favorite. The thought sent an unexpected pang through his chest. Here he was, thinking about her smile, the way her eyes crinkled when she laughed at one of his small jokes, the gentle way her hazel eyes lit up with mirth while she still mourned her husband. The guilt of these unbidden feelings weighed heavily on him as he knelt in the cool earth to begin his work, the morning dew seeping through his pants at the knees. The summer sun climbed higher as he worked, burning off the morning dew and warming his shoulders through his shirt. In the distance, a whippoorwill called, its distinctive song echoing across the fields, reminding him of how Emma had once described their song as a God's alarm clock for farmers. He smiled at the memory, then caught himself, his hands stilling momentarily in the dark soil. Focus, he commanded himself sternly, attacking the weeds around the bean plants with perhaps more force than necessary, sending clumps of earth flying as he yanked the stubborn invaders from the ground. But focusing proved impossible. Every corner of the farm held some reminder of her. The patch of zinnias she'd planted near the house, their bright colors a tribute to her hope for beauty even in difficult times. The newly mended fence where they'd argued that first day, her fierce independence both frustrating and admirable, and the way her eyes had flashed with determination were still vivid in his memory. The barn door where that threatening note had appeared made him want to gather her close, to protect her from whatever darkness lurked around her property, though he knew she'd resist such protection with every fiber of her being. Samuel paused in his work, wiping sweat from his brow with his sleeve, his calloused fingers trembling slightly with emotion he refused to name. The desire to comfort her, to shield her from harm, went far beyond his role as a farm hand. He knew that now, felt it in the way his heart quickened whenever she appeared in the yard, heard it in the softness of his own voice when he spoke her name. But what could he do about it? Emma was still grieving, still wearing her widow's black, still speaking Jonas's name with such tenderness that it made his chest ache with guilt for even harboring such feelings. The young piglets squealed for their feed, drawing him to their pen, their pink snouts pressed eagerly against the wooden slats. As he poured their meal, the familiar scent of corn and grain filling the air, he remembered Emma's delight when the litter had been born. How she'd spent hours ensuring the runt survived. Her compassion, her gentle determination, these were the qualities that had snuck past his defenses when he wasn't looking, settling into his heart like winter wheat taking root in fertile soil. In the vegetable garden, the pea vines needed training up their supports, their reaching tendrils searching blindly for something to hold. Samuel worked methodically, his hands gentle with the delicate tendrils, carefully weaving each stem through the twine he'd strung weeks ago. Would Emma notice this small task when she returned from the bishop's house? Would she smile the quiet smile that made his heart beat faster, the one that brought a hint of dimples to her cheeks? She'd be horrified, he murmured to the pea plants, his fingers stilling on a tender shoot, the morning dew still clinging to its leaves. If she knew. The thought of her reaction to his growing feeling sent a chill through him despite the warming day. The spring sun was doing nothing to thaw his unease. She trusted him to protect her farm and to help her through this difficult time. How could he betray that trust with these unbidden emotions that grew stronger with each passing season? The morning wore on, each task both a welcome distraction and a reminder of his dilemma. The dairy cows needed moving to fresh pasture, their heavy udders swaying as they lumbered through the dewy grass. The chicken coop needed cleaning, the hens clucking indignantly as he scattered fresh straw. The young apple trees required checking for pests, their delicate spring blossoms promising a bountiful harvest that seemed impossibly far away. Samuel threw himself into each job, trying to exhaust his body enough to quiet his mind, hoping physical weariness might dull the ache in his heart. But still, his thoughts returned to Emma, to the way she'd looked at him that morning, seeking reassurance. To the trust she'd placed in him by allowing him to stay, to help protect her. To the way his name sounded when she spoke it, soft and uncertain in the pre-dawn darkness, like a prayer whispered in the stillness of morning worship. What should he do with these feelings that grew stronger with each passing day? How could he continue to work alongside her, to protect her, without revealing the truth in his heart? The questions circled in his mind like the barn swallows overhead, offering no answers, only the constant reminder of his growing attachment to both the farm and its owner. He found himself watching for glimpses of her brown hair beneath her cap as she moved about her daily tasks. Thought about how he noticed the breeze catching at her apron strings. He remembered the gentle way her hazel eyes met his across the farmyard. These unbidden thoughts were becoming as natural as breathing and just as impossible to control. Chapter 12, The Bishop's Counsel. The crunch of Emma's buggy wheels on Bishop Amos's gravel drive alerted Sarah Beeler to her arrival. Before Emma could reach the gate, Sarah appeared at the door, her kind face creased with welcome, her black prayer covering neatly pinned in place despite the early hour. "Emma, come in." Sarah's warm hands clasped Emma's cold ones, drawing her into the warmth of the house. "You look like you could use some coffee." The morning still got a chill to it. The familiar scent of baking enveloped Emma as she followed Sarah through the tidy house, past the well-worn wooden coat pegs and Sarah's collection of pressed flowers in simple frames. In the dining room, Bishop Amos sat at the heavy oak table, papers spread before him, his long gray beard catching the morning light that streamed through spotless windows. He looked up from his sermon notes, his faded blue eyes twinkling with grandfatherly warmth. "Ah, Emma. Good morning. It is a wonderful surprise to see you." Sarah disappeared into the kitchen, returning moments later with a tray bearing steaming coffee cups and thick slices of chocolate cake, still slightly warm from the oven. The rich aroma of both filled the room, somehow making Emma's troubles seem less overwhelming, as Sarah's hospitality always managed to do. Sarah smiled and backed out of the door, closing it behind her. Somehow, she always knew when this was a social visit or when the bishop's counsel was needed. Amos indicated for Emma to take a bite, and they ate in comfortable silence for a few minutes. The only sounds were the gentle clink of forks against plates and the ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner, its steady rhythm marking time as it had for generations of Beelers. Emma watched as Amos carefully wiped chocolate crumbs from his beard with a napkin, then placed his hands on the table. "Now then, what brings you here this morning?" Emma's fingers twisted in her lap, her knuckles widening with anxiety. "Someone's been prowling around my farm at night." The familiar twinkle in Amos's eyes disappeared, replaced by serious concern that deepened the wrinkles around his faded blue eyes. "Tell me everything." As Emma recounted the events of the past 2 nights, ending with the threatening note, she watched the bishop's expression grow increasingly grave. "This is serious," Amos said when she finished, leaning forward in his chair. "You shouldn't be alone. We can arrange protection, or you could stay here until dash." "I'm not alone." Emma felt heat rise in her cheeks, spreading to the tips of her ears. "Samuel Zook is staying in the barn." "I know it's not, that is," he offered after the first incident, and her voice trailed off uncertainly. "Samuel." Amish stroked his beard thoughtfully, his weathered fingers moving through the gray strands. He is a gut man, Samuel. Very responsible. But is it appropriate? Emma's voice wavered slightly, her hazel eyes seeking reassurance. Having him stay there. What would be inappropriate would be leaving you unprotected. Amos's voice carried the weight of authority, the same tone he used during Sunday services. Samuel should definitely remain until this matter is resolved. I'll speak with the Englishshire sheriff today. Emma smoothed her apron nervously, her fingers tracing the familiar fabric. What will people say? They will say that our district takes care of its own. Amos's tone brooked no argument, his gaze steady and paternal. That we protect those who need protecting. Relief washed over Emma, releasing tension she hadn't realized she'd been carrying. She took another sip of coffee, savoring its warmth and the comfort it provided in this moment of uncertainty. Emma. Amos's voice had softened, taking on the gentle tone he often used with his Grosvenor. How do you feel about Samuel? The question caught her off guard, making her fingers twist in her apron. The problem was she didn't know how she felt. He had awakened a feeling of, she couldn't define it, but it made her grief worse. He's a hard worker. He seems nice. She couldn't quite meet the bishop's knowing gaze. Amos scratched his chin thoughtfully, his weathered fingers running through his gray beard. He is that. The note, the farm, are you considering selling? Nay. The answer came quickly, surprising even herself. Her voice grew stronger. Just a week before, she had been thinking of it. But Samuel had somehow made it easier. His quiet presence. His knowledge and his belief that the farm could be rescued had turned her mind around. Nay, I don't think I am. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss? Amos seemed to stare at her for long moments. Nay, thank ye. I just want to know who this is and to feel safe. Amos rose to escort Emma to the door, his steady presence reassuring as always. The morning air felt fresher somehow, lighter, carrying the sweet scent of Sarah's roses from the garden. Thank ye, Emma said, pausing on the porch steps, her heart full of gratitude for their wisdom and care. Emma. Amos's voice stopped her, gentle but firm. It's okay to let go of the past and build a new future. There is no shame in it, and Jonas would not want you to suffer. But think about it. Pray on it. The words settled deep in her chest, stirring something she wasn't quite ready to examine, like dust motes dancing in morning light. I will. As Emma climbed into her buggy, she felt the weight of Amos's words following her. The past, the future, they seemed less clearly defined than they had just hours ago. The steady clip-clop of her horse's hooves marked time with her thoughts as she headed home, where Samuel would be waiting. The thought brought an unexpected warmth to her cheeks, and she found herself absently touching the spot on her arm where Jonas always used to rest his hand. She wondered if perhaps Bishop Amos had meant more than he'd said. The morning sun broke through the clouds as she drove, casting long shadows across the road ahead, like fingers pointing toward home, toward possibilities she hadn't allowed herself to consider until now. Chapter 13, The Matchmaker's Eye. The bell above Katie Yoder's cafe door tinkled as Ruth Esch settled into her favorite corner table, her eyes sparkling with barely contained excitement. The aroma of fresh-baked apple fritters and brewing coffee filled the cozy space, mixing with the sound of quiet conversation from the other patrons. The cafe was full today, bustling, and she was so happy to be here, meeting with her gross doctor. Life couldn't be better unless, of course, she could make another match. Now, Tabby. Ruth leaned forward as her gross doctor slid into the chair across from her, the wooden legs scraping softly against the floor. Did you see how Samuel looked at Emma during the service on Sunday? Tabby Lapp hid her smile behind her coffee cup, the steam fogging her glasses slightly. Gross mammy, you're seeing things that aren't there again. These young people are so blind. Ruth broke off a piece of her apple fritter, the crystallized sugar coating her fingers. She licked them clean with a satisfied smile. The way he stood straighter when she walked past, how he almost dropped his hymnal when she smiled at him. And did you notice how he lingered by the door, just hoping to catch her eye? He did not. Tabby's laugh drew glances from nearby tables, and she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Well, he might have, if she'd smiled at him properly. Ruth waved her hand dismissively, sending a few sugar crystals flying across the worn wooden tabletop. That's the problem, you see. They need a little encouragement. Emma especially, bless her heart. She keeps herself too guarded. Ever since that terrible day, she's built walls higher than Jacob Yoder's new barn. The cafe door opened again, its brass bell chiming softly, letting in a cool breeze, and a slender figure in a plain blue dress, her cap pulled low on her head. Ruth's eyes narrowed with interest as Hannah Stoltzfus, Faith Creek's newest resident, chose a table near them, carefully arranging her shawl over the back of her chair. Her movements were precise and deliberate, like someone still finding their place in an unfamiliar world. Now there's another one who needs help, Ruth whispered, though her whisper carried further than she probably intended, making Tabby wince. Gross mammy. Tabby glanced apologetically toward Hannah's table, her cheeks flushing pink. You can't plan everyone's life. I'm not planning. I'm observing. Ruth dabbed at her mouth with a napkin, leaving a smudge of sugar behind. Her weathered hand smoothed the fabric over her lap as she leaned forward conspiratorially. Did you know she's a healer? Learned from her grossmammy in Lancaster County. She is such a quiet thing, but she has knowledge in those green eyes of hers. I've seen her gathering herbs at dawn, you know. Tabby watched as Hannah ordered her coffee, noting how the newcomer kept her eyes downcast, her movements careful and measured, like a deer at the edge of a meadow. She seems nice but shy. Shy isn't the word. Ruth's voice took on the tone she used when sharing particularly juicy gossip, her eyes bright with interest. I heard she was engaged once, back in Lancaster. Something happened with a sickness outbreak, and the engagement was broken. Poor thing probably needs someone steady, someone who would appreciate her gifts. Someone who understands the importance of healing work. Grossmammy, Tabby sighed, stirring her cooling coffee with more force than necessary. You can't fix everyone's life. But Emma and Samuel first. Ruth tapped the table for emphasis, her nails making a soft clicking sound against the wood. I was thinking, with it being a quiet time, maybe we could arrange some sort of gathering. Something casual, where they might have to work together. Perhaps something with the church youth group. Like you arranged for the Miller's barn raising. Or the Peaceful Valley quilting bee. Tabby raised her eyebrows, counting off on her fingers. Or the time you convinced Susan her horse needed special herbs that only Levi could find. The poor man spent 3 days searching the creek beds. Ruth had the grace to look slightly embarrassed, her weathered hands fidgeting with the edge of her apron. Well, if people would just see what's right in front of them. Sometimes, they need someone with experience to point things out. And now you're already planning matches for Hannah. Tabby gestured toward the quiet woman who sat sipping her drink and reading a small book in the corner, seemingly oblivious to their conversation. She's barely unpacked her bags. The moving boxes are still in her front room. But think about it. Ruth's eyes gleamed with possibilities, the same look she got whenever she spotted a potential match. She needs someone who would understand her calling. Someone stable but not too set in his ways. Perhaps that new widower over in Bird in Hand. He has such a fine dairy farm, and I hear he reads just as much as she does. Grossmammy. Tabby reached across the table to pat her grossmammy's hand, trying to hide her amusement. Maybe it's best to leave these things to God. You know what the bishop says about interfering too much. Ruth sniffed, but her eyes twinkled with unmistakable mischief. And who's to say God didn't give me this talent for seeing what others can't? These young people today. They need a little nudge in the right direction. Sometimes several nudges, if I'm being honest. Tabby watched as her grossmammy's gaze darted between Hannah's solitary figure and the window, through which they could see Emma's buggy passing by, the young widow's straight-backed silhouette clearly visible against the morning sun. The older woman's face softened with genuine concern and love for her community, the wrinkles around her eyes deepening with maternal warmth. ACH. Ruth waved away the suggestion, but her smile was fond, her weathered hands moving through the air with the same decisiveness she applied to all her endeavors. You sound just like your gross dotty. He always said I should let things be, but look how well my matches turned out. Every one of them is still married, raising their families right here in our community. Just like you. Tabby smiled. She was very happily married, but she wasn't sure how much her grossmammy had to do with it. But still, she would let her have this one. The sun broke through the clouds outside, sending warm light streaming through the cafe's windows. In its glow, Ruth's face shone with the certainty of someone who believed absolutely in her mission to bring happiness to others, whether they wanted it or not. Her eyes followed Emma's buggy until it disappeared around the bend, and she absently smoothed her dark apron with hands that had spent decades nurturing both gardens and relationships. Chapter 14, Breaking Points. The clatter of hooves against packed earth drew Emma from her morning prayers. Through her bedroom window, she caught a glimpse of Samuel galloping away on her bay gelding, his body bent low over the horse's neck. Something in his urgent posture sent a chill through her, making her fingers tighten around her well-worn prayer book. Emma dressed and hurried downstairs, not bothering to pin her cap properly, the strings trailing loose against her neck. The screen door banged behind her as she rushed into the yard, her boots catching on the uneven ground where last week's rain had carved small rivulets. The morning air held a real bite, and her breath formed small clouds as she ran, the dew-laden grass soaking the hem of her dress. Then she saw it. The fence to the cattle field lay broken and twisted, and beyond it, nothing. Nay, cattle. The usually peaceful morning scene had transformed into her worst nightmare. The rising sun cast long shadows across the empty pasture, making the destruction seem even more stark and terrible. Nay, she whispered, running closer, her heart hammering in her throat. The wooden posts, which Samuel had only recently repaired, lay splintered on the ground like discarded matchsticks. Emma knelt beside one, her fingers tracing the clean, angular cut at its base. This wasn't weather damage or normal wear. Someone had done this deliberately, and the precision of the cut sent another wave of fear through her. Without hesitation, Emma ran to the barn, her heart pounding against her ribs. She saddled her mare with trembling hands, nearly dropping the bridle in her haste. The leather was cool and stiff in the morning air. The horse sensed her anxiety, dancing sideways as Emma mounted, its ears flicking back and forth nervously as if sharing its rider's distress. They followed Samuel's trail across the morning damp fields, the mare's hooves throwing up clods of earth with each determined stride. The cool air stung Emma's cheeks as she rode, and in the distance, she could hear the low bawling of cattle and the sharp whistle Samuel used to direct his horse. The sound echoed across the empty pastures like a beacon. She found them at the creek boundary, Samuel working to turn the scattered herd. His face was set in grim concentration as he guided the gelding with his knees, leaving his hands free to signal to the cattle. Sweat darkened the back of his shirt despite the morning chill. It bore witness to how long he'd been at this task, to how hard he'd worked. Take the far side. His voice carried across the field, sharp with urgency. Emma urged her mare forward, falling easily into the familiar rhythm of herding. The work was in her bones, muscle memory taking over where worry left off. Together, they worked in silent coordination, gradually turning the cattle back toward home. The animals moved sluggishly, confused by their unexpected freedom and reluctant to give it up, their hooves dragging through the dewy grass. The sun had climbed higher by the time they finally got the last cow into the field and secured inside by the makeshift fence Samuel quickly created. Emma's arms ached from holding the reins, and her dress was damp with morning dew and sweat, clinging uncomfortably to her back. Her mare's sides heaved with exertion beneath her. "I'll make breakfast," she said, watching Samuel examine the broken fence, his shoulders tense with barely contained frustration. "You must be hungry." He gave her a smile, and it seemed to chase away the fear. In her kitchen, Emma's hands shook as she cracked eggs into a bowl, the shells splintering more forcefully than she intended. Through the window, she could see Samuel working, his movements precise and angry as he cleared away the damaged posts. The familiar routine of cooking helped steady her nerves, mixing batter for pancakes, slicing fresh peaches from her garden, brewing coffee strong enough to match the morning's challenges. The comforting sense of vanilla and cinnamon filled the kitchen, a stark contrast to the anxiety still churning in her stomach. Samuel came in just as she was setting the table, his face troubled, streaked with dirt and sweat from his work outside. "Emma, this wasn't an accident." She set down the coffee pot carefully, afraid it might slip from her trembling fingers. The porcelain clinked against the wooden table. "What do you mean?" She asked it even though she already knew. It just seemed so unreal. The posts were sawn through. Samuel's voice was tight with controlled anger, his jaw working as he spoke. "Someone did this on purpose, waited for the cattle to put pressure on the fence. They knew exactly what they were doing. But why would anyone?" Her voice caught in her throat as understanding began to dawn. "To force you to sell." Samuel's hands clenched at his sides, knuckles white with tension. "They're trying to wear you down. To make you think it's too much to handle alone. To make you give up this place." The truth of his words hit Emma like a physical blow, settling cold and heavy in her chest. She turned away, busying herself with the napkins, trying to hide the tears that suddenly blurred her vision, but a sob escaped despite her best efforts. The sound seemed too loud in the quiet kitchen. "Emma." Samuel's voice softened, gentled like he was speaking to one of his spooked horses. She felt his hands on her shoulders, gentle and hesitant, the calloused fingers barely grazing the fabric of her dress. Without thinking, Emma turned into his embrace, pressing her face against the rough fabric of his shirt, seeking solace in the solid warmth of him. His arms came around her, strong and secure, smelling of morning air and fresh-cut wood, of honest work and sunlight. For a moment, she allowed herself to accept the comfort he offered, to be held and protected as she hadn't been since Jonas. His heart beat steady and strong under her cheek, his hands warm against her back, one between her shoulder blades, the other at her waist. Then reality crashed in like ice water, the impropriety of their position, the memory of Jonas, the confusion in her own heart that threatened to overwhelm her. Emma jerked back, her cheeks burning hot enough to scald. Samuel's arms fell to his sides, his face a mask of regret and something else she couldn't quite read, something that made her breath catch in her throat. "I'm sorry," he said roughly, his voice thick with emotion. "I shouldn't have, that was wrong of me." His fingers flexed at his sides as if they missed the contact already. Before Emma could respond, before she could find words to explain the storm of feelings inside her, he was gone. The screen door slapped shut behind him with a hollow finality. She stood in her kitchen, the pancakes growing cold on the table, her skin still tingling where he'd held her, the ghost of his touch refusing to fade. Outside, she could hear him attacking the fence repairs with renewed vigor, the rhythmic pounding of his hammer against wood as if trying to drive away his own confusion with physical labor. Emma pressed her hands to her heated cheeks, trying to steady her racing heart, knowing she would fail. What had just happened? And why did Samuel's absence feel like a physical ache in her chest, an emptiness that hadn't been there before he'd held her. Chapter 15, Footprints. Samuel felt a heaviness in his chest as he headed back toward the wooden fence, battling against the rush of regret that swirled around him. The sensation of Emma's soft form lingered in his arms moments before her wide hazel eyes filled with a mix of shock and confusion. He shouldn't have pulled her so close. Yet, the impulse to do so burned through him like fire. The scent of earth stirred the memories of the day's work, mingling with the faint aroma of baking bread that often escaped Emma's kitchen. Guilt washed over him like a cold wave, nudging him to take responsibility for his actions. At that moment, he knew he needed to make amends. To seek counsel. Perhaps the bishop had prayers that could help him quell the conflicting feelings that threatened to confuse everything. As he approached the fence, his gaze dropped to the ground. A set of footprints caught his attention, fresh impressions in the muddy soil on the lane's opposite side. He leaned in closer, curiosity taking hold of him. They were boot prints, distinct and uneven, leading straight toward the fence. His heart quickened. Who could they belong to? Samuel felt the urge to follow them. Something or someone had crossed into his world. There was only one neighbor's property beyond this point, the land owned by Jacob King, the Englisher who was rumored to be interested in buying Emma's farm. With resolve, he decided to track the prints. The soil was soft and yielding, making them easy to follow as they ventured through the open fields. Ignoring the nagging feeling that whispered he should turn back, Samuel pressed on, drawn by a potent brew of concern and a hint of protective instinct. His feet moved with purpose, urgency propelling him forward. As he entered the edge of Jacob's land, the scents changed, encased in the tang of freshly tilled earth and the distinct aroma of hay that seemed to float in from nearby barns. Samuel's senses sharpened. He could almost hear the sound of a hammer striking wood, mingled with the distant hum of bees busily at work in the vibrant wildflowers dotting the property. There they were, the prints leading away from the fence, strengthening his pace. Each step carried the weight of his unease. The thought of Jacob encroaching on Emma's life stirred something deep within him. The man's reputation was widespread, and with rumors of his interest in purchasing Emma's farm, Samuel's protective instincts flared. He crossed the yard, spotting evidence of recent activity, a wheelbarrow overturned, a few garden tools scattered haphazardly on the ground. Samuel's heart pounded in his chest. What was Jacob doing? Was the man scheming behind the scenes, plotting ways to convince Emma to part with her land? Just then, a voice carried on the wind, pulling Samuel from his thoughts. Jacob stood a few yards away, deep in conversation with another neighbor, one of Emma's friends, Joanne. The wide, friendly smile Jacob wore only fueled Samuel's unease. He was a man fond of pleasantries, but Samuel knew all too well that underneath that charm often lay a calculative nature. Samuel crept closer, hidden behind a nearby tree, every muscle in his body tense with a growing need to protect Emma, even from a distance. The man had damaged the fence. The footsteps proved it, and yet they didn't. Samuel knew he couldn't accuse Jacob on such flimsy evidence. Don't you see the potential? Jacob was saying, gesturing toward Emma's farmhouse enthusiastically. I could renovate the place. Just think of what beautiful things we could do together. That land can blossom under proper care. Joanne's brow creased, thoughtful but skeptical. It's not just land, Jacob. It holds memories. Besides, Emma's gone through so much after losing her husband. She might need time before she decides anything about it. Grief can blind a person to opportunity, Jacob countered, his tone smooth. I can help her see the light. I'll offer a price she can't refuse. Samuel stiffened at those words, the pain echoing in his chest tightening to a knot. He shouldn't be lurking like this. Yet he couldn't tear himself away from the scene unfolding. This was Emma's life being discussed without her presence. Going forward would be crossing another boundary. His heart ached to make himself known, to step from the shadows and stand up for her, but the thought of ruining any chance they might have in the future held him back. Still, another part of him surged with anger at the idea of Jacob scheming to take from Emma what had been hers, the land her husband had cherished, the very place where Emma fought to stitch her life back together. Without thinking, he stepped farther into view, breaking free from the shroud of trees. "I think you'd best leave," Samuel called out, his voice steady but edged with urgency, eyes locked onto Jacob with fierce determination. Both Jacob and Joanne turned at the sound, surprise clawing at their expressions. Samuel felt the weight of all that was unspoken between them, his protectiveness of Emma and the unyielding ground he was willing to stand upon. "Samuel," Joanne greeted, relief washing over her. "Oh, I didn't know you were here." "I was just following footprints that led me here," Samuel replied, gesturing toward the ground with a level of unease he hoped didn't seep into his words. "Essentially tracking down an unknown visitor." "Jacob." "Footprints." Jacob's demeanor shifted, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "What a coincidence. I was just trying to have a simple discussion about an opportunity." The ease in his tone twisted with insincerity. "Opportunity for whom?" Samuel challenged, stepping closer, the tension in his stance growing taut like a bowstring. "Not everyone sees selling the land as an opportunity." Joanne moved subtly between them, worry knitting her brow. "Maybe we should discuss this at another time." "Not without the right conversation." Samuel directed his gaze back to Jacob. "What you're suggesting is not just an offer. It's a disruption in Emma's life, one she might not appreciate." Jacob's leisurely grin faded, sharpening into something steely. "I understand your concern, but Emma's future is not solely your business, Samuel." "It is when you're trying to take advantage of her vulnerable state," Samuel snapped, the protectiveness radiating from his core. "She deserves the space to choose her own path, not to be pressured by someone who desires her property for profit. Not to be scared, threatened, and to have her cattle turn loose." The tension hung heavy in the air as if the world around them had momentarily paused to witness the confrontation. Who would do such a thing? Jacob was so smug Samuel got the urge to punch him. Joanne's eyes darted between them, sensing the weight of emotion surging just beneath the surface. "Let's all just take a step back," she suggested softly, her calming presence attempting to ease the situation. "This can wait for another day. Emma will know what to do for herself with time." Jacob's gaze lingered on Samuel, simmering with frustration as he glanced back and forth between Samuel and Joanne. "Very well," he said finally, his voice even but cold. "I will respect her space. For now." With a final narrowed look, Jacob turned and strode away, the resonance of his footsteps echoing like a distant warning. Samuel watched him go, the knot in his chest loosening slightly but still weighing on his heart. As Samuel faced Joanne, her relieved expression helped ease the tension in his shoulders. "Thank you for that," she said softly. "I didn't know how to intervene." "I couldn't just stand by," he replied, the adrenaline slowly seeping from his veins. "Emma has been through enough. She needs space to heal." "Just be careful, Samuel," Joanne cautioned. "You don't want to push her away when she finally starts to open up. There's so much to consider." "I know," Samuel said, running a hand through his hair, frustration mingling with uncertainty. "But I can't just let someone like Jacob take advantage of her. She deserves better." Joanne's gaze reflected understanding, urging him to calm the storm in his heart. "Just give her time. You might find that patience brings her closer when the moment feels right." They stood in quiet understanding for a moment, the lingering tension diffusing slowly. Samuel took a deep breath, knowing Joanne was right. He wanted to protect Emma, but he also needed to ensure she found the strength to navigate this on her own terms. "Thank you for being here, Joanne," he acknowledged, grateful for her support. Always. She smiled softly before glancing back toward the path Jacob had taken. You'd best see Emma before Jacob gets another chance. She needs to know what's happening. With a nod, Samuel appreciated her words. As he turned toward the way back, the landscape of possibilities swirled in his mind, but one thought remained firm: I have to be there for Emma, no matter the cost. Chapter 16: Conflicted Hearts. Emma sat alone at the table, her heart pounding in her chest, resonating with the turmoil swirling inside her. The wooden surface felt cool against her palms as she leaned forward, staring into the dark depths of her coffee. Its warmth had long since faded. It mirrored the chill that had settled in her bones after Samuel's unexpected embrace. She still couldn't shake the sensation of his strong arms around her, the rush of safety that had enveloped her in that fleeting moment. Every fiber of her being ached to sink into that warmth again, to find solace in him. But how could she? It wasn't right. The notion of seeking comfort in someone else felt like a betrayal of the love she once shared. Samuel had clearly been horrified by her behavior, the way she'd almost thrown herself into his arms, the vulnerability that had shimmered in her eyes. She felt the sting of tears welling up, quickly spilling down her cheeks, tracking paths of sorrow onto the table. She hastily wiped her eyes, hoping to brush away the heavy fog of emotions that had settled in the corners of her mind. The sound of a soft knock on the door startled her from this tumultuous sea of confusion. She hadn't heard the buggy wheels on the gravel path, a gentle sign of company that would usually stir her excitement, a reminder she wasn't alone. The door creaked open, revealing Tabby, her face bright with curiosity and warmth. I thought I'd find you here, she said, stepping inside without waiting for an invitation. I brought some friendship cake. I know it's your favorite. Emma managed a small smile, the thought of the light, sweet cake momentarily lifting the weight that pressed down upon her. Denki, she murmured, the sound barely escaping her lips. Tabby crossed the room without hesitation, the comforting scent of fresh cream coming with her. She enveloped Emma in a sudden embrace, pulling her tightly to her, the scent of lavender and home wrapping around Emma like a beloved quilt. You look like you need this, Tabby offered, her voice soothing yet strong as if she could shake loose the entangled mess of emotions lying heavy in Emma's heart. Sinking into the hug, Emma let herself feel the love from her friend, the warmth shielding her from the cold clouds of doubt clinging to her. But even at this moment, the haunting image of Samuel and her almost reckless desire for his touch crowded her thoughts, overshadowing her comfort. She pulled back slightly, forcing a smile onto her lips. What brings you here? Emma asked, trying to divert the conversation away from her swirling feelings. I thought you might enjoy a visit, some good company. Tabby tilted her head to one side, her eyes keenly perceptive. And I brought cake. She placed the tin on the table, opening it to reveal the perfectly glazed slices, each adorned with a sprinkle of powdered sugar, just like Emma loved. Sweetness filled the air, awakening memories of laughter and the simpler days of sharing life with friends. But sweet aromas couldn't mask the bitterness that had seeped into Emma's heart. It looks wonderful, she said, her words coated with the faintest hint of a smile. Tabby noticed the cloud hanging over Emma's head. What's really going on, Emma? Her tone shifted to one of genuine concern, weaving through the fabric of their friendship like a delicate thread. Emma hesitated, her gaze drifting back to the coffee cup as if it held the answer to all her troubling questions. It's nothing, she replied too quickly, the statement hanging in the air like a fragile leaf on a breeze. She fought the urge to spill everything, the embarrassment of her feelings for Samuel, the trembling desire that scared her as much as it thrilled her. Nothing usually means something, Tabby countered gently, a knowing gleam in her eye. You don't have to pretend with me. Emma bit her lip, uncertainty gnawing at her resolve. The weight of her unshared truth pressed against her throat, but the thought of Samuel and the warmth of his embrace lingered. I just had a strange encounter with Samuel, that's all. Tabby's expression softened, eyebrows rising inquisitively. Strange in what way? Emma took a breath, steadying herself. He held me. I was upset, and he just pulled me in. The admission surged forth like an unspooling thread, tugging at her heart, the very act sending warmth surging to her cheeks. But it felt wrong. I don't know if I'm allowed to feel that way after everything. Tabby leaned closer, her gaze filled with empathy. Emma, you've been through so much. It's okay to seek comfort. Grief doesn't just vanish with time, it lingers. And in the midst of that, it's all right to feel a connection again, to want companionship. Tears prickled once again at Emma's eyes, rising with the swell of emotions she'd tucked down so deep. But what if it was just a moment? Her voice cracked like porcelain, straining under pressure. What if, I don't know if I can handle the thought of wanting someone like that, only to find I'll be alone again. Don't be afraid to let yourself feel, Emma. Tabby's tone was intentionally sincere. Samuel cares about you. Maybe it's time to open your heart, even just a little. But Emma felt a sharp ache at the thought, could she truly do that? What if it leads to more pain? The vulnerability of letting someone close again terrified her. Isn't that selfish? Tabby reached out, placing her hand over Emma's, grounding her in this moment of shared honesty. It's not selfish to want to live again. You deserve to find joy. Love is a risk, but it can also bring healing. You have to choose what feels right for you. As Emma looked into Tabby's eyes, she recognized the warmth of friendship enveloping her. She felt the tremor of choice echoing in her heart. Would she let fear lock her up? Or could she trust that maybe Samuel could help her navigate these uncharted waters? With a slight tremor, Emma straightened as Tabby carefully cut a slice of friendship cake, placing it on a plate. Here, have some cake, she encouraged lightheartedly. It's sweet, just like our friendship, and it might take the edge off. Emma chuckled softly, the hint of light cutting through the heavy fog. I do love your cake. She picked up the fork, feeling a surge of warmth as she indulged in the crumbly delight. She savored, the sweetness bursting in her mouth, distracting her momentarily from her worries. This is delicious. Tabby laughed, the sound brightening the room. I'm glad. Just think of it as a reminder that sweetness still exists in the world, even among the storms. Sometimes, you need to embrace it, even when it feels difficult. Emma nodded, her heart caught between longing and fear. She continued to eat, savoring each bite, while her thoughts drifted back to Samuel. Could she be brave enough to let him in? The memories of their shared laughter, the way he had looked at her with kindness in his eyes, all pulled at her heart. As they finished the coffee and the last of the friendship cake, Emma's heart raced with uncertainty. A whisper of hope fluttered within her. The warmth of Tabby's words lingered like the sweetness on her tongue. If she were to open her heart again, what would it look like? What would it take to embrace the possibility of new beginnings? But a darker thought crept in, the possibility that she'd have to tell Samuel to stay away, to walk that fine line of distance to safeguard her heart. Would he understand? Her heart ached at the idea of pushing him away. Even maintaining that distance seemed to create a chasm she wasn't sure she could bear. As the last bite of cake melted in her mouth, the buzz of mixed emotions swirled within her, a desire to reconnect infinitely stronger than the fear tethering her down. Taking a breath, she reached for her cup, the scent of the cold coffee wrapping around her, grounding her thoughts. What if I'm truly ready to let him in? She wondered aloud, turning to Tabby, seeking assurance and clarity in her friend's eyes. Tabby smiled softly, her warmth radiating around the room like a cozy fire. Then maybe you should allow yourself to find out. The weight of the choice still ached within Emma, but a flicker of hope ignited in her heart, breaking through the shadow. Perhaps it was time to release the reins to consider the notion of life beyond sadness. Her fingers brushed against the table, lingering on the wood, a sign of her grounding presence in the now. Maybe she could dare to dream again. As she gathered the courage to take that step forward, she contemplated what lay ahead in her heart, a delicate balance between fear and hope unfurling like blossoms in spring. What did the future hold? Only time would tell, but her resolve strengthened with each passing moment, and maybe, just maybe, she could allow herself a chance at happiness too. Chapter 17, A Heavy Heart. Samuel stepped into his rooms in the boarding house, the familiar creak of the door a small comfort against the jumble of thoughts swirling in his mind. The late afternoon air bore a bite, a chill that echoed the turmoil in his chest. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, attempting to shut out the weight of the world that had suddenly grown heavy after that singular encounter with Emma. Her warmth had wrapped around him like a soft blanket, igniting something profound within him, a rush of feelings he'd never fully acknowledged. A lingering scent of vanilla, her essence, still clung to his clothing, pulling him back to the moment before his rational mind kicked in. The way she'd looked up at him, confusion and surprise flooding her hazel eyes, sent a shiver down his spine. He couldn't forget it. He wouldn't. He'd overstepped the mark. He'd betrayed her trust. He moved to the kitchen, the scent of wood and earthy stone greeting him like an old friend. The fireplace, with its remnants of ash and the faintest trace of smoke, hinted at the warmth that felt far out of reach. Samuel busied his hands with preparing a simple evening meal, although his mind was a whirlpool of thoughts centered on Emma. With each movement, each slice of vegetable felt hollow. He placed the knife down with a thud, the sound echoing in the stillness of his home, amplifying the silence that enveloped him. I need to speak to her, but how? He paced the small kitchen, his boots tapping softly on the floorboards, each step fueled by a mixture of longing and fear. The image of Emma, her head lowered in confusion, haunted him. The way she'd almost melted into his arms had stirred something deep within him, an urge to protect her, to coax her smile from the shadows where grief had tried to hide it away. For him, it was wonderful and profound, but it was clear she'd been horrified by his actions. What he'd done left a chasm of uncertainty between them. Samuel leaned against the counter, looking out the window into the dimming light. The field stretched out before him. Their beauty no longer seemed to hold the same charm. With Emma's husband gone and her happiness seemingly evaporated, the land felt heavier, as if mourning alongside her. What would he say? The question looped in his mind like an endless refrain. He shook his head, frustration bubbling to the surface. She was still grieving a loss that felt unendurable. And what business did he have stepping into that pain? Yet, every part of him wanted to sweep in, to help her feel joy once more, to remind her laughter existed just beyond her sorrow. He set his jaw, a newfound determination solidifying within. Tomorrow, he would go to her, speak his heart, and somehow find a way to show her the warmth he wished for them both. But what if all she felt was what he'd seen in her eyes, horror at his actions, regret? What if she pushed him away, retreating further into her grief? The mere thought sent a ripple of anxiety coursing through him. Once dinner was served and cooling on the table, Samuel decided to step outside, needing to breathe in the crisp air that swept around him like a balm. The night sky unfolded above him, dotted with stars that twinkled with the promise of dreams and fresh beginnings. Breathing deeply, he let the coolness temper the heat building within him. The quiet of the night enveloped him, his heart slowing as he took each moment in, the soft rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze, the distant sound of a nightingale trilling a lonely song, as if singing of lost love. Everything seemed amplified tonight, the beauty of the world juxtaposed against the raw pain of emotional turmoil. He leaned against the fence, running his fingers along the weathered wood. Shadows danced along the surface, mirroring the battles raging within. His thoughts drifted back to Emma, the tranquility of the evening failing to cloak the truth that kept pulling at him. He'd known grief too, once. It had engulfed him when he lost his own family. But somehow, standing strong beside her had become a mission he didn't fully understand. Would she allow him to be that for her, a source of strength in a world that had turned upside down? A distant sound caught his attention, a buggy making its way down the lane. He watched as it approached, aware of the stirring of longing that accompanied its movement. For one moment, he imagined it was Emma. The thought of her coming to see him, of her light returning, felt like a fickle dream. Could he muster the courage to reach out? He envisioned the conversation, the words lining up like soldiers ready for battle in his mind. Would he start with an apology for the entanglement of emotion, or would he plunge directly into the depths of his own heart? The more he thought about it, the more he realized he'd built up walls around himself, barricading off those who sought to get closer. If he truly wanted to help Emma, he would have to break down those walls, both his and hers. He could almost imagine it, sitting at the sturdy table they would share, her head tilting thoughtfully, eyes brightening with the flicker of nostalgia or the reminder that moments of joy still existed, even layered beneath layers of grief. As the buggy creaked closer, a figure came into view. Samuel's heart skipped a beat as he recognized the silhouette against the moonlight. A momentary flash of hope surged. What if it was Emma? A sudden wave of anticipation washed over him, pushing him to take a step forward as if he could close the distance by mere willpower alone. With each creak of the wheel and soft clip-clop of hooves, his thoughts tangled further. How could he let her know he cared without imposing on her grief, without causing more confusion? For every fantasy that played out in his mind, reality pulled him back, reminding him of her raw vulnerability. The buggy finally rolled to a stop, and he could see the figure clearly now, Tabby. The flutter of disappointment settled in his chest. Tabby was a warm presence, but she wasn't the reason he was feeling this way. His thoughts were tangled solely in Emma. "Evening, Samuel," Tabby called, her cheery voice breaking through the weight of the night. "Didn't expect to find you outside this late." "I just needed a breath of fresh air," he replied, making his way to her side. The tension in his muscles eased just a fraction, though thoughts of Emma still loomed large. Tabby looked at him with a knowing smile, her eyes glinting in the moonglow. "You're thinking about her, aren't you?" It was less of a question and more of an acknowledgement. Samuel nodded slowly. "I need to talk to her tomorrow. I can't stop thinking about what happened." Gut. Her response was immediate and sincere. "You two have a connection. She needs someone who cares, someone to remind her of life beyond her grief. Just be gentle. She's been through a storm." "I know." His voice cracked with worry, the reality settling heavy on his heart. "But what if my presence makes it worse? I don't want her to feel pressured. I just want to show her she's not alone." "Sometimes being there is all it takes," Tabby said softly, her expression earnest. "You might just be the light she needs to find her way back." As the words echoed in the night air, Samuel felt a shift within him, a flicker of hope igniting. "What if I say the wrong thing?" he asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. "What if she pulls away even more?" "Then you try again, Samuel. Love takes patience. You know that." There was a resolute strength in her tone that pushed back against his doubts. "You've been through hard times before. You'll find the words." He looked at Tabby, gratitude swelling within him. Perhaps it was time he opened his heart without the fear of what lay on the other side. The thought of comforting Emma in her grief while allowing his own feelings to surface felt daunting yet liberating. "Denki," he managed, sincerity rippling through him. "What you said means a lot. Good luck tomorrow." With a friendly wave, Tabby returned to her buggy, leaving Samuel alone once more. The tranquility of the night embraced him again, melding with his resolve. As he stood there, gazing at the star-speckled sky, the weight of uncertainty lifted ever so slightly. Tomorrow, he would face Emma, absorb her pain and joy, and hopefully find a way to bridge the gap between them. He turned back toward his home, heart steadying, and though there was much to learn, one thing remained clear: he would be there for her, seeking a way into her heart, a path toward healing together. Chapter 18: An Unwelcome Proposal. Emma awoke to the soft, familiar sounds of the morning, birds chirping outside her window, leaves rustling ever so slightly in the breeze, and the gentle creaking of her home settling into the dawn. But there was another layer to the noise, too, an urgency that whispered through her dreams, urging her awake. The farm lay quiet around her, a sanctuary wrapped in warmth despite the heaviness that weighed on her heart. Rubbing the sleep from her eyes, she swung her legs over the edge of the bed, the cool floorboards sending a shiver up her spine. She stood and stretched, every muscle achy yet eager to embrace the day, though an unsettling feeling nestled deep inside her. Once dressed, she moved to the small kitchen, the faint aroma of last evening's bread still thick in the air. The warmth of the home felt comforting as she heated some water for tea. Absent-mindedly, she positioned herself at the sturdy table, its surface scarred yet steadfast, reminding her of her strength. But today was different. It pulsated with a sense of foreboding, like clouds gathering ahead. Just as the kettle began to whistle, a sharp knock echoed through the house, making her jump. She placed a hand over her heart, steadying herself as her mind raced. Who could be visiting this early? Peering out the window, she felt her stomach twist at the sight of a vehicle parked in her yard. It belonged to Jacob King, the Englisher who had been quietly eyeing her farm. Emma's breath caught in her throat, unease creeping through her. What did he want? She'd heard the whispers in the community about Jacob's intentions, talk of him wanting to expand his own holdings, considerations of purchasing her land. But why now? The sun was barely shining, yet his presence felt like a storm brewing, and Emma's heart pounded heavier with the weight of impending confrontation. As she took a deep breath, she headed to the door, aware of the need to stand firm. Before she could gather her thoughts, Jacob made his way inside, the door swinging open with a definitive thud behind him. "Good morning, Emma," he greeted, baritone tones rolling off his tongue like spilled syrup, sweet but cloying. He stood there, imposing yet deceptively charming, his slight smile failing to mask the intensity of his gaze. "I trust you're well." "Morning, Jacob." Her voice felt small and tremulous. "What brings you here so early?" He stepped closer, invading her space, filling the kitchen with his presence, which felt too grand for her humble home. "I wanted to discuss your land," he said, leaning against the doorframe with all the confidence of a bulldozer. "I'm prepared to make you a generous offer." Emma felt her heart drop, the familiar tension coiling around her like tightly wound twine. "I'm not interested," she replied firmly, although doubt flickered within her. Amusement danced in his eyes. Now, he countered, folding his arms. "You haven't even heard what I have to say. Let's not be hasty." He leaned forward slightly, his gaze intent on her. "You have to admit that managing a farm alone can be quite the challenge for a woman like you." Emma felt chills race down her spine at the implications of his words. Was he suggesting she was too weak to handle her own life and home? "I can manage just fine," she asserted, though her voice trembled like a thread about to snap. Jacob took a step closer, masking his true intentions behind a smirk. "But can you truly provide for yourself, and do you even want children? When winter arrives, and the land is unyielding, what will you do then? With my resources, you'd never have to worry again. In fact, I can offer you a proposal: marry me, and you can have children with me." Her heart raced at the mention of Kinner, a fierce protectiveness igniting within her. How she longed for the joy of Kinner, something she felt was snatched away from her. She was a kinnerless widow, and the yearning within her was like a raw wound. I appreciate your concern, Jacob, but I will not sell my home, and I certainly won't marry you. His smile faltered, eyebrows narrowing as he pressed on. You think you can resist, Emma, but my offer will only become more appealing. I assure you, I will take care of you and provide for the family you desire. Nay, you must leave now. Jacob continued, his tone dropping into one of persuasion. Think about your future, Emma. I can offer you comfort, a life free from all struggle. Before he could finish, Samuel burst through the door, his presence commanding the room with an energy that steadied her heart in a way Jacob never could. Get away from her. His voice boomed, cutting through the air like a knife. The protective fire in his tone sent a surge of warmth through Emma, the familiarity of his presence soothing the weight that Jacob had imposed. Samuel, I was just. Enough. Samuel interjected, stepping closer to Jacob, an intensity brewing in his gaze. Emma doesn't need your empty promises. Jacob straightened, recovering for a moment as indignation flickered across his expression. I'm only offering her a chance at a better life, he replied, but the bravado failed him. A better life. Samuel's voice shifted, turning sharp. Offer her what you may, but she doesn't want your money or your false comforts. She only wants her home. Emma's heart raced, balancing between gratitude for Samuel's support and the stark reality that Jacob had not yet retreated. She knew Samuel was a gut man protecting her, but this felt different. This was a bold show of protectiveness, an unyielding shield against the encroachment of a man who represented everything she despised right now. Samuel, Jacob sneered, his demeanor shifting into something more monstrous as if he were unmasking a lizard under the sun. Do you not think she desires something more than this old shack? A woman of her standing deserves opulence. Luxury is nothing compared to what Emma has already built, Samuel replied, his voice unwavering yet tinted with an edge of desperation Emma had not heard before from him. She has memories here, her husband's laughter and toil. You can't buy that, Jacob. It's hers. Emma watched the two men, feeling the contrasting energy bounce between them. Samuel stood resolute and unwavering, an anchor amidst the turbulent waters of her uncertainties. Meanwhile, Jacob paced, trying to regain control, frustration etched into the lines of his face. Emma, Jacob turned to her, a last-ditch effort rising in his voice, desperation creeping in. Think about it. You need stability. I can provide that. I have the means to secure your future. Enough. Samuel's shout echoed through the room, a fierce dominion of authority. You will not manipulate her fears as leverage in your game. Emma knows what she wants, and that is not what you're selling. Emma felt overwhelmed, torn between the rising tides of emotion swelling in the room. There was something seducing about Jacob's words, a promise of security, of Kinner, a tempting lure that clawed at her desperate hope for safety. Would there ever be another man? Samuel came to mind, but that brought with it guilt. Jacob would be guilt-free. And love-free, a voice chimed in her mind. Jacob huffed, stepping back with a disdainful look, the mask of charm slipping beneath the turmoil of emotions. You will regret this decision, Emma. You've lost your chance at a better life, he sneered, his confidence crumbling. Nay, Emma stated firmly, her voice rising with conviction, an unexpected calm swarming within her. You're right about one thing, Jacob. I won't let you or your threats drive me from my home. I won't sell. Her words broke through the tension that had laden the air. Jacob's expression hardened for a moment, disbelief etching into his features before he turned sharply, storming out of the house and leaving the door ajar behind him. The sense of his departure sent a breath of fresh air through the room. Samuel turned toward her, relief washing over the intensity of his gaze. Emma, he began, the softness in his voice pulling at her heart. Are you all right? Tears prickled at her eyes, uncertainty still tight around her heart as she grappled with the weight of everything that had just happened. I think so, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper, vulnerability spilling forth. He stepped closer, concern etched into his features, and before she could say anything else, he reached out, almost hesitantly, placing a hand on her shoulder. The warmth seeped through the fabric of her dress, anchoring her in the moment, a reminder that she was not alone. What he offered, Samuel's voice was thick with emotion, his eyes searching hers. Don't ever forget that you deserve better than that, Emma. You have a chance to build your own happiness here. The strength in his words brought a spark to her heart, the warmth rekindling that fragile ember of hope within her. Perhaps it was the realization that she truly didn't want to leave, the fight bubbling just beneath the surface, the fierce protector standing before her, Samuel. As the shock of the encounter began to settle, a smile tugged at her lips. For the first time that morning, light filled the room, and she found solace in his presence. With Samuel there, she felt that she could reclaim her spirit and push through the shadows that had threatened to crush her. "Denki," she said, her voice steadier now, infused with a trace of warmth that lingered in the air. "Denki for standing up for me. I will always be here for you," he promised softly, his hand lingering just a moment longer on her shoulder before finally slipping away. Taking a deep breath, Emma felt a wave of courage coil within herself. This was her home, and her heart was not yet ready to close the door on hope. She could picture a life where laughter would return amidst the hard work, where memories were stitched into the fabric of her family, rich and vibrant, much like the land they stood on. "What if Jacob returns?" she asked, doubt prickling her heart once more. "I'll be here," he assured her. "And you won't have to face any of it alone." In this moment, the heaviness began to lift. Emma knew that with Samuel beside her, perhaps together, they could reclaim the joy that had been lost. The promise of tomorrow shimmered on the horizon, beckoning her to step forward. And for the first time in a long while, it felt tangible, hope ready to blossom into something beautiful once more. Chapter 19, An Unsteady Heart. The week dragged on, each day blurring into the next as Emma navigated the aftermath of the unexpected confrontation with Jacob. Moments that usually brought her joy felt heavy and awkward, reclaiming the space in her heart like unwanted weeds. Samuel had gone back to their routine, helping her with chores, yet a tension hummed between them, fraying the edges of their friendship. Emma often caught herself studying him, searching for the warmth he once offered so freely, but now there seemed to be an invisible barrier, and doubt slithered through her thoughts. As she stirred the dough for freshly baked bread one afternoon, the warmth of flour dusting her fingers couldn't wash away the persistent unease in her chest. She felt foolish for worrying, for thinking that perhaps he was distancing himself because of her. Had he been angry about the confrontation? Did he see her as weak or lost? Each thought crashed helplessly against the shores of her heart, sending ripples of doubt through her mind. When Jacob came, he'd been there for her, and yet now he seemed to have drifted downstream like a log taken with the current. Sunday came, bringing with it the rhythm of the community. Emma woke early, the air tinged with the promise of spring and the scent of freshly tilled earth. The service was held at the miller's barn in the morning, an opportunity to gather with friends and worship, yet she felt a growing trepidation about seeing Samuel again. Standing in front of the mirror, she adjusted her cap and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, trying to locate a sense of confidence within herself. But her reflection seemed to echo back uncertainty, a quiet reminder of the tinged history now woven between them. She donned a deep blue dress, its fabric soft against her skin, hoping it would add to her courage for the day ahead. Throughout the service, she focused on the sounds that filled the space, hymns lifting upward like smoke curling into the sky, the rhythmic thud of her heartbeat resonating in time with the congregation. As she stood in her pew, she glanced over toward the men's side, scanning the familiar faces for Samuel. There he was, honesty carved into the sharp angles of his jaw, his dark hair meticulously styled, but something felt off. He sat slightly apart from the others, his posture stiff and unyielding, and her heart sank as she wondered if she'd read him entirely wrong. When the service concluded, and the crowd began to shuffle outside to set up the tables and benches for refreshments, Emma's heart quickened. She worked through the throngs of her community, exchanging greetings and smiles, yet stealing glances toward Samuel remained a tangled mix of hope and disappointment. What had changed? Why did everything feel so different now? In the kitchen, the scent of simmering soups and baked goods greeted her with open arms. Warm spices wrapped around her, promising solace in the tasks she loved. She set to work serving bowls of thick vegetable soup, allowing the familiar motions to anchor her. As she ladled the soup, she glanced toward the gathering crowd, hoping to catch a glimpse of Samuel, only to find him ensconced in laughter with his niece, Becca, who had skipped over with an immense grin. There was something pure and joyful about their interaction, the way Samuel bent down to meet Becca's bright-eyed gaze, their laughter ringing in the air like bells. Emma couldn't help but smile, the sight pushing a sliver of warmth into the cocoon of worry that had formed around her heart. It was a sheer joy to see him so carefree, and for that moment, all her doubt melted slightly. But as she turned back to the other ladies, the warmth faded as quickly as it came. She noticed Ruth approaching Samuel with a sparkle in her eye, her hands gesturing animatedly as she introduced him to Hannah Stoltzfus, a newcomer to the community. Emma's heart lurched, the sudden twist of jealousy prickling her skin. Why should it matter? A voice whispered deep within her, reminding her that she was still carrying responsibility for her farm and for her own heart. It was hardly her place to feel possessive over Samuel. But there it was, the tightening in her chest, the subtle nudging of envy that made her feel smaller. Ruth was engaging, her wit and charm capable of making anyone feel special, and Emma watched as Hannah leaned in, laughter spilling forth like an open invitation. Samuel responded to Ruth and Hannah with what appeared to be genuine interest, easing into their conversation, laughter escaping his lips with ease. The sight pierced Emma's heart. The warmth she once relished had turned cold at her inability to join them, to connect. Why couldn't she go over there? Why did it feel as if invisible chains held her back? Emma busied herself, forcing her attention toward the task at hand, layering dishes carefully, a seasoned reflex honed through years of practice. But her thoughts veered back to Samuel. It had been her opportunity to push past the awkwardness, to share a laugh or a smile, yet here she was, treading the waters of uncertainty. The moments dragged on, each one tinged with longing and regret. She felt like an outsider in her own life, watching the connection she craved unfold just beyond her reach. The gold laughter of the two women swirled around her, but instead of warmth, it felt like sharp edges cutting into her resolve. As beverages were served and food shared, Emma settled briefly beside Tabby, who immediately sensed the tension hanging around her. "What's going on, Emma? You look lost in thought," Tabby said, her voice soft yet probing. I'm just thinking," Emma replied, deliberately avoiding eye contact as she concentrated on her plate. The stir within her was palpable, but she held back the urge to voice her worries to Tabby. The last thing she wanted was to lay her vulnerability bare. "You're worried about Samuel, aren't you?" Tabby asked, her tone gentle but insistent, like a warm embrace. "I know it's strange to you, but I've seen the way he watches you." "I don't know," Emma admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. The tension in her heart felt heavy. Maybe I'm too hard on myself. Maybe I misread everything. Tabby leaned in closer, her eyes twinkling with sincerity. "You're human, Emma. You've been through so much. And Samuel has too. He's been trying to be here for you, and it's probably tough for him as well. It's okay to feel confused." The ache in Emma's chest softened at Tabby's words. Her truth wrapped around her like a tender embrace, easing the burden that had settled in. But what if he's moved on? He seems so distant. I mean, why would he speak to Hannah? Tabby tilted her head toward the group, and Emma stole a glance, her heart dropping as she caught sight of Hannah leaning in close to Samuel, laughter spilling from her lips in easy companionship. It looks like a friendly chat, nothing more, Tabby reassured her, though Emma couldn't shake the strange underlying unease that bloomed within her. You can't assume there's intention beyond that. You both need time to figure things out. The words were wise, yet even as she absorbed them, the feeling of uncertainty dredged up memories of the spaciness that had grown between her and Samuel. What if he didn't see her in the way she hoped? What if he was glad to pull away after witnessing her distress and weakness? The bubbling thoughts surged forth, drowning out the possibilities of hope and casting shadows over the light of optimism. Before she could respond, Tabby's attention shifted. I should see if they need help with dessert. Talk to Samuel. You deserve to know where you stand. Emma nodded but felt paralyzed by doubt. Would he even want to speak with her? She sat quietly at the table, her heart racing, with uncertainty pressing against her heart like a heavy weight. The hum of conversation surrounded her, moments ebbing and flowing like the tide. The clanging of dishes, the laughter, and subtle whispers mixed into a single sound, a tide that embraced her loneliness yet refused to relinquish her fears. Taking a deep breath, Emma wiped her hands on a cloth and rose from the table. She steeled herself to approach Samuel, but as she took a step, her confidence faltered. What would she even say? As if reading her mind, Samuel turned then, catching her eye across the crowd. The spark of recognition ignited a flare of warmth in her chest, the pair of them tethered by an invisible thread. Instead of inviting her in, he moved away from Hannah, his expression shifting as he searched her gaze. Yet he turned back to the women, laughter accompanying the brightly colored atmosphere, and despair washed over Emma. Just when she believed she would retreat back to avoid the uncertainty, Samuel caught her gaze again, a flicker of vulnerability breaking through his stoic demeanor. Gathering her courage, Emma took a step forward, determined to bridge the gap, to break past the shadows of doubt that had crept between them. Samuel, she called softly, and the chatter of the day fell away like a shroud of distraction. He turned, surprise flashing across his face before settling into warmth. Emma, he replied, his voice steady yet laced with an undercurrent of tension. I was just talking, she finished, forcing the words out amidst the lump that had formed in her throat. It looks like you're having fun. His brow furrowed, sincerity piercing through the surface distractions. I was. But I'd much rather be here with you. Her heart fluttered at the admission, a fragile hope twinkling amidst the doubts that threatened. Yet before she could speak, something shifted in the air, the tremor of uncertainty washed back in, mingling with the shadows of jealousy lingering deep in her heart. As they stood facing each other, everything seemed to pause around them, the world fading into the background. All that remained was the connection, the invisible thread binding them together. Emma considered reaching out, desperate to bridge the gap that had formed, to pull Samuel closer to her heart. But the moment was delicate, hanging in a fragile balance, and as she felt herself teetering once again, she feared that perhaps she'd waited too long to respond. As they stood there, the laughter and familiar warmth of community wrapped around them slowly faded, leaving Emma in the uncertain space between heartache and hope. Yet amidst that uncertainty, she knew she needed to take the chance, to fight for the connection that felt promise-laden. With the notion of possibility gleaming in her heart, Emma steeled her resolve. Would that connection withstand the weight of doubt looming overhead? Only time would tell, but for now, stepping across that threshold of uncertainty felt like the only way to reclaim her courage. Chapter 20, The Weight of Choices. Samuel rubbed a hand through his tousled hair, his expression troubled as he took a hesitant step closer to Emma. This moment felt heavy with unspoken words, the air thick with the weight of their recent history. He looked up at her, his eyes brimming with sincerity. I'm sorry, he said, the words heavy with intention. I didn't mean to hug you like that or fight your battles in front of Jacob. I just... Emma watched, her heart fluttering in response to the rawness in his voice. It was a familiar tone she'd come to trust. I understand, Samuel. You were just trying to protect me. His face softened, and the flash of vulnerability between them warmed the chill that still lingered from the encounter with Jacob. Samuel's empathy reached deep within her, resonating with the fears that had begun to surface ever since the confrontation. I respect you, Emma. I want you to know that, he continued, his voice low and steady. You've been through so much, and I see how hard you've worked to keep everything together. She felt the corners of her mouth twitch upward, and her heart reconciled with those simple truths. The warmth in his presence was palpable. It ignited a flicker of hope within her, illuminating the dark voids of doubt. Yet, as she blinked away, emotion and curiosity washed over her. What are you saying, Samuel? The question hung between them, delicate and uncertain. He hesitated, stepping back slightly as if wrestling with the weight of his own thoughts. When you're ready to think about courting again, I would like it if you'd tell me. Emma's eyes widened, a rush of warmth coloring her cheeks. The surprise twisted with uncertainty, making her pulse quicken in the silence that followed. She began, wanting to express both her gratitude and her hesitations, but before she could form the words, he stepped back, backtracking, confusion clouding his features. Wait. I didn't mean to put pressure on you. He ran a hand through his hair again, nervous energy pulsing off him. I know you're still grieving, and I don't want to overstep. The flicker of doubt that flashed across his face tugged at Emma's heart. Samuel, she said softly, placing her palm gently on his arm, the warmth radiating from his skin comforting her as she squeezed softly, grounding both of them in the moment. I think I'm almost ready. Almost. Samuel's demeanor changed, the tension easing from his shoulders. Encouragement sparked in his gaze, thoughts swirling in the depths of his eyes, brimming with possibility. Really? You think so? I do, she replied, a flicker of excitement coursing through her chest. But just as the warmth began to settle between them, a low rumble broke through the peace, sending a jolt of dread spiraling through Emma. The sound of a car engine echoed in the distance, slowly growing louder as it approached the farm. Emma instinctively stepped back, feeling the warmth of their moment dissipate into the chill of reality. She glanced toward the drive just as a car rolled to a stop, the imposing figure of Jacob King stepping out, a wide smile painted across his face that felt like a foreboding shadow. As he walked toward her, the confident sway in his step sent alarm bells ringing in her mind. Emma, Jacob called, his tone smooth and commanding, blending with the air like an oil slick on the water, almost suffocating. It's time for you to make a choice. The hair on her arms prickled at his words, and instinctively, she took a small step back, seeking the reassurance found in Samuel's presence. She could feel his body tense beside her, a protective energy enveloping them both, the shift in his demeanor palpable. Jacob continued, stepping closer with an unwavering gaze, his voice holding an unsettling certainty. I'll marry you. You can even stay Amish. Her gut churned at his proposal, the insinuation dripping from his words, twisting like a knife in her heart. Jacob, you know I don't want. Before she could finish, Samuel stepped forward, fists clenching at his sides, anger radiating off him in waves. You don't get to make that choice for her, Jacob. Walk away. Emma felt the air crackle between the two men, their contrasting energies colliding like storm clouds. She was caught in the eye of the storm, watching as tension mounted. As the confrontation unfolded, she felt paralyzed, unable to utter a single word, her mind racing with those very choices Jacob thrust before her. Samuel, she started, but her voice trailed off as Jacob shot Samuel a scathing glance. Why don't you mind your own business? Jacob growled, his voice carrying an edge that cut through the tension like a blade. I'm offering her a chance, and you're just standing in the way. I don't want your offers. Emma hoped her voice sounded stronger than she felt. I won't ever accept your proposal, Jacob. You can't force me into anything. Jacob's expression soured, anger twisting his features. You think you're going to stay all alone, going to keep that farm running by yourself? I'm giving you a way out. Take your disgusting offer and leave. Samuel stepped up protectively beside Emma, boundaries hardening around them like a fortress. He clenched his fist, and before he knew it, he was lunging forward to punch Jacob. Before anything could unfold, Bishop Amish stepped into the fray. He moved swiftly, grabbing Samuel's arm and turning him away from Jacob with a firm but guiding strength. Enough, Samuel, he commanded, his voice deep and grounded. Jacob, you've been told to leave. No one wants you here. Emma's heart raced, her mind spiraling as Bishop Amish's authority filled the air, confident and unwavering. Jacob's face was red, and his voice rose above the rest, a desperate call for attention. It's your last chance, Emma, he shouted, the words slicing through the tension like an icy breeze. Take my offer or lose everything. In that moment, a wave of determination flickered within her, igniting the embers of hope that had begun to dim. She wouldn't allow Jacob, or anyone, to dictate her choices or her future. Go, Amish stood before the younger man. For a moment it looked as if Jacob may strike the old bishop. Amish didn't even blink. Jacob looked around the crowd that had gathered, and with a shake of his head, he turned and walked away. As he climbed back into his car, Emma felt the air shift, a wave of relief passing through her, but it was short-lived as the vehicle roared to life. The tires screeched against the gravel road, scaring the horses nearby, their movements echoing the chaos that just erupted. She turned toward Samuel, the anger in his eyes softening as he locked gazes with her, momentarily distracting her from the residual feeling that lingered in the air, confusion marred with hope, uncertainty mixed with possibility. What now? He asked softly, tension still hanging between them. Emma shook her head, a determined fire igniting within her. I will never choose him, Samuel. Not now. Not ever. You won't have to, Amish said. We look after our own. Never forget that. He patted Samuel on the shoulder as he walked away. The flicker of relief that crossed Samuel's face reminded her of the bond they'd begun to build, shattered moments aside. The district is gut, he said, the warmth pouring through him at her defiance. I want to find my happiness again, but I fear what else he might do, she confessed, remorse coloring her voice. Samuel stepped closer, the space between them shrinking. You won't have to face him alone. I'm here, in whatever capacity you need. A friend, a worker, a protector. Emotion swelled within her, gratitude spiraling upwards as she savored the strength in his presence. It was the comfort she'd yearned for, the reassurance that she didn't have to walk this road alone. In that moment, as the distance closed and warmth filled the air once again, Emma felt a new resolve blossom within her. This was only the beginning, it felt like a turning point, a chance for clarity and courage in reclaiming her future. She didn't have to be shackled by fear. With Samuel beside her, she could begin to redefine what happiness and love looked like. They stood together, the shadows of conflict dissipating, the echoes of resentment replaced by the gentle thrum of possibility. Tomorrow held hope, and with it came the promise of reclaiming the joy she longed for most. As they watched the dust settle in Jacob's wake, time held its breath, leaving the door wide open, for healing, for understanding, for love waiting just around the corner. Chapter 21, Flames of Fear. The moon hung high in the night sky, casting a silver glow over the farm, a tranquil sight that felt far removed from the chaos unfolding within Emma's heart. The day had been long, filled with the laborious tasks of tending to her fields and caring for her animals. But with Samuel by her side, it all seemed so fulfilling. Now, hours later, as she prepared to close down for the night, a sense of contentment settled in her chest, one that felt too fragile for its own gut. With a sigh of relief, Emma wiped her brow, the warmth from her labors mixing with the cool evening air. She moved through the kitchen, the aroma of a lamb stew mingling with the familiar sense of wood and earth that enveloped her home. After a long, exhausting day, the coziness of her surroundings was a comfort she cherished. Just as she poured herself a cup of herbal tea, a vivid orange glow caught her eye through the window, illuminating the dark surroundings with an eerie light. Panic flooded through her veins as she spun around, dread pooling in her stomach. The barn, her cherished sanctuary, was ablaze. "Samuel," she shouted, her voice breaking through the stillness. He was sleeping in the barn. What if he were killed? As she rushed out the door and across to the barn, her heart raced uncontrollably. The fire crackled ominously, flames licking hungrily at the wooden beams. The sight of her beloved barn engulfed in a fiery inferno turned her blood cold, her mind racing with frantic thoughts. The animals were inside, her cattle, her horses, everything she'd worked so hard to protect. But most of all, there was Samuel. She ran toward the door. The heat was so intense it sucked the air from her lungs and made her eyes smart. "Get back!" A voice bellowed through the smoke, slicing through her chaos. "Samuel." The urgency in his tone brought her a moment of clarity as she saw him rushing toward the barn, determination etched into every feature of his face. "Samuel," she shouted again, the words tumbling from her lips like a prayer. He was safe, and yet he was going back into the barn. Instead of taking the small side door, he pulled open the big doors. Flames shot out and he had to duck to miss being engulfed. She tried to get to him. "Stay back," he commanded, worry pulsing through his voice. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, disappearing into the choking smoke. Emma's heart tightened. She couldn't just stand there, she had to help. As she hurried closer, flames flickered dangerously, wrapping around the barn's entrance like a beast trying to claim its prey. Despite the heat, she felt a surge of adrenaline and fear propelling her on. "I can't lose everything," she whispered to herself, her breath catching in her throat. "I can't lose Samuel." Animals began to come out of the flames. Come on," she urged the animals, coaxing them to move toward the paddock. Undoing the gate, the first horse galloped into the field and the rest of the horses and cattle followed. Luckily, there were only a few in the barn, the rest already safe in the field. With each passing moment, dread clawed at her, and then she saw Samuel emerging, his expression shadowed by smoke. "Emma, the horses. They are safe. All except Ned. He's in the end stall." The barn creaked ominously behind her as Samuel ran back inside, his determination unwavering. Beams were starting to fall. What if Samuel was trapped? Emma felt torn, her heart hammering as she watched him disappear into the flames. She closed her eyes and prayed. "Please, God, keep Samuel safe." With smoke stinging her eyes and trembling hands, she guided the last cow past the threshold of the burning barn just as flames engulfed the entryway. Emma stumbled backward in shock, the heat rushing over her like a wave, but relief blossomed in her chest as she sent the animal sprinting to safety. "Samuel," she cried, her voice laced with desperation. He could still be inside. Just as terror threatened to consume her, she saw him burst through the billowing smoke, dragging Ned, the old retired buggy horse, with him. "I got him," he shouted, his voice strained yet victorious. "Everyone's out." Tears burned in Emma's eyes as she rushed toward him, but she froze when she noticed the way his shirt clung to him, glistening with sweat. Then she spotted the charred flesh on his right arm. "You're hurt," she cried, taking in the sight of his arm, red and angry from the heat. "Just a scratch," he insisted, but she could see the slight tremor in his movements. The barn creaked and groaned behind them, a sign that time was running out. Feeling a surge of protectiveness, she instinctively reached out to touch his arm, worry flooding through her. "Nay, Samuel, it looks serious. We need to get you inside." Before she could protest further, he shook his head, concern etched in his features. "I can't leave until we contain this." Emma's heart raced as she took a step back, torn between wanting to intervene in the chaos and fearing for Samuel's safety. The smoke thickened around them, and Samuel shifted, the fire crackling ominously. Suddenly, in the chaos, he pulled her close. "Go to the house. I'll be right behind you." His voice held a strength she admired, yet she felt a tug of urgency. "Nay. You're risking your life. It's already gone." The crack of a beam echoed loudly, and Samuel turned abruptly. "Emma, watch out." The sound of splintering wood was deafening as a section of the barn collapsed into the fiery maw. Emma stumbled back, her heart in her throat, but through the smoke and chaos, she was pleased by the sight of the animals grazing, now safely enclosed in the fields. As the glow of the fire faded into an ominous darkness, Samuel clutched her arm tightly, his breath rapid as he led her away from the barn. "It's not safe here. We need to get you out." But just then, he halted, reaching into the smoking wreckage. "Wait. I think I found something." He pulled a piece of fabric from the barn door, revealing a torn piece of Jacob King's coat. Emma's heart clenched at the sight, anger mixing with confusion. "What does this mean?" "He was here." Samuel's voice darkened, frustration flashing in his eyes. "Here?" she echoed, disbelief coloring her tone. "Why would he be here?" Before they could ponder further, they heard footsteps approaching, frantic yet familiar. Hannah came rushing in, her face pale against the backdrop of the glowing embers. "What happened?" "Hannah, go back," Samuel commanded, protectiveness flooding his voice. "It's not safe." But the concern in Hannah's gaze shifted to Samuel's arm, which was beginning to show signs of blistering, the red skin stark against his tanned complexion. "You're hurt," she gasped, moving closer as she assessed the damage. "It's nothing," Samuel replied, but Emma could see he was struggling to hide the pain, his muscles tense, and she stepped up beside him, worry lacing her features. "I need to clean it," Hannah insisted, her voice firm, thoughts dancing in her mind as she pulled him to the house and into the kitchen. Emma felt a tightness in her chest, a bloom of jealousy unfurling as she watched Hannah bustle around. It was not that she didn't appreciate Hannah's eagerness to help, but the way Hannah hovered near Samuel, leaning in a little too close, looking at him with an almost soothing familiarity, sent a pang of insecurity coursing through her. "Just let me handle it," Emma said, her tone more urgent than she intended, but something about Hannah's attentiveness to Samuel filled her with an unwelcome determination. Hannah straightened, then glanced at Emma, a slight frown touching her lips. "He needs proper care. Let me take care of him." Emma bristled at the implication, the urge to interject growing wildly as she watched Hannah draw ever closer, pulling out bandages and ointments. Why couldn't Hannah just step back? But as tension tightened throughout the room, Samuel turned ever so slightly, seeking comfort in Emma's gaze. "Emma, I'm okay," he reassured her, but there was a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes that did not escape her notice. Emma shook her head, the fire's embers still fresh in her mind. "You need to rest. I want you to be safe." "Let me help," she implored, but the atmosphere felt charged with unspoken emotions, leaving Emma caught in a whirlwind. Hannah swept in beside him, applying the ointment with delicate hands. Each touch brought a flicker of resentment snaking through Emma's heart, clenching around her as she watched Samuel wince slightly under the attention. It wasn't that she didn't care for his well-being, it was that Hannah's presence felt suffocating, as if she were a shadow on their fleeting moments together, a harsh reminder that comfort could also be shared with someone else. In that moment of frustration, Emma turned to the window, the distant chaos of the barn fire dying down into the night, leaving behind a soft hum of embers. Bracing against the counter, she closed her eyes, breathing deeply, fighting to regain her composure. As the quiet settled around them, she felt the bittersweet knot of emotions tightening once more. But she couldn't allow the shadows of jealousy to overtake her. Samuel deserved to be healed and treated, and if Hannah could offer that in this moment, she had to let it happen. "Just breathe," she whispered to herself, reminding her heart that the bond between her and Samuel was not easily weakened, not by flames or fears, and certainly not by jealousy. When she turned back to the kitchen, she saw the way Samuel's eyes flickered toward her, warmth swirling beneath the surface. She could feel it, a tether of connection binding them together amidst the chaos they had just endured. And with that thought, Emma knew that even in the shadow of uncertainty, she would face whatever storm lay ahead, no matter who tried to interrupt the delicate dance unfolding between them. Together, they would rebuild, hand in hand, heart to heart. Chapter 22, In Search of Guidance. The smoldering ruins of the barn haunted Emma's every thought as morning broke, the acrid smell of charred wood lingering in the air. She stepped outside, her eyes drawn inevitably to the place where memories had burned away overnight. Word traveled quickly around Faith's Creek, and neighbors soon arrived, solemn yet ready to help. Bishop Amos Beeler arrived just after sunrise, his expression grave. "Emma," he said gently, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder, "I've sent someone to notify the police. We must let them look into this properly." Emma glanced around, seeing familiar faces of her community already clearing debris, their quiet support a balm against her grief. She took a shaky breath. "Denki, Amos. It's good to know I'm not alone." She watched Samuel as he worked, guiding the men with what needed doing and talking to the bishop. It felt so good to let him handle things, and she wondered for a moment what it would be like if he was always here. That was a fool's errand. She couldn't think like that. Not yet. It was the following morning after the fire. Samuel felt as if he hadn't stopped working, worrying, and feeling guilty about Emma. He paced back and forth outside Bishop Amos Baller's modest home. The sturdy, well-tended structure loomed nearby, its wooden walls imbued with the familiar warmth of community and care. Yet his heart raced with uncertainty. He could still feel the warmth of his conversations with Emma pressing against him like the summer heat. Every smile she gave him was a bittersweet reminder of everything he yearned for. The silence of the evening wrapped around him, amplifying the urgency of his thoughts as he prepared to seek the guidance he desperately needed. What was he doing? He needed to clear his head to seek guidance before he leaped into emotions that felt too overwhelming to comprehend. Before he hurt or shamed her. Taking a deep breath, he finally knocked on the door, the solid thud reverberating through him. "Come in, Samuel," came Amos's voice from within, calm and inviting. He opened the door, stepping into the warmth of the bishop's home. The scent of brewed coffee wafted through the air, mingling with the faint aroma of freshly baked goods that still lingered in the corners of the room. Amos stood at the large wooden table, his long gray beard lying neatly against his braces as he poured steaming coffee into earthenware mugs. "Good morning," Amos greeted, turning with a welcoming nod. "Sarah is out this morning. But we have strawberry cake and coffee. Sit and tell me what troubles you." Samuel hesitated, feeling a rush of emotions swirling in his chest, but under the bishop's glare, he took a seat at the sturdy table. I don't know how to say this," he began, his hands clasped tightly in his lap. "I need a prayer, Bishop. I need it to stop me from thinking about Emma." The room fell silent for a moment, the only sound the soft trickle of water as it cooled in the kettle. Amos's expression turned serious, a flicker of curiosity illuminating his keen blue eyes. He tugged thoughtfully on his long beard, giving Samuel time to collect his thoughts. "And what are you thinking about her?" Samuel's mouth dropped open, caught off guard by the directness of the question. It was a loaded inquiry, one that felt like it reached deep into the core of him. "That I love her." The admission spilled out, unfamiliar yet liberating. "I only just realized, but I do love her." A pause settled between them, heavy with the weight of truth. Amos studied him, his gaze steady yet warm, a fatherly presence that wrapped around Samuel like a comforting blanket. "Then I don't think that prayer will stop this," he said finally. "Perhaps God has put you in her life for a reason." "Maybe," Samuel replied, the flicker of hope wrestling against the uncertainty that had been consuming him. "But what if she thinks I want to marry her just to take over the farm?" Samuel glanced down, tracing tiny patterns on the table's surface with his finger. "I don't want her to think that of me. I want to honor her." Amos nodded, his eyes filled with understanding. "It sounds like you've been thinking deeply, Samuel, as it is right to do. Have you considered doing it the proper way?" "What do you mean?" Samuel raised his brow, confusion pooling within as he awaited the bishop's guidance. "I suggest you buy the farm legally," Amos explained, his tone thoughtful yet resolute. "Then you could marry her to protect it. That way, she won't question your intentions, she will see your heart behind the action." The clarity of Amos's words seeped into his mind like sweet spring rain, washing away layers of uncertainty. "But how will I get the money?" Samuel asked, worry creeping back in. "I don't have enough saved up." Amos's eyes sparked with wisdom, his voice warm. "The district has a fund for situations like this. It would be a loan, but it can be paid back through your profits. The money can also help restock the farm and ensure you have a successful first season together." Hope began to blossom in Samuel's heart, leaping against the trepidation. "Really? Alone? It could work." Amos smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling with approval. It's a gut plan if you are serious about taking this path with Emma. But remember, it will require commitment, honesty, and love." Samuel nodded, the conviction surging within him. "I understand." "Then go to her," Amos encouraged, confidence filling his voice. "Talk openly and honestly. Tell her how you feel, and trust in God's plan for both of you. You have everything you need if you give this your heart." "Thank Amos." Samuel stood up with renewed purpose. "I will go and tell Emma." As he stepped outside, the weight of uncertainty that had burdened him began to lift. His heart raced with determination as he strolled down the lane toward Emma's farm, the aroma of fresh earth mixing with the scent of blooming wildflowers. Each step felt lighter, filled with an eager anticipation that made him want to hum a tune. The sky was painted in vivid strokes of blue with white fluffy clouds, yet Samuel hardly paid attention to the beauty of his surroundings. He moved to the rhythm of excitement thrumming in his chest, each heartbeat echoing the promise of a shared future with Emma. As Samuel approached Emma's property, a sense of rightness enveloped him. The barn burned to the ground, showing how much she'd lost. How strong she was. The sight of it made him want to protect her. To keep her safe and help her rebuild. He could see activity in the yard ahead and was drawn to the familiar sight of Emma, her focus intently set on feeding the chickens. She moved gracefully, a sense of purpose in her actions as she scattered the feed on the ground, the clucking of the birds filling the air with a comforting rhythm. Samuel stood still for a moment, quietly observing her while hidden from view. The way her cap framed her face brought a serene beauty to her presence, and he felt a rush of warmth at the sight. The sun caught the soft hues of her cheeks, a gentle blush that hinted at the hard work she put into her day. Her hair, neatly tucked beneath her prayer covering, was a reminder of the customs they both cherished. In this moment, she was a vision of grace and dedication, nurturing the life around her. This fleeting moment of tranquility soothed him, grounding him as he prepared to lay bare his heart. He took a deep breath, his pulse quickening, filled with both excitement and apprehension. He was about to step into an emotional territory he'd never navigated before. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward, ready to approach her. Just as he reached the entrance, a sudden mix of nerves hit him like a gust of wind. How would she respond? Would his feelings be met with warmth, or would they lead to uncertainty? "Emma," he called softly, his voice breaking the serene atmosphere of the yard. She turned, surprise flickering in those hazel eyes that he'd come to adore. "Samuel," she exclaimed, his name spilling forth from her lips. "Hi, Emma," he started, feeling the warmth of the moment wrap around them like a comforting blanket. "I need to talk to you." The sincerity in his voice sliced through any remaining tension between them, promising an honest exchange long overdue. Emma stepped toward him, her expression shifting from surprise to curiosity, and he felt a surge of determination encompass him. This was the moment he had to be brave and lay everything bare. He could almost see the life they could build together flourishing from his intentions, a delicate bloom emerging from the shadows of doubt that had clouded his mind. In that instant, as he stepped fully forward, he knew that whatever unfolded, he was ready to embrace the journey ahead. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay before them. And together, they would emerge stronger, hand in hand, igniting the love that had only just begun to bloom. Unless, of course, she turned him down. Chapter 23, Unspoken Emotions. As Emma stepped out of the house, the afternoon air felt thick with the tension that had settled in the wake of Samuel's visit. She could still picture the way he stood, determined and earnest, flashing that warm smile that made her heart skip a beat. The way he pulled her into his arms or the way she threw herself at him. He had run from her, disgusted. Feelings swirled inside her. A chaotic mix of despair and uncertainty. If only he cared, but at the moment, she was confused about what this all meant. The soft earth beneath her boots felt familiar and grounding as she made her way toward the yard. While tending to the chickens, she caught sight of Samuel walking down the lane toward her. The sight of him brought a spark of warmth to her heart, which quickly morphed into worry. His face looked so earnest yet friendly, but there was an underlying tension in his posture. His shoulders were slightly hunched as if bracing against the world. Emma's heart tightened as he approached, noting the way the bandage wrapped around his arm was stained with fresh blood, a stark reminder of the fiery chaos of the barn fire. Concern clutched at her throat. "Samuel." He looked up, and for a heartbeat, everything else faded. The way he smiled, although tinged with a hint of discomfort, filled her with a sense of ease. But as she noticed the burn weeping through the bandage, that ease was replaced with a wave of urgency. "Your arm," she said, instinctively reaching out. But he pulled back, a shadow flicking across his features, and the warmth that had surrounded her fell away like autumn leaves trembling in the wind. "It's fine, Emma." A pang of disappointment struck her. They had just come through a moment of chaos together, an unspoken bond that felt too fragile now. "You shouldn't ignore it," she urged, her voice softening. The need to help him surged within her, but she forced herself to draw back, a battle of emotions churning in her chest. "I can change the bandage. There is no problem. I even have a burn salve my grossmammy taught me how to make." "Really, I'm okay," he said, but the way he avoided her gaze stirred something deep within her. It was as if he didn't want her to touch him. It hurt and burned almost as much as the fire. He wanted Hannah's care instead. Did she not measure up in his eyes? "I'm so sorry you were burned," she said quietly, turning away from him to gather her thoughts. The impulse to comfort him twisted into something sharper, a disappointment that left her feeling vulnerable. She couldn't stay close to him when he wouldn't let her touch him, and it stung deeper than she cared to admit. Emma walked away from him, across the yard, and into the kitchen, leaning against the counter as she struggled to maintain her composure. She could hear his footsteps trailing behind her, and for a moment, the gentle thumping filled the silence, each step echoing her building anxiety. "What do you want?" she asked, her voice tight, knowing full well she should sound more inviting but unable to mask the uncertainty that wrapped around her heart. "I've been thinking," Samuel began, his voice hesitant as he stepped closer, close enough for her to feel the warmth radiating from his body, yet there was an invisible barrier between them, a space unfilled by words of love or hope. "About?" she prompted, feeling a mixture of curiosity and apprehension swirling together. He shifted, clearing his throat as he drew in a deep breath. "I wanted to ask you to marry me." "What?" The words slipped from her lips with disbelief, her stomach twisting with sudden apprehension and hurt. "Samuel, you didn't just ask me without saying that I love you," he continued, rushing the words out as if fearing he might lose the chance altogether. "I mean, I want to protect the farm and you, to help you rebuild." A moment of raw silence settled between them, heavy and suffocating. The reality of his words struck her like a cold wave, washing away the warmth from earlier. The heat of humiliation creeping up her cheeks, a bitter sting twisting inside. "You want to marry me out of obligation, not love," she whispered, shaking her head in disbelief. Samuel opened his mouth to protest, but no words came. Instead, he looked at her with that longing she'd seen before, but now it felt entangled with obligation, a duty more than a desire. It felt as if the desire was for her land, her farm. How it hurt. It cut so deep her knees would have given way if she were not leaning against the counter. "That's not what I meant," he finally said, desperation in his voice. Emma's heart raced, the walls of uncertainty closing around her. "You sound just like Jacob King. He wanted to marry me to claim the farm, to establish something that held no place for love." The mention of Jacob sent an icy shudder through her, shadowing the warmth Samuel had brought into her heart. She didn't want a marriage built on duty, she yearned for affection, for passion, for intertwining hearts that danced together in harmony. "I thought," Samuel started, but she cut him off. "Then you thought wrong." The words spilled from her, raw and unfiltered, echoing through the kitchen like a storm building outside. "I need to know you want me for me, not just because of some deal to save the farm." Desperation flashed in his eyes, the vulnerability palpable. "Emma, I do want you. It's just..." "What?" she pressed, feeling the flood of emotion push against her logical thoughts. "Just what? You want to protect me and the farm but don't want to acknowledge that you care for me? Or maybe you don't care for me." His expression faltered, and it hurt seeing the fight leave his eyes. The hope she'd clung to faltered, leaving her feeling exposed and raw. "I can't marry you without the love being there. I refuse to do that," she whispered, the tremor in her voice betraying the hurt she felt. "I can't live a life that feels like a chore." Silence wrapped around them, heavy and suffocating. Emma stepped away, retreating into herself as she struggled to regain her composure. Samuel held her gaze, uncertainty and determination playing across his features. "I never wanted to put that kind of burden on you, Emma. I wanted to do right by you, and I thought..." "Thought what?" she interjected, the knives of hurt cutting deeper. "That I would accept you because I don't want to be alone or because I should be grateful for the offer. I need more than that, Samuel." He sank back, the weight of her words settling heavily between them. He was searching for a way to explain himself, but she could see he was doing so with a heart that had led him here, a heart that might have hesitated on truths he wasn't yet ready to voice. "I truly cared about you from the beginning," he said quietly, his sincerity flooding the room amidst the tension. "But maybe I miscalculated everything. My intentions were never to trap you or force anything. Emma felt a flicker of regret spark in her chest. Despite the hurt, she didn't want to tear him down. I understand that you want to honor our traditions and protect the farm. But I deserve more. I deserve to be loved for who I am. Samuel nodded slowly, realization beginning to wash over his features. Perhaps we both thought we were trying to take the right steps, but love isn't something we need to hurry. What steps? Her voice trembled with confusion. You mean the steps we have been too scared to acknowledge? At that moment, all her fears coalesced in the uncomfortable silence, wrapping around them in an unyielding embrace. But as she watched him, she understood that both their hearts yearned for the same outcome, a love that transcended duty, obligations, or expectations. Emma, he started, but the weight of silence lingered between them, a bittersweet reminder of the path they were wandering. With tears brimming in her eyes, Emma took a final step away, emotions rippling through her heart. I wish I could accept your offer, Samuel, but I can't, she said softly. Without love, what is there? Samuel remained still, the weight of her words hanging in the air. While his expression was clouded with regret, she could see the flicker of understanding behind his gaze. She had wanted to be loved, wanted that connection that ran deeper than tradition. And she would not compromise on that. Turning away, Emma fought back the surge of tears threatening to fall. Her heart felt heavy, but at least she'd addressed the fear lurking within, fear of marrying out of obligation, fear of accepting something that wasn't built on solid ground. She almost raced out of the door. She couldn't bear to see his face for a moment longer. Or for him to see hers. For him, this had just been a transaction. If only he knew how much she wanted to say ja. To fall into his arms, but only if it was because of love. Chapter 24, Between Friendship and Fear. Emma's heart raced as she walked down the familiar dirt path to Tabby's house. The scent of wildflowers dancing in the gentle breeze was a reminder of the beauty surrounding their lives. But all she felt was a growing sense of anxiety. The conversation with Samuel still weighed heavily on her, twisting and turning in her mind like a restless spirit. She needed a friend's ear, someone to help her sort through the confusion swirling around her heart. He asked me to marry him. It still stung, and tears fell onto her cheeks. As she reached Tabby's porch, the cheerful sounds of laughter floated through the open door, pulling Emma from her thoughts. She stepped inside, letting the scent of her friend's house envelop her, a bittersweet mixture of rich coffee and the sweet aroma of cookies just pulled from the oven. Tabby was at the kitchen table with Ruth, busy arranging a plate full of treats, and Emma felt a flutter of comfort as she saw the two women together. Emma! Tabby exclaimed, her voice brightening the room. Come join us. We've made a feast. Looks delicious, Emma replied, forcing a smile even as her heart felt heavy. She sat down, the warmth of the kitchen wrapping around her like a hug, but the familiar comfort was coupled with uncertainty. She could already sense the probing eyes of her friends, both eager and knowing. They would see her eyes were red and moist. She should have taken a moment longer to control herself. Something's bothering you. Ruth's sharp gaze dissected Emma's expression. You look like you've seen a ghost. More like a devil, Emma muttered under her breath, the words escaping before she could compose herself. She took a deep breath, pushing the worries to the side for just a moment. I just had a rough day. Tabby poured coffee into a sturdy mug, handing it to Emma with a warm smile that was filled with understanding. Tell us what's going on, Em. Whatever it is, we can handle it together. Emma looked down at her hands wrapped around the cup, comforted by its warmth yet feeling chilled inside. This house was usually filled with laughter and light-hearted conversation. Without it, she felt pressure to fill the space, to talk. She felt an urgency to let it all out. I'm just scared of losing everything, she confessed, her voice wavering. With the fire and everything that's happened. I don't know what's going to happen with the farm or with Samuel. Ruth leaned in, her interest piqued. What do you mean? You and Samuel would be perfect for each other. Emma let out a huff. Did something happen with Samuel? Ruth reached out a hand, and Emma wanted to pull away. Ruth could be overbearing and she didn't need that now. You can tell us, Em. Tabby pushed the cookie plate across the table. They were raspberry and chocolate. Emma took one and bit into it. It was delicious, and yet it felt like ash in her mouth. Tell us, Tabby pushed. Emma hesitated, her heart pounding as she searched for the right words. He got burned during the fire while trying to rescue the animals. He won't let anyone help him. And when I offered, he pulled away like my touch disgusted him. Men can be stubborn, Tabby replied, her pink lips curving into a slight frown. They don't want to feel weak in front of us. But if he is anything like the man I know, he cares for you, Emma. You need to tell him how you feel. Emma felt a lump in her throat, conflicting emotions swirling within her. I thought there was something between us developing, she admitted quietly, but now I can't help but feel it was all just, for the sake of the farm. That maybe he just views me as the woman he needs to marry to save it. Ruth nudged her gently. I don't think that's true. There's something deeper there. You have to see it. Mary. Tabby's eyes were wide. Did he ask you to marry him? But how can I trust that? How can I know what it was for? The proposal was cold, matter of fact, and I know he wants a farm, Emma shot back, frustration etching across her features. After Jacob and everything, how can I trust that Samuel is any different? But he is. Ruth took her hand, and she managed to not pull away. The thought of Jacob's earlier advances seeped into her mind, turning her insides to ice. She shook her head, trying to clear the memory. I don't want to fall for someone who can't see me. For someone who doesn't love me. That is nae life. Sweetheart, Tabby said softly, reaching out to hold Emma's other hand gently, you need to have faith. Samuel might not know how to express himself, but I believe he feels something real for you. You can't let fear control your heart. Emma sighed deeply, the fight draining from her as she considered their words. What if I'm too late and he really does prefer Hannah? She couldn't help but think of how closely Samuel had allowed Hannah to care for him, how attentive she'd been as she treated his wounds. Ruth scoffed, waving a dismissive hand. Men can be blind to what they have right in front of them. You just need to nudge him in the right direction. Go back and talk to him, Emma, Tabby urged. I have a feeling he cares more than you realize. You just need to give him the chance to express it. Trust me on this one. Taking another sip of her coffee, Emma leaned against the table, contemplating their encouragements. The warmth of the kitchen pulsed against her cheeks, yet an uneasy chill ran down her spine as she realized how much she truly wanted to have that conversation with Samuel. Suddenly, the cozy space felt suffocating, filled with the sweet aroma of baked goods and the sound of laughter that now felt so distant. Could she confront the feelings simmering inside her? Could she even take the chance that she might be wrong, that her fears might yet again run her life? Okay, she finally said, trying to ignite a flicker of hope within her heart. I will talk to him. Her voice was steadier now, bolstered by the support of her friends. Ruth beamed at her, pride shining in her eyes. That's the spirit. You won't know unless you try. Tabby leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with encouragement. And remember, whatever happens, we're here for you. As Emma took another sip of her coffee, warmth flowed through her, mingling with a renewed sense of determination. The future remained uncertain, but she could at least take that first step forward. With the taste of sweet pastries lingering on her tongue and surrounded by the laughter of her friends, she knew that she wouldn't face this alone. Maybe I'll bake him something, she mused aloud, trying to bring a touch of levity into the heavy atmosphere. Now that's an idea. Tabby clapped her hands together. You should bring him something comforting, he'll appreciate that. Just remember to put your heart into it, Ruth added with a knowing wink. Whatever you do, don't hold back. Show him you care. With that thought echoing in her mind, Emma felt a fire ignite within her, a flicker of excitement overshadowing her fears. She could see a path ahead of her, lit by the unwavering support of her friends, ready to face Samuel and whatever awaited her heart. As the evening wore on, sharing stories and laughter with Tabby and Ruth, Emma realized that she had the strength of a community behind her. It was time to take charge of her own fate and let her heart speak the words she longed for. Whether love blossomed or not, she was ready to embrace the journey, one step at a time. Chapter 25, A Night of Reckoning. By the time Emma returned home, the sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving behind an indigo curtain dotted with faint stars that blinked softly against the dusk. She stepped through the gate, expecting to see Samuel waiting for her or at least to feel the lingering warmth of his presence. But her heart sank as she noticed that he was nowhere to be found. It was late, and he had already gone home or retired to the barn. Was he just sleeping there to protect his interests, or was he there for her? Once more, she felt lonely and made her way inside. The kitchen felt emptier without him, the air stale with the remnants of her own hopes. In the quiet of the house, she turned off her thoughts about the earlier encounter and focused on her plans for the next day. Baking a cake had emerged as an idea out of nowhere, a gentle nudge from her heart that broke through the layers of doubt. She could feel the excitement fluttering like wings within her. She would bake him a cake and precede it with a hearty casserole, a warm invitation for him to join her for a meal as a thank you for everything he'd done. The thought of spending more time together kindled a spark within her, pushing back against the fear that filled her heart after their earlier conversation. Maybe this time, she would find the courage to tell him the truth about her feelings. She headed to the small kitchen. The lingering aroma of the day's meals made the place feel like a home. It caused a pang of loneliness. Sometimes, she didn't bother to cook now. It was hardly worth it just for her. A sandwich or a few eggs would see her through. But tomorrow, she would cook for Samuel. Maybe it would come to nothing, but she would do it anyway. The man deserved her thanks. The simple routine enveloped her, and as she began to gather ingredients, she felt another layer of reassurance settle in. The sound of her hands moving through the pots and pans created a comfortable rhythm that eased her mind. Once the cake batter was well mixed and the delightful aroma filled the air, Emma headed to her bedroom early, needing the quiet to gather her thoughts. The night was truly here now, leaving her with a blanket of stillness, and she enveloped herself in her fluffy robe before saying her prayers and sliding into bed. The soft cotton sheets welcomed her as she nestled in, inviting her to surrender to the weight of sleep. As she lay there, thoughts of Samuel wandered through her mind like playful whispers. She could imagine the way he smiled, the glint of sincerity in his eyes as he spoke. But another voice interjected a reminder of her past, a thread of guilt woven through her memories of Jonas, her husband and first love who had passed too soon. It was a bittersweet ache that still lived inside her. One she grappled with, wishing to honor the love that once was while also embracing the possibility of love to come. As she closed her eyes, she whispered a prayer. Please, God, let me find the courage to open my heart again. Help me to show Samuel how I feel, she murmured into the stillness, feeling the weight of her emotions laid bare before the universe. The promise of new beginnings floated through her, a sense of love warming her heart, breaking through the walls of guilt. Finally, she drifted into a soft sleep, surrendering to the dreams that began to unfold in the quiet of the night. But in the middle of the night, the peace was shattered by a sudden commotion, a voice shouting, raw with urgency. Emma jolted awake, heart pounding as she strained to listen. Nay! Stop! The voice echoed through the still air, familiar and frantic. Samuel! Suddenly, she was wide awake, adrenaline rushing through her veins like ice water. She fumbled out of bed, grabbing her robe before racing out of her house, her feet bare against the cool wood floors and then the damp grass. The night was dark, cloaked in shadows, but the sound of hooves pounding against the earth filled the silence. In the distance, she caught a glimpse of a horse galloping away, a rider obscured by the night, their face hidden beneath a dark hood. Panic surged through her as she ran toward the commotion, her bare feet slapping against the ground. Samuel! She called out, her voice rising with desperation, fear twisting in her stomach. When she reached the edge of the yard, her heart sank at the sight before her. Samuel lay on the ground, one arm positioned awkwardly beside him. The horrific scene sent chills down her spine. Her breath caught as she rushed to his side, kneeling beside him, feeling the urgency thrumming in her chest. Samuel! What happened? The clouds cleared, and the moon shone through. There was blood on his arm. Samuel! He lifted his head slightly, his breath labored, pain etched into the lines of his face. The cattle, horses, they're about to escape. He pointed toward the fence. His voice trembled with effort. The fence has been broken again. The sight of blood on his arm and more seeping through the fabric of his bandage sent a wave of panic crashing over her. You're hurt. She tried to see the extent of his injury, but Samuel's gaze remained fixed on the fence, determination in his eyes. Emma, stop the livestock, he commanded with urgency. Get the cattle back. They're restless. Without thinking, she sprang into action, her instincts kicking in. Standing up, she shouted as she waved her arms, calling to the cattle that were now milling closer to the gap. Back! Get back! She could feel her heart racing, the fear of losing them surging through her, but the cattle responded, reluctantly turning back toward the safety of the field, hooves booming against the ground. Samuel had managed to drag himself closer, but he grimaced in pain as he attempted to rise to his feet. The sight of him struggling only fueled Emma's anxiety. You need to rest, she urged, trying to focus on him even as she maintained a continuous watch on the restless animals. I can't, he groaned, breathing heavily, wincing again as he adjusted himself against a fence post. Tears brimmed in her eyes at the sight of him so vulnerable, so determined to protect. She wanted to rush to his side, to tend to him and wring out the pain he bore from his injuries. Please, let me help you, she said softly, hoping he would let her closer, to take care of him like he had looked out for her. But at her words, he stiffened, his expression tightening into a mask of resolve. Confusion flooded through her. What was wrong with him? Did he not realize she wanted to care for him? Really, Emma, I can manage, he insisted, his voice strained but firm. It felt like a brick wall had suddenly risen between them, and the warmth of connection they had shared began to feel cold. Why won't you let me, she asked, the hurt spilling into her voice, desperate to bridge the divide growing steadily between them. You've done so much for me. Why won't you let me be there for you? Because I can't risk you getting hurt, he replied, frustration seeping into his tone, mingling with the pain that lingered in his eyes. Samuel, I'm not fragile, she said, frustration spilling over. I care about you, and you're hurt. I want to help you. His gaze softened for just a moment, and in that flicker, she felt a glimmer of connection spark to life. But just as quickly as it appeared, he turned his gaze back toward the fence, grappling with his own demons. I can't have you tied to me, Emma. I'm not the man you deserve. Who am I supposed to care for if not you? She asked, exasperation creeping into her words. You're pushing me away, and I don't understand. Silence hung heavily in the air, feeling thick with unease. Emma took a step back, trying to comprehend his reluctance. It felt as if she were fighting against an invisible tide, her heart desperate for the truth behind his turbulent emotions. Why wouldn't he let her in? Just as the thought swirled in her mind, he finally turned to her again, but the vulnerability in his gaze was cloaked in something deeper, fear. "Because I don't want you to see me like this," he said softly, ashamed. The pain in his eyes cut through her like a sharp splinter, and she vowed silently to help him heal, to remind him of the strength that lay within him. "You aren't a burden to me, Samuel. You never have been. You've stood by my side, and I want to do the same for you." He stared at her as if weighing her words, searching for something. "I'm here," she insisted, desperation breaking through. "I'm not going anywhere. Just let me help." As she looked into his eyes, she could feel the dynamic shifting, the barriers slowly breaking down. Samuel's expression softened, his defenses wavering ever so slightly. "All right," he relented, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'll accept your help." Emma breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that this was just the beginning. They'd both faced the dark shadows of doubt that could threaten to pull them apart, but in the midst of chaos, she had faith that the bond they shared could withstand these trials. Samuel might not have realized it yet, but she wouldn't give up on him, nor would she give up on the hope that lay within them both. Together, they would find their path forward, and with that sweet promise, she knew they were already one step closer to something beautiful. Chapter 26, Tending to His Wounds. Emma stood beside Samuel. He leaned against the battered fence, blood seeping through the bandage on his arm and from another cut. It looked like he'd been hit by an axe. No doubt what had been used to break the fence, this time. Luckily, it appeared to have been a glancing blow. Her heart froze at the thought of him being killed. He had to let her help him, but he was standing there, stoic. It felt as if he would walk away if she breathed. Every moment felt stretched thin, her heart raced with the weight of their unspoken words. "Let me care for you," she added some strength to her voice and reached out to touch his gut arm. Finally, Samuel nodded and relented to her insistence to help him. The fence had been secured with rope for the night. "Come." Taking his arm, she led him back to her house. Even now, as they walked together, the tension hung between them like a delicate thread, neither one daring to cross the invisible barrier that separated them. The smell of earth mingled with the faint hint of cedar from the porch, wrapping around them as they entered. Inside the warmth of her home, Emma felt a sense of familiarity offer comfort amidst the uncertainty. She quickly lit a lamp and gathered her supplies, clean cloths, antiseptic, and a fresh bandage, her mind racing with thoughts of Samuel's injuries, of how brave he'd been for her. As she looked up, Samuel stood there, visibly weary, his expression pained yet grateful. Shadows danced across his features, but beneath the shadows, his eyes held a steadfast strength that made her heart leap. "Denki," he murmured, his voice hoarse. "Sit, and let me take care of you first," Emma insisted, motioning him toward the wooden table. "You need to rest." He moved to sit, his movements slow and deliberate, but there was an underlying energy that hinted at his discomfort. Samuel winced as he settled into the seat, trying to find a position that didn't aggravate his damaged arm. Emma's heart twisted at the sight of him, knowing he'd faced down the chaos of the night yet again for her sake. She poured some warm water into a shallow basin and soaked a cloth before gently cleaning the wound. "You've really sacrificed so much for me," she said quietly, the realization resonating deep within her soul. Samuel had risked his safety in the line of duty, protecting the animals, ensuring that things remained normal for her when everything felt so chaotic. "Emma, it's nothing you wouldn't do for me," he replied, his voice steady but softened by the pang of pain. "Still, it means a lot." "You mean a lot." That drew his gaze, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. But before he could respond, a knock on the door broke the moment, pulling them both back into the reality of the evening. "Emma," a voice called, familiar yet stern. It was one of their neighbors, Ben Miller, and she could sense the urgency even before she opened the door. When she did, the neighbor stood there, surprise etched into his features as he took in the sight of Samuel. "We've sent for the bishop and the sheriff." "Are you and Samuel hurt?" "I'm fine," Samuel interjected, his tone firm but strained. Ben shifted, doubt lingering in his eyes, but it was Emma's worry that flooded her heart. "Samuel has been hurt. He needs time to recover," she said, stepping beside him, her protective instincts flaring. "You can let them know he's okay, but he was hurt in the chaos at the barn." The neighbor's gaze shifted to Samuel again, catching the bloodied bandage peeking out from beneath the edge of his shirt. "I'll let them know to hurry," he said, his tone serious before he stepped away, the door closing behind him. Samuel leaned back against the chair, exhaustion washing over him. Emma took a deep breath, focusing on tending to his wounds. She soaked a cloth in warm water again, this time not bothering to hide the concern in her gaze. "You pushed yourself too hard." "It's what I do," Samuel said with a faint chuckle, but the pain in his eyes told another story. Emma began to gently clean the cut. It wouldn't need stitches, but it would bruise badly. Then she took off the bandage and cleaned his burn. Each dab of the cloth caused him to wince, but he sat still and let her work. She could feel the warmth emanating from his skin. He'd been brave enough to face danger, unflinchingly risking everything, yet there was softness beneath that strength, one that made her heart ache. "You saved me," she murmured as her fingers brushed against his arm more delicately, inching along the fragile skin in need of care. His eyes searched hers, crossing the invisible chasm they had faced earlier. "I just did what anyone would do." He tried to downplay it, but the sincerity resonated deeper in the enclosed room. "Nay, Samuel." Her voice was firmer now, the resolve swelling within her. "You did more than anyone else would. You faced the flames, you risked everything to protect not only the animals but me. You don't realize how much that means." His gaze softened as he listened, the hint of vulnerability creeping into his expression. "I don't need accolades for doing what's right." "I'm not giving you accolades. I'm showing you my gratitude," she insisted softly, reaching up to place a new bandage on his arm. Once finished, she touched the skin above the bandage. "You could have been hurt worse than this, and yet you stand here. Let me help you. Please, allow me in." Samuel looked away for a moment, that flicker of hesitation crossing his face once more. She could see a struggle dwelling within him, and for a moment, the warmth in the room felt laden with unspoken truths. Inching closer, she finished cleaning the axe wound, and as she wrapped a second fresh bandage around his injured arm, she felt a swell of affection rise within her, an urge to connect further, to reassure him that he wasn't alone. "You're not weak, Samuel. You're strong and brave, and I admire you for it." He chuckled softly, shaking his head as if her words weighed on him differently. "I just don't want to burden you more than I already have." "Then don't," she said, meeting his gaze with fierce determination. "Let me share this with you. I want to help you, Samuel. That's what friends are for, right? We lean on each other." For several heartbeats, they stayed in that moment, suspended between uncertainty and the budding connection that grew between them like tendrils of hope. They stared into each other's eyes, pulled together but not able to move forward. She looked away. There was so much left unspoken, yet she could feel the pull of something deeper, something that brought possibilities flooding back to her heart. "Friends," he echoed softly, almost uncertain. The quietness enveloped them, a comfortable space against the chaos that had unfolded. Emma felt the warmth of the connection between them unveil itself like a blossoming flower. As she tucked the last bit of the bandage in place, she found herself leaning forward, a sudden need to bridge the distance, a gesture that felt electric. Almost instinctively, she pressed her lips to his forehead, a gentle kiss that held everything too profound to put into words. The move surprised her, an impulse driven by the emotions swirling deep within her. Her heart raced as she pulled back, suddenly aware of the weight in the air, the blush that crept across her cheeks at the unexpected intimacy of the moment. "Emma," Samuel breathed, the sincerity in his tone reaching parts of her heart she hadn't dared explore in years. She simply nodded, feeling the tremor of hope surging between them. "You need to heal." That was unexpected, he admitted, but the way he looked at her, those deep, seeking eyes, revealed a longing she hadn't dared to hope for. Was it too much? Emma asked, suddenly unsure of herself, while the warmth of their moment pulsed through her. "Nay, not at all," he replied quickly, the remnants of a grin tugging at his lips. "It's just unexpected." Before she could respond, footsteps echoed in the distance, the approach of their neighbors returning, no doubt with the bishop and sheriff. The moment hung, suspended in the air between them, the space alive with feelings neither one could yet articulate. As the sound of voices drew nearer, the heaviness of the chaos from the night re-entered the room, but Emma felt a renewed strength buried within her, one that told her they would face whatever challenges awaited, together. And in that belief, she knew that love could be cultivated, coaxed delicately into bloom. With Samuel beside her, she felt ready to embrace whatever future lay ahead, armed with the conviction that whatever blossomed from here would be rooted in trust, understanding, and perhaps, just perhaps, love. Chapter 27, A Question of Trust. The atmosphere in Emma's kitchen felt charged, heavy with unspoken words and a myriad of emotions. Emma had just finished tending to Samuel's damaged arm. They felt comfortable, different, the soft glow of the oil lamp flickering against the wall, casting gentle shadows that danced across the floor. It was a moment of quiet understanding, but the sound of approaching voices pulled her attention. The door swung open, and Bishop Amos Beeler stepped inside, followed closely by the sheriff, his hat in hand, his brows set in a serious line. Emma's heart raced as she felt a mix of anxiety and apprehension wash over her. The air seemed to thicken at the sight of them. This was no casual visit. Would her problems be over at last? "Evenin', Emma," Amos greeted, his voice warm yet authoritative, a familiar tone to her that brought both comfort and a sense of urgency. "Samuel." Samuel shifted in his seat, maintaining a posture of readiness as he met their gaze. "Amos," he said, wincing slightly, the pain still fresh in his wounded arm. "Are you both all right?" the sheriff asked, concern weaving its way through his words as he looked between the two of them. He looked at her, then at Samuel, his brow furrowing slightly. "We heard about the incident." Emma could only nod, suddenly feeling the weight of their worry settle heavily in her chest. "Samuel was hit with an axe, but we're managing." "Do you know who did this?" Amos asked, his voice steady, searching their faces for answers. She took a breath, feeling the tightness in her throat as she replied, "I think it was Jacob King." The name hung in the air between them, heavy and suffocating, accompanied by memories she couldn't shake. "But we don't have proof." The sheriff crossed his arms, his expression shifting to one of contemplation. "Well, I'll keep an eye on this place, but we can't go off mere assumptions." He paused, assessing the situation with a keen gaze before continuing. "I think it's best if you two consider moving out, for your safety." Emma's heart plummeted into her stomach at the suggestion. It felt all too abrupt, like a fragile glass shattered in an instant. "Move out?" she echoed, unsure whether to feel fear or indignation. Then she realized his implication that they were a couple. "Nay, Samuel is." Amos gave her an understanding smile. "Samuel is sleeping in the old hayloft now that the barn is destroyed," she finished, heat rising to her cheeks as embarrassment washed over her. The words tumbled out, nearly unbidden. She didn't want to explain their living situation, especially given how it might be misconstrued. The sheriff raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth twitching upward. Well, if I'm considering your safety, perhaps Samuel should sleep in the house to protect you if you won't move away. Emma felt her cheeks flush an even deeper shade, the implications of his words sending her heart racing faster. Nay, that's not proper or necessary, she protested, her voice catching in her throat. I can take care of myself. Yet even as she spoke those words, doubt lingered in her mind. She felt the weight of the barn fire press against her, the unease that had taken root beneath her skin. Samuel's steadfastness during the chaos looped through her thoughts, how he'd put himself in danger for her. Amish cleared his throat, his tone gentle but filled with conviction. That is not our way, Sheriff. We do not impose fear on our lives. Perhaps someone else in the community could sleep here in the house. Or Samuel might take the house, and Emma could stay with us. Amish, I appreciate the concern, Samuel interjected, the strain of pain evident in his posture. But we can't just uproot everything. The farm. But what if it happens again? Emma's voice interjected, laced with fear. What if Jacob comes back? I don't want to feel like I have to hide from anyone. The sheriff's posture relaxed slightly as he returned his focus to Emma. I want to ensure you feel safe, Emma. That's what this is about. If moving is what it takes to keep you both safe, then it needs to be considered. I don't want to leave, she managed, the fragility of her emotions threatening to break free. This farm is my home. Samuel reached for her hand across the table, his touch warm yet grounding. We'll figure this out, I promise. Looking into his eyes, Emma saw the flicker of resolve, a bond fueled by shared experiences, and for a moment, that connection felt as though it could withstand the world around them. If they could navigate the flames and chaos together, was there any challenge they couldn't face? Amish observed the exchange, wise eyes taking in the tension woven into their conversation. You are stronger together, but also stronger in community. It might be wise to reach out to your neighbors for support. I know of a woman who needs a place to stay. If she stayed here and Samuel stayed downstairs, I think we could allow this under the circumstances. A hesitant silence settled in the air, and Emma could only nod, a small wave of gratitude washing over her. The thought of relying on others filled her with both hope and dread, but she knew the tight-knit community often came together in times of need. Thank Amish, she agreed, taking a deep breath as she shifted her focus back to the sheriff. But we can't simply uproot everything. Not until we know what's truly happening. I agree, the sheriff said, his expression softening as he regarded her. But please keep me informed. If I can help protect this place, I will. I will have a car standing by to keep an eye on you and suggest you get your neighbors to do the same. Turning to Samuel, she saw the faintest smile play at the corners of his lips, an acknowledgement of their strength and companionship. Let's take it one step at a time, he suggested, squeezing her hand, grounding them both in that moment. Together, Emma whispered back, feeling the warmth of trust flicker to life once more within her. The sheriff nodded, approving of the exchange. I will keep an eye out. There are good people who will help keep you safe. Once the bishop and sheriff departed and quiet enveloped the room again, Emma turned to Samuel, studying the weary lines etched across his brow. You really should rest, she said softly, the gentleness of her words wrapping around him like a warm blanket. You shouldn't be trying to take on everything alone. I'll be all right, he insisted, but the wavering in his tone gave away the truth. Emma decided to pursue the conversation, feeling the urgency push her forward as she studied the bandage on his arm. You can't rush healing, Samuel. You've done so much to protect everything already, but you also need to protect yourself. I need you to be all right. I worry you'll take on more than you should, Emma, he replied quietly. You've already faced so much. Samuel, she said, leaning closer, her heart pounding in rhythm with her words. I can't do this without you. Whatever this is, whatever is happening, I need you beside me. You have to let me help. The vulnerability in his expression cracked the barriers that had guarded his heart for so long. Then, when this is over, I will talk to you again and tell you how I feel, he finally admitted, faltering only slightly. Gut, Emma said, a small smile tugging at her lips, warming the space between them. Together, we can take on whatever is thrown at us. I believe that. As they sat together, the night's shadows began to retreat in the face of their shared resolve. Though uncertainty lingered in the air outside, inside, the warmth of connection pulsed like the heartbeat of hope. Emma could feel the rhythm of a future unfolding before her, one that could be filled with love, companionship, and the possibility of growth. The fire burning between them bloomed, a fragile yet resilient flame that promised to withstand the tests of time, forging a bond that could weather anything. And as Emma settled across from Samuel, her spirit lifted with the certainty that together, they could face whatever challenges awaited them in the dark. Chapter 28, The Weight of Safety. The door creaked open, allowing a gust of cool night air to sweep into the modest home Emma had always cherished. She peered around the entrance, her heart quickening as she took in the sight of Hannah Stoltzfus standing there. There was a look of uncertainty etched across her features. The fidgeting of her fingers told the story of someone who had battled doubt, an unspoken vulnerability that resonated deeply with Emma. Hannah, Emma said, stepping aside to invite her in. Come inside. As Hannah crossed the threshold, a shiver ran through her, a mere reflection of the inner turmoil both women were currently grappling with. Hannah's reticence felt oddly comforting amidst the shadow of chaos that had enveloped them all. Bishop Amish sent me, Hannah explained, her voice soft as she stood at the door, her hands tucked into the sleeves of her coat. Emma could see the slight tremor in her fingers, and it tugged at her heart. Hannah had faced so much in her life, and now here she was, standing vulnerable yet brave in the face of uncertainty. I wonder if it's wise to stay here, Emma admitted, glancing toward the living room where Samuel lay resting. Despite her desire for companionship, the danger still lingered outside, a relentless shadow threatening to engulf them again. Samuel is sleeping in the living room. That's why I feel it's safer here, especially now, Hannah replied, stepping further into the warmth of the home. I have nowhere to stay at the moment and would be proud to stand with you. Emma bit her lip, weighing her options. Bishop Amish had urged Hannah to come, to find safety away from the oppressive presence of a past suitor. Neither woman could afford to take their threats lightly, and Emma appreciated the resilience that brought Hannah here. Of course, as she responded. You'll be safe here. Hannah nodded, a hint of gratitude sparkling in her eyes as she settled at the edge of the kitchen table. In that moment, she looked weary, the weight of past struggles clinging to her like a worn cloak. They both turned at the sound of footsteps and Samuel emerged from the living room, his familiar shoulders hunched, the bandages still fresh on his arm. The evening light cast a glow around him, but it did little to diminish the tension that still hovered. Is everyone all right? He asked, catching sight of Hannah, curiosity mingling with concern. We will be, Emma assured him. Bishop Amish sent Hannah over for safety. Of course. I guess we could use the company. Samuel's voice was steady, but as he allowed their eyes to meet, Emma could feel a flicker of discomfort brimming beneath the surface. Amish arrived not long after, his presence filling the space with the kind of weight that compelled both women to sit a little taller. He surveyed the room, his eyes pausing on Samuel, the subtle authority in his gaze coaxing Samuel to face his reality. How is the arm? Amish asked, his voice carrying that distinctive warmth. It's sore, Samuel replied, attempting to downplay the concern etched into the lines of his face. But I'll manage. Amish nodded, his expression growing serious. You need to rest, Samuel. And remember, you also need to behave as a gentleman, especially now that 2 women are staying here." The way he said it felt like a gentle nudge, wrapping Samuel's intentions in sincerity. "I assure you, Bishop," Samuel replied, the slightest hint of a smile creeping across his face. "I will behave." Emma felt that, for a brief moment, the tension eased, but the heaviness remained, lingering in the background like a specter waiting to collect its due. Amish took a moment to assess the room, his gaze lingering on each of them. "You all must do what you can to protect this little sanctuary of yours," he said quietly, glancing at the door as if Jacob might materialize at any moment. "We cannot afford to take chances. Call on your neighbors if any trouble arises. Do not face it alone, and the sheriff has left a car with officers hidden nearby. It is just around the corner, in the old lane." Difficult for Jacob to see but close enough to be called upon if needed. "I didn't want it too close. If it was, Jacob would be warned. The officers will patrol regularly. I know they may still miss something, but we have to trust in God." Emma's heart raced again as she felt the weight of those words settle in. She exchanged glances with both Hannah and Samuel, recognizing the unspoken fear in their eyes mingling with the understanding that they were stronger together, even amidst the tumult of their lives. As Amish began to prepare to leave after a few lingering moments, he turned back to Samuel. There was something behind the sharpness of his gaze that felt almost fatherly, a concern that pushed Samuel to confront his heart. "You have much on your mind, don't you?" Samuel hesitated, the flicker of uncertainty wrapping around him like a shroud. Emma could feel tension crackling in the air, a moment suspended in time. "I need to focus on the situation at hand. I can't worry about anything else until we're safe." "Your heart is also important," Amish pressed gently, the emphasis on heart, a reminder of the deeper truth they all still needed to acknowledge. Samuel opened his mouth as if to speak but then fell quiet, a battle of silence shifting between him and the bishop. Emma held her breath, sensing the tension thrumming beneath the surface. Whatever words were dancing behind Samuel's lips were caught in the chasm of uncertainty. "It can wait," he finally replied, the weight of unspoken feelings anchoring down even further. "Right now, our main focus is the safety of the farm and of each other." Amish nodded, the understanding there but heavy. "Very well. Just remember that family is always about more than just safety. It's about love, support, and finding strength in one another. You are not alone, Samuel." With that, Amish took his leave, the air still thick with tension as he walked away. Emma stood in the silence left behind, feeling a painful tug toward both Samuel and Hannah. The emotions swirling inside her mirrored the storm outside, not just of the physical world but of their own internal battles. She turned to Samuel, who now leaned against the wall in thought, looking weary yet grounded. "What will you do now?" she asked quietly, the vulnerability in her voice an echo of her concern. "Focus on getting better and keeping you safe," Samuel replied, his expression softening as he met her gaze. "And I need to talk to you more, but for now, I just need to rest." Hannah shifted, glancing around the room as she drew in a deep breath, grounding herself in the moment. "You have been through so much," she said softly, a flicker of understanding igniting in her eyes. "I didn't come here just to hide. I came here to stand with you. I need to find my way back." Emma felt a warmth from Hannah's words, a promise of solidarity amidst the chaos. "We're all stronger together," Emma said, grateful for the bond that was beginning to form between them despite the fear of the unknown. With that small sliver of hope soothing the storm inside her, Emma busied herself in the kitchen, preparing a quick meal. She could hear Samuel settling onto the couch with a soft groan, the sound sending a pang of concern through her. The weight of their current reality pressed down upon them all, yet there was also an undercurrent of resilience coursing through the air, the understanding that they were not alone in this fight. After a quiet meal, the atmosphere became lighter, laughter finding its way into the conversation despite their worries. Emma felt a glow of warmth wrap around her heart as she glanced at both Samuel and Hannah, who were sharing stories and teasing one another as they comfortably settled into their makeshift family unit. However, Hannah seemed wary, afraid even. Pulling away from Samuel. Perhaps it was wrong to bring her here. Had she put her in danger? As evening deepened, Samuel excused himself, retreating to the couch and allowing Emma and Hannah to chat. A fragile peace settled around them, moments punctuated by quiet understanding and tentative bonds. In the warmth of their shared laughter, Emma felt a growing connection not just with Samuel but with Hannah as well, a deepening friendship forged in the flames of hardships. As they shared stories and hopes late into the night, Emma realized that perhaps they could find their way through this together. Yet the heavy shadow of Jacob lingered outside, a reminder that the battle for their safety had only just begun. But armed with their newfound understanding and support, Emma could feel the flicker of possibility shimmering in the distance, lighting the path ahead. She could only hope it would guide them all toward a brighter future of love, trust, and healing. Chapter 29, Finding Balance. The house creaked softly as Emma navigated through the kitchen. She focused on preparing breakfast, the rhythmic movements of kneading dough grounding her as she grappled with the presence of Hannah in her home. The quiet tension that had settled in since her arrival weighed heavily on her heart, intertwining with her mixed emotions and worries. Part of her felt for the woman. During the night, she'd found out that Hannah had been through an unimaginable trauma, but she was also jealous. That made no sense at all. Hannah was not looking for a relationship. Samuel was not hers, and if he found love with Hannah, then she should be happy for them both. But her heart had already made a connection with him, and she couldn't help how she felt. She prayed long and hard this morning, but all she saw was Samuel's face. It was there before her, comforting and something more. What was wrong with her? Across from her, Hannah sat at the small wooden table in the corner of the kitchen, staring into space as if lost in thoughts that had a stranglehold on her. Her posture was tense, shoulders hunched slightly as she twisted her fingers together, a fragility that tugged at Emma's heart. Now she knew part of what had happened to the woman. She realized that guardedness was always there. She had considered it a touch of arrogance before. "Are you hungry, Hannah?" Emma asked, trying to break the silence that enveloped them like a heavy blanket. She'd prepared a simple breakfast, but Hannah's reluctance to partake was palpable. Hannah looked up slowly, her hazel eyes clouded with what Emma recognized as discomfort. "A little," she murmured, her voice almost a whisper. Emma placed a bowl of oatmeal on the table, the steam rising and carrying the sweet smell of cinnamon through the room. "You need to eat something to keep your strength up," she urged softly, watching as Hannah pushed the bowl away slightly, the unease still lingering in her demeanor. Seeing Hannah's hesitance stirred empathy within Emma. She couldn't ignore the fact that Hannah was dealing with her own trauma, and that only added to the atmosphere of uncertainty surrounding the three of them. "I know it's a lot, but I'm here if you need to talk," Emma offered, trying to create a safe space for her. Hannah took a deep breath, her gaze drifting down to her hands. "I do appreciate it, Emma. It's just hard to talk about things sometimes. I will be fine for days, and then a memory will surface. Or I have a nightmare, and it all comes flooding back." "Maybe you could start small," Emma suggested, moving to sit across from her, hoping to ease Hannah into sharing. "We can take our time." Hannah looked hesitant, glancing toward the window as if searching for clarity in the morning light. "I was engaged once," she began, her voice trembling slightly. "But he wasn't who I thought he was. I thought I knew him." Emma's breath caught in her throat, her heart aching for the vulnerability that lay before her. The bishop had already filled her in on the vaguest of details, but she hadn't known that they were engaged. "What happened?" she asked gently, aware that pushing too hard could cause Hannah to retreat further into her shell. Hannah caught her breath, shivering as she remembered. "He was charming and sweet at first. But then, things changed. The sweetness faded, and I began to see the darker side. Emma reached out instinctively, wanting to bridge the distance between them. There was a weight in Hannah's words, a heaviness that echoed with the truth of unhealed scars. He was controlling, Hannah continued, her voice barely above a whisper as if the memories were still sharp and painful. I remember a night when he became angry over something small. He became aggressive. I was terrified. He grabbed my arm and pushed me against a wall. That was the start. Things got much worse. I couldn't seem to get away from him. It took over a year, and some of the things. When I finally escaped, I promised myself I would never let a man get that close again. Emma felt her heart break at Hannah's revelation. The courage it took to share such painful moments was immense. You're not alone anymore. Emma's voice was thick with emotion. You're safe here. Hannah shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes. I just don't know how to trust again. But you're trying, Emma encouraged, offering a comforting smile. That counts for so much. I know it's not easy, but I'm here for you. As Hannah glanced up, Emma saw a flicker of gratitude light her eyes. That bond they were forming was precious, a fragile connection built on shared vulnerabilities. Thank Emma, Hannah murmured, her voice steadier now. I appreciate you giving me a chance. I really want to heal. Before Emma could respond, the front door creaked open, and she turned to see Samuel step inside, expelling the remnants of outside tension as he entered the warm embrace of the home. Relief washed over her at the sight of him. His presence always seemed to bring a sense of calm. Good morning. There was no damage last night, and the animals are all well, he greeted cheerfully, but his smile faded slightly when he saw the expression on Hannah's face. What's wrong? Emma opened her mouth to reassure him, but before she could, Hannah abruptly stood up, her chair scraping against the wooden floor. I need some air, she said as she hurried past Samuel, her steps hurried and panicked. The door swung shut behind her with a gentle thud. Samuel looked after her, confusion written across his features. What just happened? Did I do something wrong? He asked, turning his gaze from the door back to Emma, concern etching lines around his eyes. Emma felt a pang in her stomach, the imprint of the reality of Hannah's struggle weighing heavily on her heart. It's not you. We were talking about her past, she began, trying to form the right words. She shared some of her story, and then I think it became overwhelming. She's been through so much, Samuel replied, rubbing the back of his neck, worry tangling with frustration on his face. It's hard for her to open up when the past still haunts her. I know, Emma said softly, waves of empathy rushing over her. But I don't want her to feel alone in all of this. I want to help her find peace. Then we will help her together, Samuel assured, stepping closer. The warmth emanating from him enveloped Emma like a protective shield, blending their hopes and worries into one unified goal. She's lucky to have you by her side. Emma felt a spark of hope amidst the uncertainty, each word Samuel spoke bolstering her resolve. I'll go talk to her. She needs to know she can trust me. Be gentle, you know how fragile she is right now, Samuel cautioned, watching her with concern etched across his face. I will, Emma promised. There's oatmeal on the stove. Help yourself. Her heart raced as she opened the door and stepped outside, seeking the warmth of the air and the reassurance that they could make this work, not just for themselves but also for Hannah. Emma blinked at a knock at the door. She opened it to see Sheriff Thompson standing there, his brow furrowed with concern. Emma, Samuel, he greeted solemnly as he walked into the kitchen. I hope I'm not disturbing you, but I thought you should know, we brought Jacob King in for questioning. He's denying everything, but we made it clear he's being watched. If he steps 1 foot out of line, we'll act. Samuel exhaled slowly, his hand tightening protectively around Emma's arm. "Thank you, Sheriff. It means a lot knowing you're keeping an eye out." "Well, we'll do what we can. You take care now." They watched him leave and Samuel followed him. "I'll get back to work, there's much to do with the fire." "Do you need any help?" Emma asked. "Nay, I'm fine." Then he was gone. She felt as if he was always putting himself before her. Always doing so much. She wanted to do more, cut she had washing to do this morning. As she stepped into the coolness of the morning, she took a deep breath, determined to weave the strands of their lives together through compassion. The garden surrounding the house hummed with life, the scent of blooming flowers enveloping her as she navigated toward the side of the house where she had seen Hannah retreat. "Hannah," she called softly, the gentleness in her voice a lifeline reaching out into the void that lingered between them. Emma spotted Hannah sitting on the porch swing, her back turned, shoulders shaking with quiet sobs. The sight cut through her like glass, creating a deepening worry in her heart. "Hannah, I'm here," she said gently, stepping closer. "You don't have to face this alone." Hannah turned slowly, her cheeks glistening with tears. "I just feel so lost," she admitted, her voice trembling. "I thought I could handle talking about it, but it's still so fresh, so painful." Emma took a seat next to her on the swing, the wood creaking gently beneath their weight. "I can't pretend to know what you're going through, but I want to listen if you're willing to share," she offered, hoping to coax Hannah into opening up once more. Hannah glanced away, her fingers intertwining nervously as she took a deep breath. "Maybe I just need time," she whispered. "It's hard to trust again." "I understand." Emma felt the weight of her own past dreams crashing against her. "But I want you to know that you can take all the time you need. I'm here whenever you're ready." Hannah shifted, casting a sidelong glance at Emma. "Thank you. I probably sound foolish. I don't want to be a burden." "You are not." Emma's voice was steady with conviction. "You're a brave woman, and it's okay to lean on others. We will face this together." Emma sat gently on the swing seat, resting back and just being there. Chapter 30, Conflicted Hearts. Emma pushed the wooden laundry paddle through the tub of soapy water with more force than necessary, her movements sharp and frustrated. Her muscles ached with tension, and the repetitive sloshing of water did nothing to soothe the turmoil twisting inside her chest. Samuel's face kept coming into her mind unbidden, the quiet intensity of his eyes, the strength in his hands, and the way he'd held her close. The comfort she'd found in his arms. She squeezed her eyes shut as though that could erase him from her thoughts. But it didn't. Instead, his image lingered, bright and clear, and her heart twisted painfully. How could one man stir such conflicting emotions within her? One moment, she was annoyed with his stubborn insistence that she needed help. The next, she found herself longing for the comfort of his protective embrace. She sighed heavily, brushing back a strand of damp hair with her sleeve as she returned to her task with renewed determination. The soap bubbles drifted across the surface of the water, reminding her of how fragile her resolve felt. 2 years of carefully guarding her heart, of learning to stand alone, and now these unwanted feelings threatened to upset the quiet life she'd built for herself. Emma plunged her hands back into the warm water, trying to focus on the familiar rhythm of wash day rather than the unsettling flutter in her chest whenever she thought of Samuel. From across the yard, the barn door was slightly ajar, letting out the gentle murmur of voices. Emma paused mid-stroke, her soapy hands hovering above the washboard as she leaned forward slightly to listen. The morning breeze carried fragments of conversation through the crisp autumn air, and she recognized Hannah's voice first, gentle and calm, laced with compassion as she spoke softly to Samuel. "You shouldn't push yourself," Hannah was saying. Her tone was kind, soothing, like a ma'am tending to a restless kinner. "Your injuries are still healing." You need rest. Samuel's reply was quiet, tinged with stubborn pride that Emma had come to recognize all too well during his stay. I've rested enough. There's work that needs doing. Work that Emma managed long before either of us arrived, Hannah countered gently, the rustle of hay accompanying her words. She's stronger than you realize. Samuel's voice softened then, carrying clearly to Emma's ears across the yard, making her chest tighten with unexpected emotion. I know she is. But she shouldn't have to carry the burden alone. Jealousy clawed at Emma's heart, sudden and fierce. She gripped the paddle tightly, knuckles whitening as she struggled to ignore the bitter feeling that threatened to overwhelm her. It wasn't Hannah's fault that Samuel found comfort in her presence. Hannah was sweet, patient, gentle, all the things Emma feared she herself was not, all the qualities that seemed to have withered within her since losing her husband. A moment later, Hannah emerged from the barn, her expression thoughtful, eyes downcast as she adjusted her black apron with careful hands. As she turned, she caught sight of Emma by the washing tub and offered her a small, careful smile that only intensified the ache in Emma's chest. Emma quickly looked away, pretending to focus intently on scrubbing a stubborn stain in one of her work dresses, but Hannah approached anyway, her soft footsteps barely audible on the grassy path between the house and barn. Emma? Hannah asked softly, coming to a stop beside her, the morning sunlight catching the pins in her cap. Is something wrong? Emma's chest tightened, a familiar pressure building behind her eyes. She kept her eyes fixed on the washing, moving the paddle more slowly now, trying to appear casual though her hands trembled slightly. Nothing's wrong. Hannah remained quiet for a moment as though gathering courage, her fingers twisting the fabric of her apron. I don't believe you, she finally said gently, her voice barely above a whisper. You look upset. Emma glanced at Hannah briefly before dropping her gaze, her shoulders hunching forward protectively. I'm fine, really. The words sounded hollow even to her own ears. Hannah reached out hesitantly, lightly touching Emma's shoulder, her warm fingers a stark contrast to the cool morning air. Emma flinched at first but then relaxed under the genuine warmth of Hannah's gesture, fighting the urge to lean into the comfort it offered. Hannah's voice softened further, tender with concern. Please don't shut me out, Emma. We're not enemies. I can tell something's troubling you. Emma's resolve cracked under the sincerity of Hannah's words like ice breaking on a spring creek. Her paddle stilled in the water as she took a deep breath, her heart pounding against her ribs like a trapped bird. She hated feeling vulnerable, especially in front of Hannah, whose kindness seemed to come effortlessly, as natural as breathing. Yet, the ache in her chest was unbearable, pressing against her throat. It's Samuel, Emma confessed quietly, the words slipping out before she could stop them, a release she hadn't known she needed. Her cheeks warmed immediately, shame flooding her like water over riverbanks. I don't know why I feel this way. I've been so short with him, and he probably thinks I'm impossible. Her fingers tightened around the washing paddle until her knuckles whitened. Hannah tilted her head, her eyes filling with understanding, soft as dawn light. Samuel doesn't think you're impossible. He admires you, more than you realize. Her voice carried a certainty that made Emma's heart flutter. Emma shook her head, swallowing hard against the lump in her throat. But I've seen how he looks at you. He trusts you. He speaks to you gently. He listens. And you? Emma's voice caught, betraying a vulnerability she despised, the words scraping raw against her throat. You're everything I'm not, Hannah. A startled expression crossed Hannah's face, quickly followed by sadness that seemed to age her instantly. You misunderstand, Emma. Samuel doesn't look at me like that. And I certainly don't see him that way. Her fingers twisted together, knuckles white with tension. Emma lifted her gaze sharply, searching Hannah's earnest face for any sign of deception. You don't. Nay. Hannah's voice trembled slightly, her eyes becoming distant, clouded with memories Emma couldn't see. I could never feel that way, not for Samuel, not for any man. Not anymore. Because of what happened? Hannah drew a shaky breath, clasping her hands tightly until her knuckles turned white. Jaw. As I said, I was once engaged, she whispered, her voice catching. To a man I thought I knew. He was cruel. Angry. He hurt me, Emma. Ever since then, I've been terrified. Samuel is different, Jaw. But the fear remains. I'm only helping him because I'm a healer, because I feel if a man is a patient, I can cope with being in his presence. Nothing more. Emma stared at Hannah, stunned by this revelation. The thought that Hannah carried such pain beneath her calm exterior was a difficult one. Sympathy surged through her, washing away the bitter jealousy from earlier like rain clearing dust from a window. Hannah wasn't trying to win Samuel's heart, she was just trying to heal from her own wounds. Emma reached out impulsively, gently squeezing Hannah's trembling hand. I had no idea it was that bad, she said softly, shame coloring her cheeks. I'm sorry you went through that. It was wrong of me to assume anything. So terribly wrong. Hannah's smile was faint but relieved, a glimmer of her usual warmth returning to her eyes. You couldn't have known. I hide it well. Most days, I can almost forget myself. Until a man gets close. Then it is like the whole horrid experience comes crashing back into me. One man will come who can see through that and help you. Hannah shuddered. Nay, that is not what I want, but what about you and Samuel? Emma nodded thoughtfully, her own heart feeling lighter despite her lingering doubts. She glanced toward the barn where Samuel stood in the doorway, watching them with an unreadable expression. Her pulse quickened, the familiar ache returning, stronger this time, like a physical thing in her chest. I think I've pushed him away too many times, Emma admitted quietly, her voice barely audible above the rustle of laundry in the breeze. I've made such a mess of things. Hannah squeezed Emma's hand firmly, offering silent encouragement. You haven't lost your chance. I see how he looks at you when you're not watching. Give him time. Give yourself time. The heart knows its own season for healing. Emma nodded slowly, pulling her hand away as Samuel began walking toward them. Hannah stepped back, offering Emma a reassuring smile before retreating into the house, leaving Emma standing alone by the washing tub, her damp hands twisting in her apron. Samuel approached slowly. His arm looked painful still, though he tried to hide it. His gaze lingered on Emma, uncertain yet full of something she couldn't name, or perhaps was afraid to. You looked troubled, he said quietly, studying her with concern, his eyes searching her face. Is everything all right? Emma forced herself to meet his gaze, her heart fluttering wildly. I was just thinking. Samuel hesitated, his dark eyes softening. Emma, if I've done something. You haven't, she said quickly, her voice thick. She fought to steady her nerves, to hide the tremble in her voice. You've only helped me, Samuel. He searched her face, looking as though he wanted to say more but held back. If you ever want to talk. I will, she promised softly, desperately hoping he understood what she couldn't yet bring herself to say clearly. As he gave her a gentle nod and walked away, Emma's heart squeezed painfully. She knew, deep in her heart, that she was falling hopelessly in love with Samuel Zook. But even as that truth settled within her, another thought haunted her. Would Samuel ever truly return her feelings, or had she already pushed him too far away? Chapter 31, A Rush in the Night. Emma carefully stirred the stew simmering on the stove, her thoughts drifting between gratitude and frustration. The rich aroma of simmering beef mingled with the scent of fresh baked bread and filled the kitchen with comforting warmth. She should have felt peace. Instead, her chest ached with worry. Samuel had spent the past few days pushing himself relentlessly, ignoring his wounds as if pretending they weren't there might somehow erase them. Hannah stood quietly at the counter beside Emma, carefully slicing bread, her gentle hands moving in rhythmic, steady strokes. Emma watched her from the corner of her eye, noticing the slight furrow of concentration on her friend's brow, the way her fingers delicately guided each piece. In the short time they'd been sharing the work, Emma had grown fond of Hannah's quiet presence. Her unassuming calmness seemed to settle the very air around them. But she also noticed the guardedness in her eyes whenever Samuel entered the room, the subtle way Hannah stepped back, always careful to maintain a distance, as if protecting herself from an unseen threat. That fear, it was something Emma wished she could help with, a shadow she wished she could remove from Hannah's heart. The sound of the back door swinging open startled Emma from her thoughts, the hinges creaking in protest. Samuel strode inside, carrying a heavy armful of wood, his boots leaving traces of dirt on the clean floor. His injured arm trembled beneath the weight, his jaw clenched tightly against the pain he clearly refused to acknowledge, even though the muscles in his neck strained with each step. "Samuel," Emma said firmly, stepping forward, her wooden spoon still dripping with stew broth. "That's enough wood for now. Let Hannah or me do the rest. Please." Samuel set the wood down with exaggerated care, the logs tumbling against each other with a hollow sound, ignoring her suggestion entirely. His gaze flicked upward, defiance flashing briefly before he looked away like a stubborn killer caught doing wrong. His sandy hair clung damply to his forehead, sweat glistening on his brow despite the cool evening air outside. His breathing was slightly labored. "It's fine, Emma. I've been through worse," he said shortly, rubbing his injured arm when he thought she wasn't looking. "Just because you've survived worse doesn't mean you should ignore your body now," Emma argued gently, stepping closer to him. Close enough to see the tension in his shoulders, the way he favored his right side. The sharp scent of fresh-cut firewood, mixed with the warmth of his skin, made her pulse quicken unexpectedly. "You need rest. The wood can wait." Samuel straightened, eyes narrowing slightly. "I told you, I'm fine. If I don't help, who will?" Emma crossed her arms stubbornly, her voice firm yet shaking with concern. "There's strength in accepting help, Samuel. You're not alone here." Samuel flinched, a shadow passing briefly over his face. His voice grew quieter, colder. "I can handle this myself." Emma sighed softly, frustration rising in her chest. "I'm not doubting your strength. I'm worried you're pushing yourself too hard. You're hurt, let us help you." Samuel's eyes flashed briefly, his expression darkening with injured pride. He began to stack the wood onto the pile beside the stove. A log slipped from his weakened grip and clattered against the floor. The sound echoed through the kitchen like a small explosion, making Hannah jump. Samuel stared down at the scattered wood, humiliation flickering across his features. "Fine," he muttered. "Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm not strong enough to help after all." "Samuel," Emma whispered, reaching out instinctively, but he turned away, avoiding her touch. His shoulders were rigid with tension as he walked stiffly from the room, leaving a heavy silence behind that seemed to press against her ears. Emma stared helplessly after him, guilt twisting her stomach into knots. Her fingers curled against her apron, fighting the urge to follow him. Hannah spoke quietly, slicing the last of the bread with careful, measured strokes. "He's stubborn. I bet he always has been, that one." Emma nodded, her eyes still fixed on the empty doorway where his shadow had disappeared. "He thinks I doubt him." The words tasted bitter in her mouth. Hannah placed the bread carefully onto the serving plate, arranging each slice with practiced precision. Her eyes filled with compassion as she studied Emma's troubled face. "He's afraid of not being useful," afraid of being weak. Just like you are. Emma glanced sharply at her, suddenly vulnerable under Hannah's knowing gaze. A flush crept up her neck. I'm not. You are, Hannah said softly, her eyes gentle but serious. She set down her knife with a quiet click against the wooden counter. You're both stubborn. Neither one of you wants to admit you might need someone else. And it hurts, doesn't it? Emma blinked rapidly, her chest tight with emotion she couldn't quite suppress. She wanted to deny it, but Hannah's words struck deeper than she expected, finding the truth she tried to hide even from herself. Her shoulders sagged slightly. Maybe you're right. Hannah took Emma's hands gently in hers, her work-roughened fingers warm and reassuring. I understand, Emma. After my fiancé hurt me, I thought I'd never trust again. I couldn't bear to rely on anyone. But Bishop Amish saved my life by letting me come here. Now, I have to learn to trust others. It will just take time. Emma softened, seeing Hannah's pain clearly reflected in her wistful eyes. The morning light from the window caught the unshed tears there. I'm so sorry that happened. Don't be sorry, Hannah said with quiet strength, squeezing Emma's hands once before letting go. Just believe me when I say there's nothing between us. Samuel's heart is already given elsewhere. Emma swallowed hard, her pulse quickening beneath her collar. She had no reply, only hope, and a growing ache in her heart that felt both painful and somehow sweet. That night, Emma tossed restlessly in bed, unable to shake thoughts of Samuel's wounded pride. The wind outside picked up suddenly, rattling her shutters, adding to her anxiety. She pulled the quilt tighter around her shoulders, tracing the familiar stitching pattern with trembling fingers, but sleep refused to come. The old farmhouse creaked and settled around her, each sound making her more alert. Then she heard it, a muffled noise from the yard, too distinct to be the wind. Her heart thudded. Emma quickly rose, pulling her shawl over her shoulders and fumbling in the darkness for her boots before stepping cautiously outside into the cold darkness. The night air bit at her exposed skin, and clouds scudded across the face of the moon. The figure standing near the hayloft door was a shadow at first, but his movements were unmistakably suspicious. Emma's breath caught as she watched him testing the latch. She crept forward, heart racing, fear twisting her stomach into knots. The damp grass beneath her feet muffled her approach, but she couldn't stop her hands from shaking. Another shadow moved swiftly across the yard, and she recognized Samuel's familiar, confident stride. He confronted the intruder, grabbing him roughly by the collar and spinning him around, their voices muffled but sharp in the still night air. The stranger struggled against Samuel's iron grip. Who sent you? Samuel demanded, his voice carrying an edge Emma had never heard before. Emma moved closer, fear forgotten as she saw the intruder strike out, Samuel's injured arm buckling under the blow. A cry of pain escaped Samuel, and Emma's heart froze, the sound piercing through her like a physical wound. The moonlight caught the grimace of agony on his face. She ran forward. Samuel. Her voice carried across the yard, sharp with desperation. The intruder wrenched free, bolting into the darkness. His footsteps pounded against the earth as he disappeared into the shadows of the trees. Samuel stumbled backward, sinking to one knee, his breathing ragged and uneven. Emma reached him quickly, gripping his arm, feeling the tremors running through his body. Samuel, are you hurt? Her voice shook, fingers hovering uncertainly over his injured arm. He grimaced, pressing his hand to his bandaged arm, the white cloth stained with fresh blood that seemed black in the dim light. It was Jacob. I'm sure of it. His words came out through clenched teeth. Her eyes widened in shock, a chill running down her spine. Jacob King. Samuel nodded weakly, sweat beading on his forehead. He won't stop until you lose everything. Emma's heart ached fiercely, worry and guilt overwhelming her as she carefully helped Samuel into the house, supporting his weight against her side. Inside, she guided him into a chair, quickly lighting a candle and examining his wound. It was reopened, the blood dark against his pale skin, seeping through the torn bandage. "I shouldn't have said what I did," Emma whispered, voice trembling as she gathered clean cloths from her sewing basket. "You're anything but weak. I was just afraid." "It's all right," Samuel murmured softly, reaching out to touch her hand. His fingers were warm against her cold ones. His eyes searched hers deeply, vulnerability in their depths, the lamplight casting shadows across his face. "Emma, I acted proud because I was ashamed of being helpless. You've been my strength, and I wanted you to see me as yours." She stared at him, her pulse fluttering wildly, her hands stilling in their work. "Samuel." He sighed heavily, eyes shadowed with exhaustion and something deeper, more profound. "I've cared for you from the moment I saw you. I'm sorry I didn't say it sooner, and I'm sorry I've hurt you by hiding it." Emma's heart raced, the silence thick between them. Samuel's admission hung in the air, raw and exposed, his eyes suddenly guarded, fearful he'd gone too far. She opened her mouth to answer, her heart ready to spill forth all she'd kept hidden, but something held her back. She had time, so instead, she squeezed his hand and continued to work on his arm. Chapter 32, The Perilous Truth. Emma stacked the breakfast dishes carefully beside the wash basin, moving slowly to avoid the sharp clink that might wake Samuel. Each sound felt loud in the hushed kitchen, the silence weighed down by worries she hadn't yet learned to understand. Her gaze drifted toward the living room, where Samuel lay sleeping on the couch, his injured arm carefully supported by a stack of soft pillows. She wiped her hands on the dish towel, tension coiling through her shoulders. He'd done so much for her, risked so much. Yet she had pushed him away, stubborn and foolish in her pride. What if she'd hurt him too deeply this time? What if he finally gave up and left, tired of her endless resistance? Outside, Hannah moved quietly, tending the hens. Emma glanced through the window, watching her carefully scatter grain, murmuring soft encouragements to the demanding birds. Something tugged gently inside Emma's chest, an unexpected sense of tenderness toward the woman she'd first seen as a rival. Hannah's movements were graceful, almost hesitant, her eyes wary but kind. Emma knew she'd judged Hannah unfairly. She dried the last dish, placing it neatly on the shelf before stretching her back. Hannah came quietly into the kitchen, carrying an armful of folded laundry. Her movements were always so cautious, graceful even, yet Emma saw clearly now the slight hesitation that lay beneath them, the gentle wariness in Hannah's eyes. There was something fragile about her, something Emma was only beginning to truly understand. Emma forced a small smile, whispering, "You've done so much today, Hannah. I'm grateful." Hannah's eyes softened as she set down the clothes. "It's got to be useful." Her voice carried a quiet sincerity that tugged at Emma's heart. "Is Samuel feeling better?" "I think a little." Emma looked toward the living room again. "Though he insists on doing too much. It worries me. He needs to rest." Hannah studied Emma's face carefully, a gentle understanding flickering in her eyes. "He does. Samuel is stubborn. But perhaps his stubbornness is not so different from yours." Emma laughed softly, shaking her head. "We're nothing alike." "You're more alike than you admit," Hannah replied gently. "You both carry burdens quietly, afraid to let anyone help." Emma hesitated, folding the dish towel in her hands slowly, her fingers lingering on the worn fabric. "I never meant for Samuel to get hurt. He's been so patient with me. I don't know why he hasn't given up by now." Hannah's voice softened, compassion clear in her quiet words. "He cares for you, Emma. Even I can see that." Emma's breath quickened. She looked down, unable to meet Hannah's knowing gaze. I've pushed him away so many times. I'm afraid he'll eventually tire of it. Hannah touched Emma's arm briefly, the gentle warmth of the gesture surprising Emma. Samuel isn't one to tire easily, not when he knows something is worth the effort. Emma studied Hannah's face carefully. Hannah's kindness was genuine, without hidden motives or secrets. Emma's jealousy and fear faded further, replaced by a growing respect and trust she hadn't anticipated. Hannah hesitated, then spoke quietly. I understand why you're cautious, Emma. I've experienced things in the past, too. Things that make trusting others difficult. Emma turned to her, careful to keep her voice soft. I know. I'm here, I can listen, if you tell me, if you feel comfortable. Hannah lowered her gaze, her fingers twisting nervously in her apron. She took a deep breath, her voice tremulous as she spoke. You know about my fiancé. He hurt me badly, emotionally and physically. I've been afraid of men ever since. Emma reached out instinctively, gently gripping Hannah's hand. I'm so sorry. But not all men are the same. Hannah gave a faint smile. I know that logically, but my heart, my body just remembers the pain. Samuel is just a friend to me. I care for him, but never romantically. I'm grateful for his kindness and friendship, but I could never see him, or any man, that way again. Emma squeezed Hannah's hand softly, understanding fully now the quiet guardedness Hannah always carried. Thank you for trusting me with this. But know that you will heal. I will help you, and one day you will be ready for love again. I don't know. You have time and faith. Trust in God. Lean on my friendship when you need it. Hannah relaxed visibly, her posture easing slightly. Trusting you feels easy. You're genuine, Emma. You've been hurt too. Maybe you hide it better, but I can see it. Emma nodded slowly, accepting Hannah's gentle insight. Hers was hurt from grief, but she understood that she was finally getting over it. That her heart was opening and that the future could be good. Her heart softened fully toward Hannah, any lingering jealousy now replaced entirely with compassion and respect. Hannah stepped back gently. I'll be visiting Anna this evening, remember. You'll have the house to yourselves. Maybe you can use that time to talk plainly with Samuel. Emmy's cheeks warmed deeply. That is very kind of you. I'm not sure I can. Hannah smiled gently, eyes twinkling softly. I just want to see you happy. Just talk, tell him how you feel. As Hannah turned and quietly left the kitchen, Emma's heart warmed fully, comforted by their conversation. She took a deep breath, turning her attention back to the kitchen, determination filling her chest. Emma prepared dinner carefully, chopping vegetables and simmering beef in a rich broth. She moved deliberately, heart fluttering with hope. When Samuel finally stirred from his rest, slowly sitting up, Emma went quietly to him. Feeling better? Emma asked gently. Samuel nodded slowly, rubbing his injured arm carefully. Better, jaw. Restless, though. I should be helping you, Emma. Not lying here like an invalid. She smiled softly, kneeling down beside him, her heart fluttering. You've done plenty. Please, let me take care of you, just this once, just while you heal. Samuel's eyes softened as he watched her. You don't owe me anything, Emma. Her voice trembled softly, emotion creeping into her words. Maybe not, but I want to do this. Samuel's gaze held hers, gentle and searching. Why? Emma hesitated, heart racing. Because you mean a great deal to me. More than I've let myself admit. Samuel's eyes widened slightly, hope flickering briefly in his expression before being carefully hidden again. Emma. She smiled faintly, gently placing a comforting hand on his uninjured arm. Dinner's ready. Will you join me? Samuel rose slowly, following her to the table. The house was quiet now, filled only with the soft clink of dishes and gentle conversation. Where is Hannah? He asked. Visiting a friend. That is good, she needs friends. Ja. The meal passed peacefully, Emma's heart filling steadily with warmth at Samuel's quiet presence. As they lingered over dessert, Samuel spoke, his voice uncertain yet filled with genuine warmth. Emma, there's something I've been trying to say. I don't want you to feel burdened, but I need you to hear it. Emma's pulse quickened, her heart pounding softly as she looked into his gentle eyes. Go on. Samuel's voice was low, sincere. I care for you deeply, Emma. More than I imagined possible. Every day, I find myself drawn closer to you. I needed you to know this, even if you can't feel the same. Emma's breath caught, warmth flooding her chest. She reached forward instinctively, her fingers lightly brushing Samuel's hand. Samuel, A sudden noise came from outside, a harsh scraping sound. Samuel stiffened immediately, rising from his chair, tense and alert. What was that? Emma whispered fearfully. Samuel moved swiftly toward the door, his injured arm forgotten. Stay here. Samuel, be careful, Emma pleaded, her voice strained. He stepped into the darkness, eyes adjusting quickly. Near the tree line, a shadow moved swiftly away from the barn, disappearing into the darkness. Samuel recognized the familiar stance immediately, Jacob King. Jacob! Samuel shouted angrily, racing forward without hesitation. Emma watched anxiously from the doorway as Samuel vanished into the shadows, her heart hammering painfully. She heard scuffling, grunts of struggle, and then Samuel's sharp cry of pain. She rushed forward, terror freezing her as she saw Samuel wrestling with Jacob on the ground. Moonlight flashed against something metallic, a knife. Samuel! Emma cried desperately. Samuel fought fiercely, grappling to disarm Jacob, but his injured arm weakened him. Jacob twisted suddenly, pressing the knife dangerously close. Samuel struggled beneath him, trying desperately to hold the blade away. Emma froze in fear, unable to breathe, as Samuel's face contorted in pain and desperation. Jacob pressed harder, the knife blade inching perilously close to Samuel's chest. Emma's voice echoed sharply through the night, filled with terror. Samuel. Chapter 33, Fight for Love. Emma stood frozen in the yard, her heart hammering so hard it echoed painfully in her ears. Her body felt like stone, heavy with fear, as she watched Samuel wrestle with Jacob King in the shadows near the fence. Every instinct in her heart screamed at her to help Samuel, to rush forward and intervene, but she knew she couldn't. Jacob was dangerous and reckless, and Samuel was already injured. If she rushed in blindly, she would only distract him or, worse, make him vulnerable. The memory of Jacob's previous violence flashed through her mind, making her shudder. She had to fetch help. Panic surged, hot and dizzying, as Emma turned away, heart hammering in her chest as she sprinted down the lane toward the main road. The night air stung her cheeks, cold and damp, filling her lungs with harsh gasps as she ran. Her cap slipped back, strands of her hair flying wildly around her face, but she ignored them. She had only one thought: she had to find the patrol car she'd glimpsed parked just down the road earlier, checking on the damage from the previous attacks. The sound of the struggle behind her faded with each step, but the terror in her heart only grew stronger. Her feet pounded along the dirt lane, rocks and gravel biting painfully through the soles of her shoes. She barely felt the sting, her fear for Samuel overwhelming every other sensation. The darkness seemed to press in around her as she ran, broken only by the glow of the moon and the occasional lamp in a window. Finally, she spotted the patrol car near the end of the road, a deputy standing by the open door, his flashlight beam cutting through the night. "Help!" Emma gasped desperately, her voice shaking as she approached, her lungs burning from the exertion. "Jacob King, he's at the farm again. He's attacking Samuel." The deputy jumped instantly from the car, hand already on his weapon. "Show me." Emma turned quickly, leading him back toward the farm at a frantic pace, heart racing, blood roaring in her ears. Her cap threatened to slip off as she ran, but she barely noticed, focused only on getting help to Samuel in time. Would they be in time? Would Samuel be already dead? She didn't think she could go on if she lost him. As they neared, sounds of struggle broke through the quiet night, Samuel's strained breathing, Jacob's grunts of effort. Her heart twisted painfully, panic gripping her throat. She couldn't bear it if something happened to Samuel. Not now. Not when she finally admitted to herself how deeply she loved him. They reached the yard, and Emma saw Samuel and Jacob still locked in their fierce struggle. Samuel's injured arm was pinned awkwardly beneath him, weakening his defense. Jacob was above him now, pressing the knife blade dangerously close to his throat, moonlight glinting off the steel. Samuel strained against him, his gut arm trembling with effort, his face contorted with determination. "Jacob, stop," she shouted desperately, her voice cracking with fear. "Police! Stop, drop the weapon immediately." Jacob glanced briefly toward them, startled, the knife hesitating. Samuel took advantage of that split-second distraction, bringing his knee up swiftly into Jacob's stomach and kicking out sharply at his legs. Jacob cried out, stumbling backward. He slipped on the damp grass, landing hard on his side, the knife clattering away into the darkness. The patrol officer ran forward immediately, pulling Jacob roughly to his feet and pinning his arms behind him with practiced efficiency. "Jacob King, you're under arrest." Emma's knees weakened with relief as Jacob struggled uselessly in the officer's firm grip, his expression furious and defeated, chest heaving with exertion. Samuel slowly rose to his feet, swaying slightly, breathing raggedly, a thin sheen of sweat visible on his brow in the dim light. Emma rushed toward him, unable to stop herself, her heart overwhelmed with relief and love, hands trembling as she reached for him. "Samuel," she whispered, reaching for him, her hazel eyes searching his face anxiously. He caught her quickly, pulling her into his arms. Her pulse raced as she felt the strength of him, the warmth of his chest pressed against her, steady and real. She buried her face into the rough fabric of his shirt, breathing deeply the scent of him, warm skin, fresh sweat, and something comforting, something distinctly Samuel. His strong, steady heartbeat calmed her shaking frame, grounding her in the reality that he was safe, alive, here with her. He murmured softly against her hair, "You're safe, Emma. It's all over now." His breath was warm against her temple, his voice rough with emotion. "I was so afraid I'd lost you," she whispered into his chest, voice trembling with tears she refused to shed, her fingers clutching the fabric of his shirt. Samuel tightened his arms gently around her, his injured arm trembling slightly from exertion. He pressed his cheek against the top of her head, breathing deeply as if drawing strength from her presence. "You won't lose me that easily. I promise." The words were quiet but firm, carrying the weight of an oath in the still night air. Emma sighed deeply, leaning fully into him, warmth enveloping her completely. She didn't care about decorum or who might see them. All that mattered was that Samuel was safe, that he was here holding her, and that they'd survived this storm together. The familiar scent of hay and sunshine that clung to his clothes wrapped around her like a cherished blanket. The gentle clearing of a throat startled them both. Emma jumped back, turning quickly, heat flooding her cheeks as she saw Bishop Amos Beeler standing nearby, his faded blue eyes twinkling with gentle humor and quiet disapproval. His long gray beard caught the moonlight as he shifted his weight. "Bishop," Samuel managed, clearing his throat awkwardly, glancing down, clearly embarrassed. His hand dropped away from Emma's waist as if burned. Emma smoothed her apron nervously, glancing shyly toward the older man. Amos's kind eyes softened slightly, a faint smile tugging at his lips before he quickly schooled his expression back into proper seriousness. His weathered hands clasped together in front of him. "Samuel." "Emma." Amos spoke gently, eyes crinkling slightly with amusement and warmth. "While I'm glad to see you both safe, perhaps some caution might be in order. You never know who might see you." His tone carried the weight of years of pastoral wisdom. Samuel nodded slowly, sheepishly looking down, clearly chastised. "Sorry, Amos." His shoulders were hunched slightly like a schoolboy caught passing notes. Emma smiled despite herself, still feeling the warmth of Samuel's touch lingering against her skin. She glanced up again, catching the faint twinkle in Amos's eyes. He turned deliberately, pretending sudden interest in the distant field, giving them a moment of privacy once more. His boots scuffed quietly against the ground as he moved. Samuel turned back toward Emma, the tenderness returning to his gaze. "Emma, there's something I've wanted to tell you, something I've kept quiet too long." His fingers twisted nervously at his side. Her heart quickened again, her breath hitching slightly. "What is it?" The words came out barely above a whisper. At that moment, a car arrived. Its lights breaking the moment. Samuel kissed her on the forehead. "We will talk soon." Emma hoped so. Chapter 34, Raising More Than a Barn. Emma stepped onto the porch, halting in surprise at the flurry of activity before her. Her breath caught, her heart swelling at the sight. The familiar rhythm of hammers, saws, and friendly chatter filled the air as dozens of men and women of Faith's Creek arrived on foot and by wagon, their cheerful voices mingling with laughter and the hum of work. As the community gathered to help rebuild what had been lost, Emma found herself overwhelmed with gratitude, grief, and a quiet strength she hadn't felt before. Seeing Samuel work tirelessly despite his injuries reinforced something deep inside her, something unspoken but fiercely protective. She vowed silently never to let fear control her heart again. Killers scampered about, chasing chickens and each other, while women in crisp white caps and freshly ironed dresses carried baskets overflowing with bread, cakes, and pies. The sweet scent of cinnamon and fresh-baked goods wafted through the crisp morning air. Emma had seen barn raisings all her life, seen the community rally together, but it was different now, deeply personal, filling her throat with emotion she couldn't name. She pulled her worn wool shawl tighter around her shoulders, grateful yet embarrassed that everyone had put their own chores aside to help rebuild her barn. Her fingers brushed the smooth railing as she steadied herself, taking comfort in the worn wood beneath her fingertips, remembering how her husband had lovingly maintained it each spring. From the crowd, Ruth Esch spotted her first, hurrying over with quick, sprightly steps, eyes twinkling knowingly. Her practical dark dress swished around her calves as she navigated between busy workers and playing children. "This is wonderful, Ruth," Emma whispered, her voice thick with gratitude. She blinked rapidly, fighting back the tears that threatened to spill. Ruth patted her arm warmly, her weathered hand gentle and reassuring. "It's what we do, Emma. Community means no one carries a burden alone. Or lives a lonely life." Ruth's eyes sparkled as she looked past Emma. Emma followed her gaze, her heart quickening as Samuel appeared, guiding a team of men toward the frame of the barn, his strong hands gesturing as he directed their efforts. Samuel moved steadily, his injured arm carefully wrapped beneath his sleeve, the fabric bunching slightly where the bandages lay beneath. His strong, lean figure stood out among the others, and despite the slight stiffness of his movements, Emma felt warmth rise inside her chest. She'd grown accustomed to his presence. More than that, she'd come to rely on it, like the steady rhythm of seasons that brought comfort to their simple way of life. Her heart fluttered gently, a timid hope she finally dared to trust. Hannah approached quietly, her soft voice breaking Emma from her thoughts, her apron dusted with flour from the morning's baking. "It looks like the whole district is here." Emma smiled gratefully, watching the bustling scene before them. "I didn't expect all this." Hannah's gentle gaze held Emma's, understanding flowing between them. "You're loved, Emma. Sometimes, we forget how many people truly care." Emma watched Hannah quietly, sensing the faint shadow that always hovered in her friend's eyes like storm clouds on a distant horizon. Hannah had confided much about her past, but Emma saw the lingering scars clearly now. She squeezed Hannah's hand gently, feeling the slight tremor beneath her fingers. "You're loved here too, Hannah." Hannah looked away briefly, brushing back a strand of hair escaping from her cap, her fingers trembling slightly with the motion. "Maybe someday I'll believe that again." Emma squeezed her hand again reassuringly, but Hannah quickly moved toward the women spreading tablecloths over makeshift tables, her face carefully composed though her shoulders remained tense. Emma sighed softly, wishing she could ease Hannah's pain as easily as Hannah had comforted hers through countless difficult days. The day moved quickly, a beautiful blur of hard work and cheerful fellowship, punctuated by Kinner's laughter, the sound of hammering and building, and the sharing of fresh-baked treats. Emma watched as Samuel directed the volunteers, amazed at how naturally he took charge despite his injuries, his voice carrying clear and sure across the yard. The sturdy frame rose quickly beneath skilled hands, the scent of freshly sawn pine heavy and pleasant on the breeze. The rhythmic pounding of hammers and cheerful voices blended into something comforting and hopeful, like a hymn sung in perfect harmony. By mid-afternoon, the barn structure stood tall and strong, built by the power of shared faith and community. Samuel approached Emma slowly, his bandaged arm still carefully held against his chest, but his eyes bright with pride and something softer, something that made Emma's breath catch in her throat. "You must be exhausted," Emma said softly, gently fussing over his sling, adjusting it slightly. Her fingers trembled as they brushed against the fabric, careful not to cause him any discomfort. Samuel shook his head slightly, smiling warmly. "Not with you near." His voice held a tenderness that made her pulse quicken. Emma felt heat rise in her cheeks, but before she could respond, Ruth's voice called cheerfully across the yard, announcing the meal was ready. The older woman's knowing eyes sparkled as she watched them from the doorway. Gathered at the long tables, everyone laughed and talked, voices blending with the aroma of freshly baked bread, hearty stew, pies, and preserves. Emma found herself seated next to Samuel, warmth filling her chest as their shoulders brushed gently. Samuel's smile lingered on her face a moment too long, stirring a blush in her cheeks. She focused on her plate, aware of every small movement beside her. When the meal had begun to quiet, Samuel rose quietly, gently touching Emma's elbow. "Can I speak with you for a moment?" His voice was low, meant only for her ears. Emma's heart fluttered nervously as she stood, nodding softly. Samuel led her away from the tables toward the edge of the garden. She followed him carefully, her pulse quickening, sensing this conversation held something important. The evening air wrapped around them like a gentle embrace. They stood under the low branches of a large maple, the laughter from the crowd softening into background murmurs. Samuel turned to her slowly, his dark eyes serious and vulnerable. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows across his face. "I owe you an apology, Emma," he began softly, his gut hand fidgeting with the edge of his sling. Emma's heart tightened anxiously. "For what?" She clasped her hands together to still their trembling. "For proposing marriage to you before, out of obligation. It wasn't right. You deserved better." His words carried the weight of genuine regret mixed with something deeper she couldn't quite name. Emma's stomach knotted uncomfortably, her fingers twisting the fabric of her dress. Samuel, you were trying to help me. There's nae need. He gently took both her hands in his, carefully avoiding pressure from his injured arm. His palms felt warm, strong, comforting against hers. The rough calluses from his work brushed against her skin, sending tiny shivers up her arms. Nay, Emma. Please let me speak. Samuel drew a deep breath, his gaze steady, sincere. A muscle worked in his jaw as he gathered his thoughts. When I offered marriage before, it was to protect you, and it was wrong. You deserve someone who marries you for nae other reason than that he loves you with his whole heart. Emma's breath caught sharply, hope swelling painfully within her chest. She stared up into Samuel's sincere eyes, hardly daring to breathe, afraid that speaking might shatter this precious moment between them. Samuel. He shook his head slightly, pressing her hands gently. The warmth of his touch spread through her entire body. I should have told you this earlier, but I let pride and fear stop me. Emma, I love you. Truly, deeply. Not out of duty or obligation, but because I cannot imagine my life without you at my side. Your strength, your kindness, the way you care for others, everything about you has captured my heart. Emma's breath trembled, joy and relief filling her chest so powerfully she felt tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. The world seemed to narrow to just the two of them standing beneath the maple's protective canopy. Samuel, she whispered softly, voice thick with emotion, I love you too. I have for so long, even when I fought so hard against it. You've been my strength, my hope. I'm so sorry I was too stubborn to say it before. Too afraid to trust my heart again. Then will you marry me, my love? Of course I will. I love you so much. Samuel's face broke into a radiant smile, joy washing over his features as he gently pulled her closer. The scent of sawdust and sunshine enveloped her as Emma rested her forehead against his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart beneath her cheek. In the background, voices murmured softly. Emma didn't notice Hannah quietly observing from a distance, her gentle eyes wishful, her smile bittersweet. The breeze stirred the hem of Hannah's dark dress as she turned, startled, when Ruth Esch approached, gently touching her arm. Emma looks happy, Ruth said softly, her wise eyes taking in the scene before them. Hannah nodded, her fingers absently twisting her apron. They deserve happiness. So do you, Hannah, Ruth said quietly, her weathered face kind. Maybe it's time you opened your heart again. Hannah looked away quickly, her shoulders tensing. I'm not ready. Ruth smiled knowingly, the corners of her eyes crinkling. Not yet. But maybe someday. Don't be surprised if a certain young man named Ruben Schrock begins to notice you. Hannah's expression tightened briefly, shadows returning to her eyes as memories threatened to surface. I'm not ready. Ruth patted Hannah's arm gently, understanding in her touch. In God's time. But don't close your heart completely. He has plans for all of us. Hannah nodded slowly, eyes distant again as Ruth moved quietly away, her skirts rustling softly against the wooden floor. The conversation had stirred memories she wasn't ready to face, not yet. Emma lifted her face toward Samuel, happiness overwhelming her doubts like sunshine breaking through storm clouds. For the first time since her husband's passing, she saw the future clearly, a future filled with Samuel's strength, his love, and a home built not only on strong timber and sturdy beams but on trust, faith, and the kind of love she'd feared she'd never find again. Her heart fluttered with the rightness of it all. Nearby, a throat cleared gently. Emma jumped slightly, face burning crimson as she saw Amish Beeler standing a short distance away, smiling gently yet sternly, his weathered face creased with both authority and warmth, eyes twinkling beneath his broad-brimmed hat. Samuel released her quickly, a sheepish grin appearing as he straightened his suspenders. Amish turned his gaze aside discreetly, clearly amused by the young couple's display of affection. Emma's laughter bubbled forth softly, like water over smooth stones. Samuel chuckled quietly, taking her hand again more properly, his rough palm warm against hers. "Let's go back," Emma whispered warmly, her eyes bright with love and happiness, her caps slightly askew from their embrace. Samuel nodded, joy reflected deeply in his gaze. As they walked back toward the gathered community, Emma's heart was lighter than it had been in years. The path forward was finally clear, illuminated not just by hope but by a deep, abiding love that promised to last through whatever storms might come their way. Epilogue, Hearts at the Crossroads. The gentle hum of conversation blended with laughter and clinking dishes, drifting across Emma's farm like music. The aroma of freshly baked pies, sweet apple, tangy rhubarb, and warm, crusty bread wafted through the air, mingling with the fresh fragrance of celery placed in simple vases on every table. The entire district of Faith's Creek had turned out, their faces beaming with joy and celebration as they gathered to honor Emma and Samuel's union. Emma stood beneath the canopy of sky, her hands clasped gently in Samuel's firm grip. Her breath caught, her chest swelling with overwhelming gratitude. The warmth in Samuel's eyes filled her heart to overflowing, his gaze steady and sure, promising her a lifetime of devotion. Bishop Amos Ballard's gentle voice carried softly over the crowd, resonant and comforting, guiding them through the vows. His weathered hands, marked by decades of faithful service, lifted in blessing as Samuel's voice trembled slightly, a rare hint of vulnerability breaking through his normally steady composure. "Emma, I promise to cherish you always, to stand by you through every trial. With God's help, I will honor and protect you, love and support you, until He calls us home." The sincerity in his words touched every heart present, bringing tears to more than a few eyes. Emma's throat tightened, her eyes shining as she smiled softly back at him, her heart brimming with love she no longer feared to show openly. The gentle breeze stirred the ribbons of her prayer cap, carrying with it the sweet perfume of nearby flowering apple trees. "Samuel, from this day forward, I promise to be your faithful fra. I promise to love you deeply, support you in all things, and trust in the future God has planned for us, come what may." Her voice, though quiet, carried strength and certainty that hadn't been there in the years following her first husband's passing. As Amos finished the final blessing, his kind blue eyes crinkling with joy, the gathered friends and neighbors erupted in applause, smiles lighting every face. Samuel gently squeezed Emma's hand, leaning forward slightly, voice soft and tender. "I never imagined I could feel this happiness," he whispered softly, eyes warm and full of wonder. Emma smiled, heart fluttering gently in her chest. "Neither did I. But God knew better than either of us." The words carried the weight of her journey from grief to this moment of pure joy. Samuel's eyes twinkled, the gentle curve of his lips conveying a quiet agreement. He kissed her, and it felt both new and like coming home. The softness of his lips and the slight tremble of his hands filled her with sweetness. Together, they stepped into the crowd, surrounded immediately by cheerful faces, friendly embraces, and a chorus of congratulations. The sound of Kinner's laughter mingled with the deeper voices of the men and the warm greetings of the women. Yet, amid the joyful chaos, Emma glimpsed Hannah, standing apart, quiet and withdrawn beneath the shade of a large maple tree. Hannah's eyes were distant, guarded, painful memories reflected clearly on her gentle face. The shadows of the leaves danced across her blue dress, a reminder of the shadows in her heart. Emma's heart tightened briefly, concern mingling with her happiness, but before she could approach, a figure moved hesitantly toward Hannah. Reuben Schrock, tall and broad-shouldered, he paused awkwardly a short distance from Hannah, clearly uncertain. Emma watched carefully, holding her breath, her fingers unconsciously twisting the fabric of her dress. "Good afternoon, Hannah," Reuben greeted her softly, his deep voice gentle, eyes hopeful yet cautious. "Are you enjoying yourself?" His work-worn hands hung loosely at his sides as if afraid any sudden movement might startle her. Hannah visibly stiffened, arms crossing protectively over her chest, eyes wary as she took a slight step back, the maple leaves casting shifting shadows across her pale face. "I'd prefer to be alone." Reuben hesitated, clearly hurt but trying to hide it behind a polite nod, his shoulders sagging almost imperceptibly. "Of course. I didn't mean to intrude. I just—" "Please," Hannah interrupted sharply, her eyes suddenly filled with fear, her voice catching slightly, "I don't wish to talk." "Not now." Reuben stepped back immediately, confusion and regret clear on his face as he retreated quietly into the crowd, his steps measured and heavy. Emma's heart ached at the scene, longing to comfort Hannah yet unsure how best to approach her friend's delicate heart. Reuben crossed the field slowly, seeking out Gabriel Lapp, who stood nearby watching his small doctor play in the grass, her tiny hands gathering dandelions. Gabriel glanced up, recognizing his friend's troubled expression. "You look like you've lost your best horse," Gabriel said softly, concern flickering in his quiet eyes as he shifted to make room beside him. Reuben sighed heavily, running his hand roughly through his hair, eyes briefly closing in frustration. "It's Hannah. I wanted to talk to her, Gabriel. But she pushed me away. Like I frightened her somehow." His voice carried the weight of disappointment and confusion. Gabriel nodded slowly, his expression serious, sympathetic. "You didn't frighten her, Reuben. Hannah's been through things that have left deep scars. She fears getting close to anyone again." He watched his doctor tumble in the grass, her laughter a stark contrast to their somber conversation. Reuben frowned slightly, heart clearly troubled. "I would never hurt her." "I know you wouldn't," Gabriel said gently, placing a hand on Reuben's shoulder, his voice lowered kindly. "But be careful with your heart, Reuben. Hannah's wounds might never fully heal. I don't want to see you hurt." The afternoon sun cast long shadows across their faces as they stood in contemplative silence. Nearby, unseen by both men, Hannah stood frozen behind the tree, her heart tightening painfully as Gabriel's words reached her. His caution, though kind, cut sharply. She pressed her trembling hand to her chest, drawing a slow, uneven breath as pain and confusion surged through her. Her heart cried out in silent protest, torn between fear of past pain and the powerful yearning for the kind of happiness she saw now so clearly between Samuel and Emma. The rough bark of the maple pressed against her back, grounding her in the moment. Emma turned back to Samuel, her heart still aching slightly for her friend, though the joy of her own wedding day buoyed her spirits once more. The familiar sounds of the celebration wrapped around them like a warm embrace. Samuel, sensing her brief distraction, placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, leaning close, his breath warm against her ear. "What troubles you?" Emma looked up into his soft, understanding gaze, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the folds of her dress. "I just worry about Hannah. She seems so lost. And now Reuben looks like he wants to be involved as well. It makes everything more complicated." Samuel nodded slowly, eyes thoughtful, his voice tender as a summer breeze. "Give them time, Emma. God has a way of healing hearts when we least expect it. Trust Him. He brought us together, didn't He?" Emma smiled softly, reassured by Samuel's steady faith and gentle wisdom. She leaned into his side, comforted by the warmth of his strength, the steady rhythm of his breathing, and the gentle squeeze of his hand around hers. The familiar scent of his freshly laundered shirt wrapped around her like a cherished blanket. Around them, the celebration continued joyfully. Friends gathered around tables laden with food, sharing stories and passing steaming dishes of traditional favorites. Laughter rose into the gentle air as Kinner chased one another between clusters of adults, their bare feet kicking up tiny clouds of dust. Yet amid it all, Hannah remained quietly in the shadows, heart torn between her cautious fear and the fragile, hopeful ache Emma knew all too well from her own journey. Emma silently lifted a prayer, asking God to heal her friend's heart as gently as he had healed her own through the long, lonely nights and uncertain days. Hannah deserved happiness, peace, and love every bit as much as Emma had found beside Samuel. Perhaps even more so, after everything she'd endured. Samuel turned toward her, voice low and gentle, his breath stirring wisps of hair that had escaped her cap. "What are you thinking?" Emma's eyes softened as she gazed up at him, gratitude and love bright in her smile, making her face glow with an inner light. "Just that I never thought I'd have a day like this again. A home, family, and you beside me. I'm thankful God never gave up on me, even when I almost did. Those dark days seem so far away now." Samuel gently brushed his fingers against her cheek, eyes warm and tender with understanding. "We both nearly gave up. But His plans are always better than ours, aren't they? Even when we can't see the path ahead." Emma nodded softly, her heart swelling as she leaned closer, drawing strength from his presence. "Always." As Samuel held her close, the comforting presence of their community surrounded them, weaving a gentle, protective web of faith and love. Bishop Amos's earlier blessing seemed to hover in the air like a tangible thing, wrapping around them with holy purpose. The day that had seemed so uncertain weeks ago had finally arrived, brighter and more joyful than either of them had ever dared dream. In the quiet distance, Hannah still watched silently, her heart pounding painfully as the conflicting emotions warred within her chest. Fear whispered sharply, cautioning her against trusting again, reminding her of scars that still lingered beneath the surface of her carefully maintained composure. Yet, as she watched Emma's gentle happiness unfold, something softer stirred within her, a tender longing she could no longer deny, no matter how hard she tried. She pressed a trembling hand against her chest again, eyes filling with sudden tears that caught the late afternoon light. Gabriel's caution to Reuben echoed painfully in her mind, yet something else resonated even stronger: hope. Hope she hadn't dared feel until now, fragile as a butterfly's wing but just as determined to take flight. Hannah turned away slowly, unable yet to face the conflict fully but aware deep down that her heart now stood at a crossroads. Fear or trust? Loneliness or love? The choice was hers, and hers alone, though the weight of it pressed heavily upon her shoulders as she slipped away from the celebration's warmth. Thank you for listening to A Love Forged in Faith by Sarah Miller. If you enjoyed this story of faith, love, and second chances, you can begin the journey from the very start with the Amish blacksmith's baby. And don't forget to subscribe to the Indiana Wake and Friends channel so you never miss a new audiobook release.